Under a sky vast enough to swallow dreams, the wind carries whispers of secrets buried deep in the frontier's heart. Amid the dust of untamed plains and the shadows of forbidden places, a lone spirit confronts greed, betrayal, and mysteries that pulse beneath the earth. Courage is tested, truths unearthed, and the past's echoes threaten to shatter all. Saddle up for a journey into the unknown, where every choice could mean salvation or ruin. Listen and uncover what lies hidden in the twilight. Chapter 1, Where the Sun Bleeds West. The sky bled out over the horizon, staining the bruised purple clouds with strokes of violent orange and fading rose. Clara rested her forearms on the rough-hewn top rail of the corral fence, the splintered wood familiar beneath her worn cotton sleeves. Dust, fine as milled flour, settled on her shoulders, coating the dark strands of hair escaping her braid. It tasted gritty on her tongue. The flavor of this land dry, enduring, unforgiving. This was her legacy, this sprawling, stubborn piece of Montana territory, wrested from the wilderness by her father's sweat and blood, and now held solely by the grip of her own small, calloused hands. The air cooled rapidly as the sun dipped lower, pulling the warmth from the day with a final dramatic flourish. Shadows stretched long and distorted from the lone cottonwood near the creek, from the sturdy but weathered barn, from the small cabin that was less a home and more a shelter against the vast indifference of the plains. Loneliness was a constant companion here, settling deeper in the quiet hours between dusk and dawn. It wasn't the absence of people she minded so much. Redemption Creek, the nearest settlement, was a hard day's ride and offered little comfort beyond supplies and suspicious eyes, but the echoing silence left by those who should have been here. Her father, Thomas, gone 2 years now, felled not by the dangers of the frontier he'd courted his whole life, but by a fever that burned through him like a prairie fire. And Ben, well, Ben was a different kind of silence, a ghost whose memory lingered like the scent of rain after a drought, sharp and clean and leaving an ache behind. She sighed, the sound lost in the whisper of the wind stirring the dry grasses. Evening chores were done. The small herd of cattle, the ranch's lifeblood, were grazing peacefully near the creek bend, their shapes dark smudges against the fading light. Smoke curled lazily from the cabin's stone chimney, carrying the scent of juniper wood and the simmering pot of beans and salt pork that awaited her. Simple fare for a simple life, yet holding on to it felt anything but simple. Her gaze drifted east, towards the jagged line of the Bear Paw Mountains, already sinking into deep indigo shadow. Beyond them lay the world she'd known before, softer, greener, perhaps easier. But this place, the Broken Spur Ranch, was in her bones now. Her father had poured his dreams into this soil, dreams of independence, of building something that would last. He'd taught her to read the land, to track game, to mend fences, to shoot straight, and most importantly, to hold fast. This land holds secrets, Clara, he'd told her once, his voice rough with conviction, his eyes scanning the rolling hills as if seeing more than just grass and rock. Good ones and bad, you gotta learn to listen for 'em, feel 'em in the wind. Lately, the wind felt different, colder, sharper. It carried whispers she couldn't quite decipher, a tension that prickled the back of her neck even under the familiar expanse of the sky. Trouble wasn't new to the territory rustlers. Disputes over water rights, the ever-present friction with the railroad pushing relentlessly west, carving up the land and spitting out towns full of restless men seeking fortune or escape. But this felt closer, more personal. It had started subtly, a length of fence wire inexplicably cut near the northern boundary, too clean for a stray steer. Tracks near the spring that weren't hers, weren't animal, and vanished into the rocky outcrops as if the rider had dissolved into thin air. Small things, easily dismissed perhaps, but they accumulated like burrs on a saddle blanket, irritating and persistent. And then there were the whispers from Redemption Creek, carried back by Jed, her aging, taciturn ranch hand, the only soul who shared this isolated existence with her. Talk of Silas Croft, their powerful neighbor to the south, growing bolder in his assertions about water access. His men seen riding closer to Broken Spur borders than they had any right to be. Croft had always coveted their spring, the most reliable water source for miles. Her father had stood firm against him. A silent battle of wills waged across fence lines and dusty town meetings. Now Croft likely saw a woman alone, an easier target. Clara pushed herself away from the fence, brushing the dust from her canvas trousers. Jed was getting too old for the heavy work, his loyalty unwavering, but his body betraying him with aches and stiffness. She couldn't afford more help, not with cattle prices low and the railroad demanding exorbitant fees for transport. Every penny was counted, every resource stretched thin. Selling was unthinkable. This land wasn't just property. It was a promise made to her father, a sanctuary built from his hope and her resilience. She walked towards the cabin, her boots crunching softly on the packed earth. The air smelled of dust, sagebrush, and the distant metallic tang of approaching night. Inside, the small space was tidy but sparse. A sturdy table and 2 chairs, a cast-iron stove, a narrow bed covered with a patched quilt, shelves holding essential supplies, flour, sugar, coffee, tins of peaches saved for special occasions. A rifle leaned against the wall near the door, always within reach. On a small, rough-hewn shelf above the stove sat her father's worn Bible and a single framed photograph, a stern-faced Thomas standing beside a younger, smiling Clara, her hair still in girlish braids, squinting against the sun. There was no picture of Ben. She kept his memory tucked away, a painful, private treasure. She ladled beans into a bowl, the steam rising to mist her face. Eating alone was a ritual she'd grown accustomed to. Yet tonight the silence felt heavier, pressing in from the darkening windows. She thought of the cut fence wire again. It wasn't Croft's style, usually. He was blunt force, intimidation, legal maneuvering. Sneaking around cutting wire felt different, smaller, yet somehow more insidious. Her father's words echoed again. Secrets, Clara. Feel 'em in the wind. She'd always thought he meant the land's natural mysteries, hidden water sources, animal migration patterns, the forgotten history buried beneath the prairie sod. But maybe he meant something else, something human, secrets kept by men, fueled by greed or fear. Her gaze drifted towards the window, overlooking the east pasture, now swallowed by darkness. Beyond that lay Devil's Canyon, a place shrouded in local superstition. They said it was haunted, cursed. Prospectors had gone in seeking rumored gold veins and never come out. Strange lights were sometimes seen flickering deep within its shadowed crevices at night. Her father had warned her away from it, not with fear, but with a quiet seriousness that spoke volumes. Some places hold on to their pain, Clara. Best let them keep it. Jed had mentioned seeing faint lights there a few nights ago, dismissing it as heat lightning or tricks of the eye. But coupled with the cut fence and the strange tracks, a knot tightened in Clara's stomach. Was it just nerves? The strain of solitude wearing her down? Or was the wind truly carrying a warning? She finished her meal, the beans tasting like ash in her mouth. Cleaning up, the familiar motions offered little comfort. The clink of the tin plate, the splash of water in the basin sounds that usually grounded her, now seemed fragile against the immense silence outside. She checked the rifle, ensuring it was loaded. The smooth, cool metal, a grim reassurance. Stepping outside again, she drew her worn shawl tighter around her shoulders. The moon, a slender crescent, offered little light, leaving the landscape bathed in silvered shadows. The stars, however, were brilliant, scattered across the infinite black canvas like diamond dust. It was a beauty that could steal your breath, wild and untamed, yet tonight it felt watchful, secretive. She walked a little way from the cabin, towards the rise where her father was buried beneath a simple wooden cross. She didn't go there often. His presence felt stronger in the wind, in the stubborn resilience of the land itself. But tonight, she needed the anchor of that spot, the tangible reminder of why she stayed, why she fought. The air was still, the earlier breeze having died down. Crickets chirped their insistent rhythm, a lonely sound in the vast darkness. And then she heard it, faint, almost imperceptible at first, hoofbeats. Not the slow, steady plod of Jed's old mare, returning from checking the far pastures, nor the scattered drumming of startled deer. These were measured, deliberate, coming from the direction of the northern boundary, the same area where the fence had been cut. More than one horse, she thought, straining her ears, moving slowly, cautiously. Her heart hammered against her rib. Croft's men? It was possible, though riding this late, this close to the cabin, seemed unnecessarily bold even for him. Rustlers usually preferred the cover of the deepest night and targeted the herds further out. This felt different, purposeful. Instinct, honed by years on the frontier, screamed at her. She backed away slowly, melting into the deeper shadow beside the cabin wall, her hand instinctively reaching for the door, for the rifle just inside. The hoofbeats grew slightly louder, then paused. Silence descended again, thick and suffocating. Were they watching the cabin? Waiting? She held her breath, listening so hard her ears ached. Minutes stretched into an eternity. The crickets seemed to have fallen silent too, as if sensing the intrusion. The only sound was the frantic thumping of her own blood. Then the hoofbeats resumed, not moving closer but angling away, heading east, towards Devil's Canyon. Relief washed over her, so potent it left her knees weak. They weren't coming for her, not tonight at least. But the relief was quickly followed by a chilling unease. What business could anyone have in Devil's Canyon after dark? Prospectors worked by daylight. Croft had no known interests there. It didn't make sense. Unless the canyon itself held the secret her father had spoken of. Not gold, perhaps, but something else, something valuable enough to lure men out under the cloak of darkness, something connected to the strange tracks and the severed fence, something dangerous. Clara stayed pressed against the cold logs of the cabin long after the sound of the horses faded completely into the vast, dark silence of the plains. The moon offered no answers, only cold, impartial light on the land she was bound to protect. The wind picked up again, a low, mournful sigh through the eaves, and this time it felt less like a whisper and more like a warning cry. The bleeding colors of the sunset were long gone, replaced by an impenetrable darkness, and she knew, with a certainty that settled deep and cold in her bones, that the fragile peace of the Broken Spur Ranch had just been irrevocably shattered. The shadows were no longer just stretching, they were closing in, and whatever secrets lay hidden in the dust and stone of this land, They were beginning to stir. Chapter 2. Whispers in the Dust. Dawn broke not with gentle persuasion, but with a sharp, insistent light that sliced across the plains, exposing every blade of grass, every stone, every lingering shadow from the night before. Clara stood at the cabin door, a chipped enamel mug of lukewarm coffee cradled in her hands. She hadn't slept much. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of wind against the shutters had sent jolts of adrenaline through her senses straining against the oppressive silence that followed the riders' departure. The image of them moving stealthily towards Devil's Canyon under the sliver of moon remained etched behind her eyelids. The air was crisp, carrying the clean scent of sage and dew-dampened earth, a stark contrast to the stale fear that lingered inside the cabin. Smoke already plumed from the chimney of Jed's small bunkhouse near the barn. The old man was an earlier riser than the coyotes. She watched the smoke curl upwards, a thin gray ribbon against the vast pale blue sky, a small sign of normalcy in a world that suddenly felt tilted off its axis. She forced herself through the morning rituals, tending the small fire in the stove, checking the dwindling supplies in the pantry, measuring out oats for her mare, Willow. Each familiar task felt overlaid with a new, unsettling awareness. The quiet scrape of the scoop in the oat bin, the rhythmic creak of the pump handle as she drew water, sounds that usually faded into the background now seemed amplified. Jarring, she found herself glancing constantly towards the east, towards the canyon, expecting, she didn't know what, movement, smoke, some sign that the night hadn't been a figment of her exhausted imagination. When Jed ambled over, his weathered face etched with the lines of countless seasons under the unforgiving Montana sun, his limp more pronounced than usual, she forced a semblance of calm she didn't feel. He accepted the offered cup of coffee with a grunt, his pale eyes, rheumy with age but still sharp, scanning the horizon with habitual scrutiny. Quiet night, he observed, his voice raspy like dry leaves skittering over rock. Clara hesitated. Jedediah Harper had been with her father since before she was born. He'd seen the ranch through droughts, blizzards, and market crashes. His loyalty was unquestionable, his knowledge of the land profound. But he was also cautious, wary of stirring trouble where none might exist, protective of her in a way that sometimes felt stifling. Telling him about the riders might invite lectures about female foolishness, about seeing shadows where there were none. Yet keeping it entirely to herself felt like carrying a lead weight in her gut. Not entirely, she said finally, keeping her voice low, even though there was no one else to hear for miles. Heard riders late last night, headed east, towards the canyon? Jed stopped sipping his coffee, his gaze sharpening on her face. He didn't dismiss her immediately. He chewed on the information slowly, like tough jerky. How many? Couldn't say for sure. More than one. Moving quiet. Crofts boys? Didn't sound like them. They usually make more noise, want folks to know they're around. She paused, remembering the cut fence. Found wire, cut on the north fence line yesterday evening. Clean cut. Jed frowned, rubbing his bristly chin. Wire cutting. That ain't Croft's usual brand of trouble. He likes lawyers and threats you can hear clear across the county. This is sneaky. He looked towards the east again, his eyes narrowed against the morning sun. Devil's Canyon. Ain't nothing out there but rock, rattlesnakes, and bad memories. Folks stay clear for a reason. My thought exactly. Could be prospectors, maybe, Jed offered, though his tone lacked conviction. Heard tell of some greenhorns poking around Redemption Creek last week, asking fool questions about old claims. Prospectors work in daylight, Jed, and they don't usually cut fences on their way. Clara shook her head. Something felt wrong about it. Jed finished his coffee in silence, his gaze distant. He knew the canyon's reputation, the stories whispered around campfires. He'd been here when Old Man Hemlock went in chasing rumors of Spanish gold and never came back, leaving nothing but a spooked horse found wandering near the entrance weeks later. He didn't believe in ghosts, Jed claimed, but he believed in places holding on to bad luck like a disease. Best be watchful, he said finally, handing the empty mug back to her. Keep that rifle close and stay clear of the canyon yourself, Clara. Ain't no good can come from poking that hornet's nest. His concern was genuine, paternal, but it chafed against her rising anxiety. Staying clear felt like hiding, like letting unseen forces dictate the boundaries of her own land. Her father hadn't raised her to shy away from trouble. He'd taught her to face it, assess it, deal with it. After Jed had hobbled off towards the barn to start the day's chores, Clara made her decision. She wouldn't ride directly into the canyon Jed's warning, echoing her father's, held weight, but she would investigate the rider's path. She needed to see the tracks for herself, to understand where they had entered her land, where they had gone. Knowledge was a weapon, perhaps the only one she could reliably wield against shadows. She saddled Willow, her movements efficient and practiced. The mare, a sturdy buckskin with intelligent eyes, sensed her unease, nickering softly and nudging her shoulder as Clara tightened the cinch. Easy, girl, she murmured, stroking the horse's neck. Just to look around. Riding out, the familiar landscape felt subtly altered. The vastness, usually comforting in its unchanging stability, now seemed to hold countless hiding places. Every ravine, every cluster of juniper and rock could conceal watching eyes. The wind, picking up as the sun climbed higher, whispered through the dry grass, sounding less like nature's breath and more like hushed, urgent warnings. Dust devils danced in the distance, spectral figures whirling across the plains. She rode north first, towards the section of fence Jed had repaired that morning. The cut was clean, just as he'd said, made with wire cutters, not frayed by wear or snapped by a panicked animal. Nearby, the ground was churned, showing the tracks of several horses milling about before heading east. She dismounted, crouching low to examine the prints. They were shod horses, not wild mustangs. The impressions were deep, indicating heavy riders or perhaps pack animals. Difficult to tell how many exactly, the tracks overlapping in the dusty soil. Following the trail eastward was easy at first. The riders hadn't made much effort to conceal their passage across the open grassland. They seemed confident, or perhaps arrogant, assuming no one would notice or dare to follow. The tracks led steadily towards the rougher terrain that marked the approach to Devil's Canyon. Here the ground became rockier, the grass sparser. The trail grew fainter, harder to follow, as the horses picked their way through stone and scrub. Clara slowed Willow to a walk, her eyes scanning the ground meticulously. She remembered her father teaching her to track the subtle shifts in pebble placement, a broken twig, the way disturbed earth looked under the sun. Hours passed under the climbing sun, the heat pressing down, drawing sweat that trickled down her temples and stung her eyes. The silence was profound, broken only by Willow's hoof falls, the buzz of unseen insects, and the cry of a hawk circling high overhead. She thought of Ben again. He'd loved this land too, but differently. He saw its beauty, its freedom, where her father saw challenge and legacy. Ben would have understood her need to follow the tracks, her refusal to simply wait and worry. He'd had a restless spirit, always looking towards the next horizon, a trait that had both drawn her to him and ultimately driven them apart. His absence was a hollow ache, a constant reminder of choices made and paths not taken. Regrets that clung like the ever-present dust. Had he stayed? Would things be different now? Would Croft dare to press so hard? Would she feel this crushing weight of solitude? The questions were futile, ghosts themselves offering no comfort. As she neared the ragged, broken cliffs that formed the mouth of Devil's Canyon, the tracks became clearer again on a patch of sandy soil sheltered by an overhang. They led directly towards the shadowed opening, a dark gash in the earth that seemed to swallow the sunlight. An involuntary shiver traced its way down her spine despite the heat. The air here felt heavier, stagnant. Jed's warning echoed in her mind. She wouldn't go further. But as she scanned the area, something glinted near the base of a weathered rock formation just shy of the canyon entrance. Not rock, not plant, metal. Dismounting again, she tied Willow's reins to a sturdy greasewood bush and approached cautiously, her hand hovering near the Colt Peacemaker holstered at her hip. It was small, partially buried in the sand, looking as though it had been dropped carelessly. A tin, not a food tin, but smaller, flatter, like one used for tobacco or perhaps cartridges. She nudged it with the toe of her boot, then knelt and picked it up. It was empty, the lid slightly sprung. There was no maker's mark, nothing distinctive, except for a faint, peculiar symbol, scratched crudely into the lid, a circle with a jagged line like a lightning bolt cutting through it. She turned it over in her hand, a frown creasing her brow. It wasn't a brand she recognized, not local cattle, not military. It felt specific, deliberate. Had one of the riders dropped it? Why mark a simple tin like this, unless the mark itself meant something? A symbol of allegiance? A warning? A sudden sound, the sharp crack of a breaking branch, snapped her head up. It came from deeper within the canyon's shadowed entrance. Her heart leaped into her throat. She froze, listening intently, her hand now firmly gripping the butt of her coat. Silence returned, absolute and unnerving. Was someone watching her? Had the riders returned, or was it just an animal, startled by her presence? She scanned the shadowed rocks, the dark recesses between the cliffs. Nothing moved, but the feeling of being watched intensified, prickling skin on her arms. The canyon seemed to hold its breath, waiting. Whatever secrets it held, it guarded them jealously. Clara backed away slowly, never taking her eyes off the canyon mouth. She kept the tin clutched tightly in her hand. It felt cold against her palm, a small, tangible piece of the mystery, but also a confirmation of the threat. These weren't random drifters. They had purpose, symbolized by this strange mark, and their business lay within the forbidden darkness of Devil's Canyon. Retrieving Willow, she mounted quickly, casting one last uneasy glance towards the canyon before turning the mare back towards the ranch. She urged Willow into a steady trot, wanting to put distance between herself and that place, yet knowing she couldn't truly escape it. The canyon, the riders, the cut fence, the strange symbol on the tin. They were all pieces of a puzzle falling into place around the broken spur, tightening like a noose. The ride back felt longer, the sun lower in the sky, casting long, distorted shadows that seemed to writhe and reach for her. The wind had picked up again, carrying dust and whispers she still couldn't decipher, but now they felt less like warnings and more like threats. She clutched the tin in her pocket, the scratch symbol feeling like a brand against her thigh. As the familiar shapes of the barn and cabin came into view, a measure of relief eased the tension in her shoulders. But it was short-lived. Something was wrong. The cabin door, which she distinctly remembered closing firmly behind her that morning, stood slightly ajar. Jed was nowhere in sight, likely still out with the herd. Had the wind blown it open? Possible, but unlikely with the sturdy latch. A cold dread seeped into her. Had someone been here while she was gone? She drew her coat, the weight of it a grim comfort, and dismounted quietly, approaching the cabin with cautious steps. The silence felt wrong, too deep. Pushing the door open further with the barrel of her gun, she peered inside. The small space was bathed in the slanted afternoon light pouring through the window. At first glance, everything seemed normal. The table, the stove, her narrow bed. But then she saw it. On the rough wooden table, placed squarely in the center where she couldn't possibly miss it, lay a single dried wildflower, a sprig of Indian paintbrush, its faded scarlet petals stark against the wood. It hadn't been there this morning. It wasn't hers. And it wasn't a flower that grew anywhere near the cabin. It favored the rocky, higher elevations, like those near Devil's Canyon. Someone had been inside. Someone who knew she'd been following them, who had perhaps watched her find the tin. Someone who had entered her home, her sanctuary, and left this silent, deliberate message. It wasn't overtly threatening, just a simple wildflower. But the implication screamed louder than any gunshot. We know where you live. We can reach you. We are watching. The whispers in the dust had followed her home. Chapter 3. A Shadow Falls on Redemption Creek. The faded scarlet petals of the Indian paintbrush felt unnervingly dry and brittle beneath Clara's fingertips. It lay on the rough-hewn table like an accusation, a silent testament to violated sanctuary. Someone had stood here, in her home, breathing the same air, their boots perhaps carrying dust from Devil's Canyon. They hadn't taken anything, hadn't broken anything. They had simply left this their token, a gesture both intimate and menacing. We were here. We can return. A cold fury, sharp and bracing, began to push back the initial wave of fear. This wasn't just about cut fences or mysterious riders anymore. This was personal, an intrusion meant to intimidate, to make her feel vulnerable, watched, unsafe in the one place she should feel secure. Her father's face flashed in her mind, stern, resolute, unwilling to yield an inch to threats or bullies. She straightened her shoulders, the anger solidifying into resolve. They wanted her scared. They would find her stubborn instead. She picked up the flower, her movements deliberate, and carried it to the stove. Lifting the heavy iron lid, she dropped the sprig onto the glowing embers. It flared brightly for a second, a defiant splash of red against the orange heat, then curled into black ash, consumed. A small act of defiance, witnessed only by the silent cabin walls, but it settled something within her. She would not be cowed by shadows and symbols. When Jed returned from settling the herd for the day, his face etched with weariness, she met him outside. The sun was beginning its descent, painting the western sky in hues that eerily mirrored the previous evening's dramatic farewell. She didn't show him the ashes in the stove, but she told him about the flower, her voice low and steady, betraying none of the cold dread that had gripped her earlier. Jed listened, his expression growing grimmer with each word. He ran a hand over his grizzled jaw, his pale eyes fixed on the distant, darkening line of the canyon. He didn't doubt her. He didn't lecture. The physical evidence, the deliberate placement, spoke for itself. Paintbrush, he murmured, the name of the flower heavy with implication. Grows high up near the canyon mouth, some patches. He spat onto the dusty ground, a gesture of disgust. Bold move. Too bold. They wanted me to know, Clara said. They wanted me to feel watched. And what are you aiming to do about it? Jed asked, his gaze meeting hers, searching. He knew her well enough to see the steel beneath the worry. I need supplies, she stated, the practical need a convenient anchor. Flour's low, need more salt pork and coffee. More than that, she needed information. She needed people, noise, the semblance of civilization, even one as rough around the edges as Redemption Creek. She needed to see if the whispers from the ranch had reached town, if anyone else had seen strangers, if the symbol on the tin meant anything to anyone. I'll ride into Redemption Creek tomorrow morning. Jed nodded slowly. Figured you might. Town ain't much friendlier than a rattlesnake den these days, though. Crofts got his thumb pressed down hard. Folks are spooked, keeping their heads low. All the more reason to go, Clara countered. Maybe someone's seen something. Maybe Sheriff Brody. Jed snorted, a harsh, dismissive sound. Brody, he's got 2 speeds, slow and stop. And he spends most of his time making sure he don't trip over Croft's shadow. Don't expect much help from that quarter. Maybe not, Clara conceded, but I have to try. And I need those supplies regardless. She also needed to gauge the atmosphere herself, feel the current of the town. Was this threat confined to the broken spur, or was something larger brewing? All right. Jed sighed, resignation settling over his weathered features. But you watch yourself, Clara. Every step. Redemption Creek ain't just Croft's playground, draws all sorts. Keep that Colt handy and don't trust nobody further than you can spit. He paused, his expression softening slightly. Your pa? He built this place sturdy, but times are changing, be smart. Being stubborn's good, being dead stubborn ain't. The ride the next morning began under a sky the color of bleached bone. The air was still cool, but held the promise of scorching heat later in the day. Clara pushed Willow at a steady pace, covering the miles between the isolation of the ranch and the dusty artery of the main trail leading to town. Her senses were on high alert. Every distant rider, every hawk circling overhead, every rustle in the sagebrush drew her attention. The Colt Peacemaker felt heavy and reassuring against her thigh. In her pocket, wrapped in a small piece of cloth, was the empty tin, with a strange symbol scratched onto its lid. As she drew closer to Redemption Creek, the landscape began to bear more human scars. Wheel ruts cut deep into the trail. Discarded refuse littered the edges, and the faint smell of wood smoke and something vaguely unpleasant tannery waste perhaps tainted the clean prairie air. The town itself materialized slowly out of the heat haze. A straggle of unpainted wooden buildings lining a wide, dusty main street, baked hard by the relentless sun. False fronts gave some buildings an air of importance they likely didn't possess. A few horses were tethered to hitching posts, swishing their tails lethargically at flies. Redemption Creek. The name felt like a cruel joke. There was little redemption to be found here, only hard living, desperation, and the raw struggle for survival on the edge of nowhere. It was a place of last chances and broken dreams, where fortunes were sought in dusty claims and lost just as quickly in the smoky haze of the saloon or the turn of a card. Clara rode down the main street, her eyes scanning everything. The mercantile, its windows dusty, displaying faded bolts of cloth and sacks of grain. Miller's livery stable, smelling strongly of horse and hay. The assay office, its sign weathered and peeling, and dominating the street, the Golden Spur Saloon, twin doors shut against the morning light, though the faint, tinny sound of an out-of-tune piano drifted out, suggesting business never truly stopped. Further down, a small, plain building bore the faded sign, Sheriff T. Brody. People moved with a kind of weary purpose. A few women in drab calico dresses hurried along the boardwalk, heads down. Men in dusty hats leaned against porch posts, watching her pass with eyes that were either indifferent or unnervingly observant. She recognized some faces ranchers from neighboring spreads, townsfolk she saw on infrequent supply runs. She nodded curtly to those who met her gaze, receiving guarded nods in return. The air felt thick with unspoken tensions, gossip exchanged in low murmurs, suspicions traded like currency. Jed was right. Croft's influence cast a long shadow. His Bar C ranch was the largest in the territory, his wealth buying silence and compliance on. Her first stop was the mercantile, run by a nervous, balding man named Henderson, whose eyes darted around as if expecting trouble at any moment. Clara gave him her list: flour, salt pork, coffee, beans, lamp oil, a box of .44 cartridges for the Colt. As Henderson bustled about, weighing out beans and measuring flour, Clara leaned casually against the counter. "Busy town today, Mr. Henderson," she remarked, keeping her tone light. Henderson jumped slightly, dropping a scoop of beans. "Oh, Miss Clara." "Aye, well, busy as it gets. Freight wagon came through yesterday. Stirred things up a bit." He avoided her eyes, fussing with the scattered beans. "See any new faces around?" she pressed gently. "Strangers passing through?" He hesitated, polishing his spectacles nervously on his apron. "Always strangers, Miss Clara. Railroad brings 'em in, spits 'em out, prospectors mostly, headed for the hills, looking for color." He lowered his voice slightly. "Some rough sorts among 'em, though. Best keep to yourself." "Hear any talk?" Clara persisted, watching his face closely. "Anything unusual? Trouble up near Devil's Canyon, maybe?" Henderson paled visibly. Dropping his spectacles this time, he fumbled to pick them up, his hands shaking. "Canyon? No, Miss Clara, nobody talks about the canyon. Bad luck place, best left alone, just old stories." He hurriedly finished bagging her supplies, his movements jerky. "Anything else I can get for you?" His reaction was telling. The fear was real. He knew something, or suspected something, but was too terrified to speak. Silas Croft's power, or perhaps fear of something else entirely connected to the canyon, kept mouths shut tight in Redemption Creek. Clara paid for her supplies, the weight of the coins feeling heavier than usual. As Henderson counted out her change, his eyes flickered towards the street outside. Clara followed his gaze. 3 men stood near the saloon, lounging against the hitching rail. They weren't cowboys she recognized, dressed rougher, harder looking, with watchful eyes that scanned the street. One of them, a burly man with a thick neck and a hostile stare, spat tobacco juice into the dust. They looked like hired muscle. Croft's men? Possibly. Or perhaps connected to the riders she'd heard. She gathered her purchases, nodding a tight-lipped thank you to the trembling storekeeper. Outside, the sun beat down mercilessly. The 3 men watched her load the supplies onto Willow's pack saddle. Their scrutiny felt deliberate, unnerving. She ignored them, focusing on securing the bags, her movements economical and sure. Let them watch. She wouldn't show fear. Her next stop was the sheriff's office. The door was closed, the window dusty. She hesitated for a moment, Jed's cynicism echoing in her ears. What good would it do? Brody was likely to dismiss her concerns, maybe even subtly report her inquiries back to Croft. Still, she had to make the official report. It was the proper thing to do, and perhaps, just perhaps, Brody might surprise her. She knocked firmly. After a long moment, the door creaked open, revealing a man well past his prime, with a drooping gray mustache stained yellow with nicotine, watery blue eyes, and a belly straining the buttons of his dusty vest. A tarnished star was pinned crookedly over his heart. Sheriff Tom Brody looked more weary than authoritative. "Miss Clara," he said, his voice slow, tired. "What brings you to town? Trouble?" He didn't sound particularly eager to hear about it if there was. "Sheriff," Clara acknowledged, stepping inside. The office was small, cluttered, smelling faintly of stale coffee and dust. Flies buzzed lazily near the window. "I need to report some disturbances out at the Broken Spur," she explained calmly, factually, the cut fence wire, the tracks, the riders heading towards Devil's Canyon in the night. She recounted finding the tin, pulling it from her pocket and placing it on his cluttered desk. She watched his face for any flicker of recognition at the symbol. There was none. He picked it up, turned it over with mild curiosity, then set it back down. "Just a tin, Miss Clara," he said dismissively. "Could belong to anyone." She paused, then added, her voice tight, "And someone entered my cabin yesterday while I was out. Didn't take anything, just left a message." She described the Indian paintbrush. Brody sighed, leaning back in his creaking chair. He ran a hand over his face. "Now, Clara, are you sure about that? Wind can do funny things. Blow a door open, maybe blow some weeds inside. This wasn't the wind, Sheriff. It was placed deliberately on my table, a flower from up near the canyon." "Devil's Canyon again," Brody muttered, shaking his head. "Look, Miss Clara, I appreciate you coming in. I surely do. But folks get spooked out on these lonely ranches, see shadows, hear things. Cut fences happen, stray cattle, maybe kids messing around, riders at night. Could be drifters looking for a place to camp out of sight. As for the flower, well, maybe Jed brought it in and forgot." Clara felt a cold knot of frustration tighten in her chest. He wasn't listening. He didn't want to listen. He was offering excuses, platitudes, deliberately minimizing the threat. Jed's assessment had been painfully accurate. "Sheriff," she said, her voice sharper now, "this isn't shadows or the wind. This is deliberate harassment. My fence was cut with tools. Someone trespassed on my land, rode towards a place known for trouble, and then entered my home to leave a warning. Are you going to do anything about it?" Brody shifted uncomfortably. "Well, now, what exactly do you expect me to do? I can't go arresting shadows, Miss Clara. I ain't got proof of nothing. No witnesses, just feelings and a stray flower." He gestured vaguely. "Maybe Silas Croft's boys are pushing boundaries a bit, trying to spook you over that water access. Happens all the time. Best thing is just to lay low, don't provoke 'em. Things'll settle down." "Lay low? Don't provoke them?" The familiar advice given to women facing threats from powerful men. It grated on her last nerve. "So you're advising me to do nothing?" she asked, disbelief clear in her tone. "I'm advising you to be sensible," Brody corrected, his tone becoming slightly patronizing. "Don't go looking for trouble where none exists, especially not around Devil's Canyon. That place, well, is best left undisturbed." His eyes held a flicker of something, then not fear, perhaps, but a deep-seated unease that went beyond mere superstition. It was the same look Henderson had worn. Clara stood up abruptly, retrieving the tin from his desk. "Thank you for your time, Sheriff." Her voice was clipped, cold. There was no help to be found here. She was on her own. As she turned to leave, the office door opened again. A man stepped inside, pausing as he saw Clara. He was tall, leanly built, dressed not like a rancher or a townsman, but in dark, well-worn clothing that spoke of long miles and rough country. His face was weathered, angular, with high cheekbones and eyes the color of slate, sharp and startlingly direct. There was an air of quiet intensity about him, a stillness that contrasted sharply with the sheriff's weary apathy. He looked to be somewhere in his late 30s, carrying the quiet confidence of a man comfortable with solitude and capable in ways that didn't need announcing. He wasn't handsome in a conventional way, but his presence filled the small office, drawing Clara's attention instantly. He nodded politely towards Clara, a subtle inclination of his head, his gaze lingering for just a fraction of a second too long, holding an unreadable expression. It wasn't hostile, nor was it friendly. It was appraising, assessing, as if he saw more than just a woman reporting trouble to an indifferent lawman. "Sheriff," the stranger said, his voice low and calm, with a slight rasp that hinted at disuse, or perhaps dust from the trail. "Need a word when you're free?" Brody seemed to straighten slightly, a flicker of wary respect in his eyes that hadn't been there for Clara. "Sure thing, Rourke. Just finishing up here." Rourke. The name meant nothing to Clara. He was clearly a newcomer, yet the sheriff knew him. His presence felt like another piece of the puzzle, clicking into place, though she had no idea where it fit. Was he one of the strangers Henderson mentioned? Was he connected to the men outside the saloon? Or something else entirely? Clara met Rourke's gaze briefly, one last time before stepping out into the harsh sunlight, the encounter leaving a strange resonance in its wake. She pushed the thought of the stranger aside, focusing on the immediate task of getting back to the ranch before dusk. The trip to town had yielded little comfort, and even less help. It had only solidified her isolation and confirmed the depth of the fear surrounding Devil's Canyon. As she untied Willow from the hitching post, she noticed the 3 men were gone from the front of the saloon. Relief warred with unease. Where had they gone? Were they still watching? Mounting Willow, she cast a final look down the dusty street, her gaze drawn back towards the sheriff's office. The door remained closed. The shadow over Redemption Creek felt deeper now, colder, and she had the distinct, chilling feeling that the stranger named Rourke, with his quiet intensity and watchful eyes, was somehow tangled within it. The whispers weren't just in the dust anymore. They were in the guarded eyes of the townsfolk, the sheriff's deliberate indifference, and the unsettling presence of newcomers who didn't belong. Trouble wasn't just coming, it was already here, settling over the town like a shroud. Chapter 4. Scars the Land Remembers. The ride back from Redemption Creek was a long, solitary journey under a sky that had hardened from pale bone to unforgiving brass. The heat pressed down, thick and suffocating, shimmering off the dusty trail in waves that distorted the familiar landscape, making distant buttes quiver like uncertain apparitions. Willow plodded steadily, her hooves kicking up puffs of fine alkali dust that coated Clara's clothes and clung to her eyelashes, gritty and unpleasant. Each mile covered felt like a mile deeper into isolation, the brief, disappointing contact with civilization already fading into the vast indifference of the plains. Redemption Creek. A bitter taste lingered in Clara's mouth, sharper than the dust. Sheriff Brody's dismissive apathy, Henderson's thinly veiled terror. They were twin faces of the same coin. Fear. Fear of Croft. Fear of the unknown lurking out towards Devil's Canyon. Fear of upsetting the precarious balance of life in this harsh territory. And the stranger, Rourke, his quiet intensity, those assessing slate-gray eyes, lingered in her thoughts more than she cared to admit. He hadn't fit the usual mold of drifter or prospector. There was a stillness about him, a self-contained competence that felt out of place in Brody's dusty, ineffectual office. Who was he? And why did his presence feel like another thread pulled taut in the tangled knot, tightening around the broken spur? She scanned the horizon constantly, her hand never straying far from the Colt at her hip. The encounter with the men outside the saloon, their deliberate scrutiny, had left her feeling exposed. Had they followed her out of town? She saw no dust clouds behind her, heard no hoofbeats but Willow's steady rhythm. Yet the feeling of being watched persisted, a prickle between her shoulder blades that refused to ease. It was as if the land itself held its breath, observing her passage. Her father's words echoed again, persistent as the drone of cicadas in the midday heat. This land holds secrets, Clara. Scars the land remembers. He hadn't just meant water sources or game trails. He'd meant history, the imprint of lives lived and lost, battles fought over boundaries seen and unseen. He'd taught her to read the land, not just for survival, but for understanding. The way erosion carved gullies spoke of past floods. The faint depressions in the earth hinted at forgotten homesteads. The scatter of weathered stones could mark an old grave or a long-abandoned campfire. The land was a palimpsest, layers of stories written over time, some faded, some deliberately obscured, but all leaving their mark. As the familiar silhouette of the Broken Spur's lone cottonwood tree appeared on the horizon, a measure of relief washed through her, though it was diluted by weariness and the lingering unease from town. Jed was waiting near the corral, his posture stiff, his gaze sweeping the trail behind her before settling on her face. He didn't need to ask how it went. Her expression likely told the story. "Sheriff Brody sent out a posse?" he asked, his tone thick with sarcasm as he took Willow's reins. Clara swung down from the saddle, stretching muscles cramped from the long ride. "He suggested the wind blew the flour into my cabin," she replied dryly, unbuckling the straps holding the supplies. "Advised me to be sensible and not look for trouble." Jed snorted, leading Willow towards the water trough. "Sounds like Brody sensible means looking the other way while Croft takes whatever he pleases, or while something worse festers out there." He nodded towards the east, towards the unseen canyon. "Henderson at the Mercantile was scared speechless when I mentioned the canyon," Clara added, lifting down a heavy sack of flour. "And there were some rough-looking men hanging around the saloon. Newcomers." She hesitated, then added, "And another man, Rourke, at the sheriff's office. Brody seemed to know him." Jed stopped, considering the name. "Rourke? Don't know it. More strangers stirring the pot. Ain't natural, all this, activity. Something's brewing, Clara. Something bigger than just Croft wanting our spring." They worked together in silence for a while, unloading the supplies, the shared physical labor, a familiar rhythm that eased some of the tension. The mundane tasks stacking tins on the pantry shelves, storing the flour sack, checking Willow for any stone bruises felt grounding after the unsettling encounters in town. Later, after a simple meal of salt pork and beans eaten under the lengthening shadows, Clara found herself drawn back outside. The heat of the day was beginning to break, the air cooling, carrying the scent of sage and dry earth. The sky was softening, the brassy glare giving way to deeper blues and purples in the east. She needed to walk, to feel the land under her own boots, to reconnect with the source of her strength and her burden. She headed north, towards the area where the fence had been cut, but angled slightly west towards a low rise overlooking the creek bed. This part of the ranch bore its own scars, faint parallel lines in the earth marked where an old wagon trail, used by early settlers heading further west, had once run before the railroad changed everything. Further on, near a cluster of weathered rocks, were the barely discernible foundations of an old line shack, likely built by some hopeful prospector or trapper decades ago, long since vanished, leaving only these faint traces behind. Her father had shown her these things, told her the fragmented stories he'd pieced together. He believed understanding the past was key to holding the future. Folks forget, he'd said, his voice rough, but the land don't. It remembers the blood spilled, the promises broken, the dreams turned to dust. You listen close enough, you can hear it. Clara climbed the rise, the dry grass crunching underfoot. From the top, she had a wide view of the broken spur spread out below her, the cabin and barn small but defiant against the vastness, the cattle grazing peacefully near the water, the ribbon of the creek winding through the land like a vital artery. Her land, worth fighting for, worth protecting. But her gaze, as always, was drawn eastward, towards the jagged silhouette of Devil's Canyon, now sinking into deep shadow as the sun dipped lower. The place felt like a wound on the landscape, a repository of secrets and bad luck. What were those riders doing there? What was valuable enough to risk the canyon's reputation and the darkness? The scratch symbol on the tin flashed in her mind a circle, a jagged line like lightning. It felt primitive, almost tribal, yet purposeful. She scanned the terrain leading towards the canyon. Her eyes narrowed, searching for any sign of recent movement, any deviation from the familiar pattern of rock and scrub. Dust devils danced in the distance, ephemeral ghosts against the darkening plains. Then she saw it. Not movement, but stillness. A horse, tethered and half hidden in a small ravine about 2 miles east of her current position. Much closer to the canyon than anyone had business being, especially this late in the day. It was too far to make out details, rider nowhere in sight, but its presence was a violation, an intrusion. Was it one of the men from town? One of the night riders? Or someone else entirely? A cold finger traced its way down her spine. They weren't just watching the cabin. They were out here, on her land, perhaps watching her right now. She resisted the urge to duck down, forcing herself to remain still, just another figure against the skyline. After a long moment, she turned slowly, casually, and began walking back towards the cabin, deliberately keeping her pace even, betraying no sign that she'd seen anything. Back inside the relative safety of the cabin, the weight of the situation pressed down on her. Brody wouldn't help. Jed was loyal but aging. She was surrounded by unseen threats, facing powerful hidden forces maneuvering in the shadows. Croft's land grab seemed almost straightforward compared to this creeping, insidious menace emanating from the direction of the canyon. Restless, needing something tangible to focus on, She went to the small, sturdy chest where her father had kept his important papers, the deed to the ranch, old ledgers, maps, letters. She hadn't looked through it thoroughly since his death. The grief had been too raw. Now, spurred by a desperate need for answers, for some clue her father might have unknowingly left behind, she lifted the heavy lid. The scent of old paper, leather, and dust rose to meet her. Carefully, she began sorting through the contents. Land surveys, brittle and yellowed. Receipts for cattle sales and supplies. Jed's original hiring agreement, signed in her father's bold, decisive script. Letters from relatives back east, detailing lives that seemed worlds away. And then, tucked beneath a stack of old ledgers bound in cracked leather, she found it. Not a map exactly, but a rough sketch drawn on a piece of tanned hide, clearly in her father's hand. It depicted the eastern section of the broken spur, the area bordering Devil's Canyon. The lines were crude, but recognizable: the creek, the major rock formations. But superimposed over the landscape were symbols she didn't immediately understand. Arrows pointing towards the canyon mouth, strange markings near certain cliff faces, and in the heart of the canyon itself, sketched with heavier lines, was a symbol that made her breath catch. A circle, bisected by a jagged lightning bolt line. The same symbol scratched onto the tin she'd found. Her heart hammered against her ribs. Her father had known about this symbol. He hadn't just warned her away from the canyon out of superstition. He'd known something specific, something dangerous was associated with it, something he'd felt compelled to map, however crudely. Why hadn't he told her? What secret had he taken to his grave? Beneath the sketch, tucked into a fold of the hide, was a small, flat piece of rock, unlike the usual sandstone or granite of the area. It was dark, almost black, with faint, shimmering veins running through it. It felt strangely heavy for its size. She held it up to the flickering lamplight. Was this ore? Some kind of mineral her father had found? It didn't look like gold or silver, the usual lures for prospectors. It looked different, almost alien. Suddenly, fragmented memories surfaced. Her father, returning late from rides towards the east, his clothes covered in dust unlike the usual ranch soil, his face grim, his silence heavier than usual. His warnings about the canyon, spoken with that quiet intensity. His obsession with securing their water rights, fighting Croft with a tenacity that sometimes seemed disproportionate to the threat, as if protecting the spring was tied to something larger, something hidden. The pieces clicked into place with cold, terrifying clarity. The canyon wasn't just cursed. It held something tangible, something valuable enough for men to kill for, valuable enough to warrant secrecy symbols and stealthy night rides, something her father knew about, something he might have even been involved in protecting or hiding. And now someone else knew, someone ruthless, someone who cut fences, left warnings, and watched from the shadows, someone represented by that jagged symbol. The Indian paintbrush hadn't just been a warning. It was a claim, a declaration that they knew she was connected to whatever secret the canyon held, perhaps through her father. The scars on the land weren't just history. They were active wounds, bleeding secrets into the present. Clara stood frozen, the piece of dark rock cold in her hand, the crude map spread out on the table under the lamplight. The silence of the cabin pressed in, no longer feeling like sanctuary, but like the suffocating quiet before a storm. She was no longer just defending a ranch. She was guarding a secret she didn't fully understand, a secret her father had died protecting, a secret that had now drawn dangerous men to her doorstep. The choice was no longer simply about holding on to the land, it was about uncovering the truth, no matter the cost, before the shadows consumed everything. The land remembered, and now its memories were demanding a reckoning. Chapter 5. The Weight of a Promise. The flickering lamplight cast long, dancing shadows across the cabin walls. Shadows that seemed to twist and coalesce around the crude map spread on the table, and the strange dark rock clutched in Clara's hand. The silence wasn't empty anymore. It hummed with the weight of unspoken secrets, with the sudden, terrifying understanding that her father's legacy was far more complex, far more dangerous than she had ever imagined. This wasn't just about holding on to land anymore. It was about guarding a secret, potent enough to draw violence and stealth to their isolated corner of the world. The rock felt heavy, unnaturally dense, its faint shimmering veins catching the lamplight in a way that seemed almost alive. What was it? Some rare mineral her father had stumbled upon? Why the secrecy? Why the crudely drawn map hidden away? And the symbol, the circle bisected by a jagged line, now seemed burned into her vision, a sigil of unknown allegiance and undeniable threat. The men who used it, the men who rode towards the canyon under cover of darkness, the men who left warnings in her home, they weren't just trying to scare her off the land. They were after this, whatever this represented. Her father, Thomas, the image of his stern, weathered face swam before her eyes, a man of fierce independence, quiet strength, and deeply buried emotions. He'd poured his life into the broken spur, battling drought, blizzards, low cattle prices, and Silas Croft's relentless pressure. She'd always believed his fight was for the ranch itself, for the dream of self-sufficiency. But now, looking at the map, feeling the cold weight of the rock, she wondered if the ranch had been more than just a dream. Had it been a fortress? A place chosen specifically to guard whatever secret lay hidden in the dark heart of Devil's Canyon. His warnings about the canyon, once dismissed as local superstition or paternal caution, now took on a chilling significance. Some places hold on to their pain, Clara. Best let them keep it. Had he meant the pain of those lost prospectors, or the pain, the danger associated with this discovery? His late-night rides east, his grim silences, his sometimes obsessive focus on boundaries and water rights, it all clicked into a new terrifying pattern. He hadn't just been a rancher. He'd been a guardian. And now that burden had fallen to her. The promise she'd silently made at his graveside to hold the ranch, to honor his memory, to endure, felt suddenly immense, crushing. It wasn't just a promise to work the land, it was a promise to protect his secret, a secret she didn't understand, a secret that could very well cost her everything. Guilt gnawed at her. Why hadn't she asked more questions when he was alive? Why hadn't she pushed past his reserve, sensed the deeper currents beneath his stoic surface? But he had been a man who kept his own counsel, who believed burdens were meant to be carried alone. Perhaps he had deliberately kept her ignorant, trying to shield her, a protection that now left her exposed and dangerously unprepared. Sleep was impossible. Every creak of the cabin settling, every sigh of the wind outside sent her heart lurching. She found herself checking the rifle again, ensuring the door was barred, peering through the small window into the impenetrable darkness, imagining eyes staring back from the shadows. The horse she'd seen tethered near the ravine, had its rider watched her return? Were they still out there, waiting? With trembling hands, she carefully folded the hide map and tucked it, along with the strange rock, back into the chest, burying them deep beneath the ledgers and letters, hoping their obscurity offered some measure of safety. but the knowledge couldn't be buried. It sat heavy in her gut, a cold knot of fear and unwelcome responsibility. When dawn finally painted the eastern sky with reluctant light, Clara rose, feeling exhausted, but driven by a nervous energy. She needed to talk to Jed, not about the map, not about the rock the secret felt too dangerous to share, too likely to put the old man in the direct line of fire. But she needed his wisdom, his knowledge of the past, his sense of the land. Maybe he knew more about the canyon's history, stories her father hadn't shared, whispers that might hold a clue. She found him by the corral, checking the cinch on his own saddle, preparing for the day's ride to check the southern boundary fence Croft territory. His movements were stiff, deliberate, each bend and stretch costing him effort. Seeing him, so steadfast yet so physically frail, reinforced her decision to keep the map and rock hidden. She couldn't add that burden to his already stooped shoulders. "Morning, Jed," she said, pouring them both coffee from the pot simmering on the ever-present campfire near the bunkhouse. He accepted the mug with a grunt, his pale eyes scanning her face. "Sleep any?" "Enough," she lied, forcing a sip of the scalding liquid. "Jed, you've been here longer than anyone. Longer than my father even, wasn't it?" He nodded slowly, gazing out towards the hazy horizon. "Came through with a trail herd back afore this was even a territory proper. Signed on with your pa when he first staked this claim. Saw him build it from nothing." "Did he ever talk much about Devil's Canyon?" Clara asked, trying to sound casual, leaning against the corral fence as if making idle conversation. "Before he started warning me off it, I mean. When he was younger, maybe?" Jed frowned, thinking back. "Your pa weren't much for talking, you know that. Especially about things that didn't concern the ranch direct. The canyon." He paused, swirling the coffee in his mug. "Always gave him a queer feeling, I reckon. Even back then. Said it felt watchful, like the rocks themselves had eyes." He took a slow sip. "He poked around there some when he first claimed this land, looking for water sources, checking boundaries. Came back quiet, quieter than usual. Never said much about what he saw, if anything. Just marked it as trouble and stayed clear." "Just superstition, then?" Clara pressed gently. Jed shrugged, his gaze distant. "Maybe. Or maybe he saw something that convinced him the stories weren't just stories. There was talk way back, even before Hemlock vanished. Old talk. About strange lights, folks going in and coming out, change, or not coming out at all." He looked at her sharply. "Why the sudden interest, Clara? Find something else?" She hesitated, meeting his shrewd gaze. "Just thinking about the riders heading that way, about the flower. It feels connected, Jed, like the canyon itself is the reason for all this trouble." He nodded slowly, accepting her partial truth. "Could be, could well be. Some secrets are buried deep for a reason. Stirring them up rarely ends well." He finished his coffee and straightened up, wincing slightly. "Keep your eyes peeled today. That horse you saw yesterday ain't right. Someone's scouting us, bold as brass." "I will," Clara assured him. "You be careful near Croft's line." Watching Jed ride out, his back straight despite the obvious pain, Clara felt a fresh wave of determination mixed with dread. Her father had kept his secret, perhaps believing it would die with him, but it hadn't. It lived on, a silent, dangerous inheritance tied to the land itself. And the promise she'd made to hold on to the ranch now meant confronting that inheritance head on. She spent the morning attempting normalcy, forcing herself through chores, but her senses were stretched taut as bowstrings. The familiar landscape seemed subtly menacing. The cry of a hawk sounded like a warning. The rustle of wind in the cottonwood leaves whispered secrets just out of reach. She found herself scrutinizing the ground around the cabin, searching for any sign of intrusion, any footprint that wasn't hers or Jed's. Near the woodpile, she found a single, deep boot print in a patch of softer earth, partially obscured by scattered bark. Not Jed's worn-down heel, not her smaller boot, larger, deeper, made by someone heavy, someone who had stood there, perhaps watching her through the window last night as she examined the map. The cold dread returned, gripping her insides. They hadn't just left the flower, they had lingered. Needing to focus, to act, she returned to her father's chest. If the map and rock were clues, perhaps there were others. She sifted through the papers again, more meticulously this time. Ledgers detailing cattle counts, feed costs, transactions so ordinary they felt alien compared to the hidden current running beneath the surface. Letters, his worn Bible. She flipped through its pages, checking for annotations, pressed flowers, anything tucked between the thin sheets. Nothing. Then inside the front cover of a dusty ledger from 10 years prior, she found something easily overlooked. Not writing, but a faint indentation, as if something small and hard had been pressed against the inside cover for a long time, leaving its mark. Holding it to the light, she could just make out the shape, a circle, and within it, a faint, jagged line, the symbol. Her father hadn't just drawn it on the map. He'd possessed something bearing the mark, perhaps kept it tucked inside this very ledger for years. What had it been? A coin? A token? Another piece of the strange rock? Whatever it was gone now. Had he disposed of it, or had someone else taken it? The weight of the promise settled heavier than ever. It wasn't just about land or secrets. It was about understanding the man her father truly was, the hidden battles he'd fought. She owed it to him and to herself to uncover the truth. Hiding, waiting, being sensible. As Sheriff Brody advised, that wasn't an option. It felt like a betrayal. She spent the afternoon reinforcing the cabin, checking the window latches, ensuring the door bar was solid. Small measures, perhaps futile against determined men, but the physical work helped channel her nervous energy. As she worked, her thoughts kept circling back to the stranger, Rourke. His quiet presence in Brody's office felt significant. Was he connected to the symbol? Was he one of them? Or was he something else, an outsider caught in the same tightening web? His assessing gaze lingered in her memory, unsettling her in a way Croft's blatant bullying never had. As dusk began to paint the sky in strokes of bruised purple and fading gold, Clara took the rifle and walked out towards the creek. She needed the open space, the perspective. The cattle were grazing peacefully, their dark shapes serene against the twilight. The land stretched out, vast and beautiful, yet charged with hidden tension. She sat on a smooth boulder near the water's edge, the rifle resting across her knees, watching the shadows lengthen and deepen. The air cooled, carrying the scent of damp earth and distant rain. The promise made at her father's grave felt less like a burden now, more like a compass point. He had trusted her with this land, with his legacy, whether he'd voiced the full extent of it or not. He had taught her resilience, taught her to read the signs, taught her to stand her ground. Perhaps he knew, somehow, that she would have the strength to face whatever came. The decision settled within her, quiet but firm. She couldn't storm Devil's Canyon, couldn't confront Croft or the shadowy figures directly, Not yet. That would be reckless. But she couldn't simply wait for them to make the next move either. She had to learn more. She had to understand the nature of the rock, the meaning of the symbol, the history buried in that cursed canyon. Knowledge was her only shield, her only weapon. She would start small, cautiously. She would search the ranch records again, looking for any unusual entries, any coded messages her father might have left. She would observe, listen, gather information, and perhaps she would ride out again, not towards the canyon itself, but around its periphery, searching for more signs, trying to understand the patterns of the intruders, learning their habits, their vulnerabilities. It was a dangerous path, walking the edge of a conflict she didn't fully comprehend, but it was the only path forward. The weight of her father's promise demanded it. She rose, the rifle feeling solid and purposeful in her grip, and turned back towards the small, lonely cabin under the vast, watchful sky. The fight for the broken spur had truly begun. Chapter 6. Beneath a Broken Moon. The days following Clara's unsettling trip to Redemption Creek settled into a tense, watchful rhythm. The vast, open skies that usually offered a sense of freedom now felt oppressive. The horizon, a line constantly scanned for unfamiliar dust clouds or the glint of sunlight off metal. Every shadow seemed deeper. Every night sound the hoot of an owl, the distant yip of a coyote, the creak of the cabin settling magnified, carrying potential threat. The knowledge of the hidden map, the strange rock, and the ever-present symbol pulsed beneath the surface of daily chores, a constant, low-grade fever of anxiety and resolve. Clara threw herself into the work of the ranch with fierce determination. The physical labor, a necessary outlet for her churning thoughts and frayed nerves. Mending fences, checking Jed's repairs on the north line, and reinforcing sections along the southern boundary where Croft's cattle, sometimes conveniently strayed, became an exercise in vigilance. Her eyes constantly swept the surrounding terrain, searching for tracks, for any sign of the watchers she felt certain was still out there. Riding the boundaries, she carried the rifle not just in its saddle scabbard, but across her lap. Ready. Jed, though saying little, mirrored her caution, his old shotgun rarely leaving his side, his gaze perpetually scanning the rolling hills. They spoke little of the underlying tension. Jed seemed to understand her need to hold certain things close, respecting the unspoken boundary around her father's secrets, just as he respected the physical boundaries of the ranch. He offered quiet support, his presence a steady, if frail, counterpoint to the encroaching danger. He'd report on cattle movements, water levels, fence conditions, sometimes adding a gruff observation about seeing tracks too fresh to be theirs near the eastern edges, or mentioning a lone rider spotted at a distance, vanishing quickly into the folds of the land when seen. Small pieces that confirmed Clara's fears. They were being watched, probed, tested. Inside the cabin during the evenings, under the unsteady flicker of the lamp, Clara pored over her father's ledgers again. She searched not just for the indentation of the symbol, but for any anomaly, unexplained expenses. Cryptic notes in the margin, sudden trips logged without clear purpose. The records were meticulously kept, detailing cattle sales, feed purchases, payments to Jed, the occasional cost of repairs in town. Yet, threaded through the mundane entries, she began to notice subtle patterns. Infrequent but regular trips logged simply as East Boundary Survey, often coinciding with periods where her father had seemed particularly withdrawn or preoccupied upon his return. Small sums marked Prospecting supplies appeared sporadically, even years after he'd supposedly given up any serious hope of finding gold on the broken spur. Were these codes, misdirections, or simply the unremarkable records of a rancher's life, imbued with sinister meaning only by her heightened suspicion? The strange rock remained hidden, wrapped in cloth at the bottom of the chest. Sometimes, late at night, she would take it out, turning it over and over in her hand, feeling its surprising weight, studying the faint, shimmering veins under the lamplight. It seemed inert, just a peculiar stone, yet it felt like the key, the physical manifestation of the secret that pulsed with hidden energy beneath the surface of her land. She resisted the urge to take a hammer to it, to see what lay inside. Instinct told her its value, and its danger lay in keeping it whole, keeping it hidden. One evening, as a sliver of moon hung broken in the inky sky, casting scant, unreliable light over the landscape, Clara found herself unable to stay within the cabin walls. The silence pressed too close, the weight of the unknown too heavy. Jed had turned in early, his persistent cough troubling him more than usual. She needed air, space, the illusion of control that came from actively observing her domain. Leaving a low flame in the lamp, she slipped outside, rifle in hand. The night was cool, the breeze whispering through the dry grass, carrying the scent of dust and distant pines from the higher elevations. Stars glittered with fierce intensity in the moonless patches of sky. She moved silently away from the cabin, letting her eyes adjust to the deep darkness, melting into the shadows near the corral fence. She stood there for a long time, listening. The familiar night sounds, the chirping crickets, the rustle of some small creature in the undergrowth, the soft sigh of Willow shifting in her stall, were overlaid with a listening stillness. She strained her ears, trying to catch the faintest hint of unnatural sound. The clink of metal, a muffled cough, the soft tread of a boot, the distant whicker of a horse. Nothing, only the vast, breathing silence of the plains. Yet the feeling of being watched was stronger than ever tonight. It was an almost physical pressure, a prickling awareness that eyes were fixed on the small pool of light emanating from her cabin window, on the dark shapes of the buildings, on the deeper shadows where she now stood hidden. Driven by an impulse she couldn't quite explain, a need to confront the unseen, she began to walk, not towards the east and the looming threat of the canyon, but west along the creek bed, following the faint, intermittent moonlight reflecting off the slow-moving water. She moved quietly, her steps practiced and sure on the familiar ground, the rifle held ready. The creek murmured softly beside her, its sound a soothing counterpoint to the tension tightening her nerves. This part of the ranch felt safer, further from the epicenter of the mystery. Here the land felt less charged, holding only the memories of seasons past, of cattle driven to water, of quiet moments stolen by her father, perhaps even by Ben long ago. She walked for perhaps half a mile, the cabin lights shrinking behind her, the sense of isolation deepening. The broken moon cast shifting patterns of light and shadow on the water, on the cut banks, on the whispering willows lining the creek. It was in this deceptive, fragmented light that she saw him. He was sitting on a flat rock near the water's edge, downstream from her, almost invisible in the deep shadow cast by an overhanging bank. Stillness radiated from him. He wasn't hiding precisely, but he wasn't advertising his presence either. He seemed simply there, part of the night landscape even before the moon shifted, briefly illuminating his profile. She knew who it was. Rourke. Her heart leaped into her throat, a frantic bird beating against her ribs. She froze, instantly dropping into a crouch behind a thicket of wild plum bushes, the rifle coming up instinctively. What was he doing here? On her land? Miles from town, hours after nightfall? Was he the watcher? Had he followed her from the cabin? He hadn't moved. He seemed completely unaware of her presence, his attention fixed on the slow-moving water, or perhaps on something beyond it, lost in thought. He wasn't dressed for town now. He wore dark range clothes, durable and functional, and a gun belt was slung low on his hips, the holster tied down against his thigh. A horse, a dark shape barely discernible against the deeper shadows, stood patiently a little way back from the creek, untethered but ground-hitched, suggesting a long familiarity between horse and rider. Clara watched him, her breath held captive in her chest. He didn't look like Croft's hired thugs. He didn't look like a desperate prospector. There was a competence in his stillness, a dangerous sort of calm that set him apart. Why was he here on the broken spur under the cover of darkness? Was he scouting, waiting for someone? Or was his presence here tonight something else entirely? Minutes ticked by, marked only by the murmur of the creek and the frantic pounding of her own heart. He remained perfectly still, a study in patient vigilance. Who was he watching? Her? Jed? Or was he watching for the same riders she feared, the ones marked by the jagged symbol? The thought sent a confusing ripple through her fear. Could he be an ally? Or was he simply another player in a deadly game she didn't understand, his motives as hidden as his face in the shadows? She shifted slightly, trying to get a clearer view without revealing herself. A twig snapped under her boot. It sounded like a pistol shot in the stillness. Rourke's head came up instantly. He didn't jump, didn't startle. His movement was fluid, economical, turning towards the sound, his hand dropping naturally to the gun at his hip. His eyes, even in the dim, fragmented moonlight, seemed incredibly sharp, piercing the shadows where she hid. He couldn't see her, not clearly, but he knew exactly where the sound had come from. He knew she was there. Silence stretched between them, taut and electric. Clara remained frozen, debating her options. Reveal herself? Stay hidden? Fire a warning shot? He made no move to draw his weapon, but his posture was alert, balanced, ready for anything. His stillness was more unnerving than any overt threat. Then slowly, deliberately, he raised one hand, palm outward, a gesture of non-aggression, though it did little to ease the tension coiling in Clara's gut. "Didn't mean to trespass, ma'am." His voice came, low and calm across the darkness, that same slight rasp she remembered from the sheriff's office. It carried easily in the still night air. "Just resting my horse and my thoughts." Clara didn't respond immediately. Her mind raced. His explanation sounded plausible, yet felt too simple. Why here? Why this specific spot on her land? Was it a chance encounter or something calculated? "This is private property," she said finally, her voice tight, trying to project an authority she didn't entirely feel. She kept the rifle aimed steadily towards his shadowed form. "State your business?" He didn't shift his position. "Name's Cole Rourke. Passing through. Didn't realize I'd strayed onto the broken spur proper." A lie, she suspected. The boundaries were marked, albeit subtly in places. A man like him, experienced in the ways of the range, would know. "Saw your light from a distance. Didn't want to disturb you or the old man." He knew about Jed. He'd been watching, observing, long enough to know who lived here. The confirmation sent a fresh chill down her spine. You're a long way from the main trail, Mr. Rourke, Clara countered, keeping her position hidden, and a long way from Redemption Creek. A moment of silence. She could almost feel him considering her words, assessing her resolve. Sometimes the direct route isn't the best one, he replied obliquely. Needed some quiet. Towns loud. Another evasion. He wasn't giving her anything real. But his calmness, his lack of overt aggression, was disarming in its own way. He wasn't acting like the men who left flowers on tables or cut fences. He was different, more complex, more dangerous perhaps. Quiet can be found elsewhere, Clara said, her voice hardening slightly. I'll ask you to move on. Now. He hesitated for a fraction of a second. She sensed a flicker of something in his stillness reluctance. Calculation? Then he nodded slowly, a barely perceptible movement in the shadows. Fair enough. No trouble intended. He rose smoothly to his feet, his movements unhurried. He didn't turn his back on her position as he walked towards his horse, moving with a quiet grace that spoke of coiled strength. He swung easily into the saddle, the horse shifting patiently beneath him. For a moment he paused, looking back towards the darkness where she remained hidden. The broken moonlight caught his face, etching the angular planes, the intensity in his slate-gray eyes. It felt as though he could see her perfectly, despite the shadows. This land, he began, his voice low, almost conversational, yet carrying a strange weight. It holds more than just cattle, doesn't it, miss? He let the question hang, clearly knowing her name, but waiting for confirmation, testing her. Clara's breath hitched. He knew, or suspected, about the secrets, the hidden currents. How? My name is Clara Thorne, she said, confirming what he already knew, refusing to show fear. And this land holds what belongs to me, nothing more. A ghost of a smile, humorless and fleeting, touched his lips. Maybe, but shadows are gathering. Be careful who you trust. With that cryptic warning, he turned his horse, not back towards the west and the main trail, but east, towards Devil's Canyon. He urged the horse into a quiet walk, melting into the deeper darkness along the creek bed, vanishing as silently as he had appeared. Clara remained crouched behind the plum bushes long after the faint sound of his horse's hoofbeats faded completely. Her hands trembled slightly, reaction setting in. Rourke, Cole Rourke. He wasn't just passing through. He was involved somehow. His presence here, his cryptic warning, his deliberate ride towards the canyon, it was all connected. Was he one of them? The men marked by the symbol? His calm demeanor, his lack of aggression towards her, seemed contrary to their methods. Was he working against them? A rival faction? Or was he something else entirely, a lawman undercover? Perhaps, though his interaction with the complacent Brody made that seem unlikely. Or maybe just an opportunist, drawn by the scent of trouble and potential profit, playing his own game. Whoever he was, whatever his motives, his appearance tonight had changed things. It confirmed her deepest fears. The danger was real, complex, and closing in. And it added a new, unpredictable element to the equation. Rourke, with his quiet intensity and watchful eyes, was now firmly embedded in the mystery, a shadow moving beneath the broken moon, his path disturbingly aligned with the darkness emanating from Devil's Canyon. The weight of her promise felt heavier still, the path ahead more treacherous than ever. Chapter 7. The Outlaw's Gentle Hand. The encounter with Cole Rourke by the creek left an invisible residue on the following days, like alkali dust settling fine and irritating in the lungs. Sleep offered little respite, populated by fractured dreams, shadows coalescing into watchful eyes, the jagged symbol pulsing with dark light, the murmur of the creek turning into whispered warnings she couldn't quite decipher. Rourke's face, etched by moonlight and shadow, superimposed itself over memories of her father's stern gaze and Ben's easier smile, a confusing, unwelcome intrusion. His final words, "Shadows are gathering. Be careful who you trust," echoed relentlessly, less a warning and more a confirmation of the treacherous ground she now stood upon. Trust. It felt like a luxury she could no longer afford, not even fully in herself, plagued as she was by doubt and the gnawing weight of her father's hidden life. She said nothing to Jed about Rourke, explaining the man's sudden appearance and equally unsettling departure felt too complicated, too fraught with questions she couldn't answer. How could she explain the strange pull of his presence, the unsettling mix of danger and calm competence he projected? How could she articulate the feeling that he knew more than he let on, that his path was somehow interwoven with the fate of the broken spur, without sounding like a spooked fool, seeing significance in every shadow? So she kept it locked inside, another secret added to the growing pile, isolating her further even as she shared the same space, the same threats with the old ranch hand. Jed, however, wasn't blind. He noticed the new tension in her shoulders, the way her gaze lingered longer on the eastern horizon, the almost obsessive way she checked the loads in her rifle each morning. His own cough seemed to worsen with the dry, dusty air, deep, rattling sounds that tore through the quiet mornings and evenings, each spasm etching deeper lines of pain and weariness onto his face. He didn't pry, but his watchful silence was its own form of communication. "Saw buzzards circling near the North Ridge yesterday," he remarked one morning, sipping coffee by the corral, his eyes narrowed against the rising sun. "Thought maybe a calf strayed and got bit by a rattler. Rode up, nothing." He paused, letting the observation hang in the air. No dead calf, no tracks signifying a struggle, just buzzards. Waiting? Clara understood the implication. Buzzards didn't circle for nothing. Someone might have been up there watching the ranch, their presence disturbing the birds. Or perhaps something else had drawn the scavengers, something Jed hadn't found. Another small, unsettling piece added to the ominous puzzle. The routine of the ranch became both anchor and agony. Mending fences, checking water levels, tending the small vegetable patch near the cabin, the familiar tasks required focus, grounding her in the physical reality of her life. Yet underlying it all was the constant thrum of anxiety. The land itself felt different, charged. Familiar landmarks seemed altered, potentially concealing threats. The wind whistling through the eaves at night sounded like footsteps. The distant glint she'd once dismissed as sunlight on quartz now seemed like the shine of a spyglass. Her father's crude map, hidden in the chest, called to her. It was the only tangible link to the secret he'd guarded, the only potential guide through the encroaching shadows, the jagged symbol, the arrows, the marked locations near the canyon they demanded investigation. Yet the memory of Rourke, heading east towards that very area, held her back. Going there felt like walking willingly into the lion's den. Still, inaction felt like suffocation. One afternoon, driven by a desperate need to do something, to wrest back some measure of control, she decided on a compromise. She wouldn't ride directly towards the canyon mouth, but she would investigate one of the landmarks her father had marked on the map, a distinctive cluster of weathered sandstone hoodoos, located several miles east of the cabin, but still well within Broken Spur boundaries, perched on a rise that offered a commanding view of the approaches to Devil's Canyon. He had drawn a simple arrow, pointing towards it, with no other explanation. What had he meant to signify? A vantage point? A hidden cache? A warning? She told Jed she was checking on a section of fence near the eastern boundary that had looked weak, a plausible excuse that wouldn't raise undue alarm. Saddling Willow, she tucked the folded hide map securely inside her shirt, the rough texture a constant reminder against her skin. The rifle slid into its familiar place in the scabbard, but the Colt Peacemaker felt heavier, more necessary, against her hip. The ride east took her through rolling grasslands dotted with sagebrush and juniper. The sun beat down, relentless, bleaching the colors from the landscape. Willow moved willingly, her ears flicking, sensing Clara's tension. As she drew closer to the coordinates loosely sketched on her father's map, the terrain grew rougher, rockier. The sandstone hoodoos gradually emerged from the heat haze, strange wind-sculpted pillars rising from the arid land like ancient sentinels. They looked both beautiful and vaguely menacing, their surfaces pocked and streaked, telling tales of centuries of wind and erosion. Clara approached cautiously, circling the formation from a distance first, scanning the surroundings for any sign of recent activity. Dust devils danced on the flats below, but otherwise the land seemed empty, drowsing under the oppressive heat. No tethered horses in ravines today, no watchers silhouetted against the sky. Still, she dismounted a good distance away, securing Willow in a dip hidden by thick brush, before proceeding on foot, rifle in hand. Climbing the rise towards the hoodoos, she moved slowly, using the rocks and sparse vegetation for cover. The silence was profound, broken only by the crunch of her boots on the gravelly soil and the incessant buzz of unseen insects. Reaching the base of the tallest pillar, she pressed herself against the surprisingly cool stone, catching her breath, listening. Nothing. Her father's map showed the arrow, pointing specifically towards the northern side of this cluster. Carefully, she began to circle the base, her eyes scanning every crevice, every shadow, every loose rock. What had he wanted her to see here? Was there a hidden spring, a marker, a message carved into the stone? On the north face, sheltered from the direct sun, the rock was smoother, darker with desert varnish, and there, near the base, almost obscured by a low-growing clump of brittlebush, she saw it. Not a carving, not a cache, but something far more mundane, yet chilling in its implication. A series of relatively fresh tracks in a patch of protected, dusty soil. Boot prints, more than one set, overlaying each other. Someone had been here recently, spending time perhaps observing the land below the land leading directly to the Broken Spur cabin. And beside the tracks, glinting dully in the filtered light, lay a single, spent rifle cartridge. She picked it up carefully. It wasn't the .44 caliber she used for her Colt, nor the .30, 30 of her rifle or Jed's old shotgun shells. It was larger, heavier, a .45, 70 perhaps, government issue maybe, or something favored by buffalo hunters, or men who needed stopping power at a distance. Someone had stood here, watching, armed with a powerful rifle, watching her home. Clara's blood ran cold. This wasn't just a vantage point. It was an observation post, used recently. The watchers weren't just a feeling anymore. They were real, leaving tangible proof of their presence. She crouched low, scanning the vast expanse towards the ranch, trying to see her home as they would have seen it, small, isolated, vulnerable. A wave of helpless anger washed over her. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed through the stillness, startlingly close. Clara spun around, rifle snapping up, heart hammering against her ribs. Not a gunshot. It was the sound of rock fracturing, followed by a cascade of smaller stones skittering down the face of the hoodoo just above her head. She looked up, instinctively shielding her face as dust and pebbles rained down. A section of the weathered sandstone, likely weakened by countless cycles of heating and cooling, perhaps disturbed by her own movements, had given way. A chunk of rock, easily the size of her head, teetered precariously on a narrow ledge directly above where she stood. She froze, realizing the immediate danger. The slightest vibration, another shift, and it would fall. Scrambling back would likely dislodge it. Staying put was unthinkable. She was trapped, exposed beneath tons of unstable rock. Panic, cold and sharp, threatened to overwhelm her. Then another sound, sharp, piercing, a rifle shot, but not aimed at her. The bullet struck the teetering boulder with incredible force, the impact echoing like a thunderclap. The rock exploded outwards, shattering into a dozen smaller pieces that flew harmlessly away from the cliff face, impacting the ground yards away from where Clara stood frozen. Dust billowed, obscuring the sun. Silence crashed back in, absolute and deafening after the sudden violence. Clara stood paralyzed, staring at the empty ledge where the deadly rock had perched moments before. Someone had shot it. Someone had seen her predicament, assessed the danger, and acted with stunning speed and accuracy. Someone had saved her life. Her first thought, illogical but immediate, was Rourke. The precision, the calm intervention, it felt like him. But where was he? She spun around, scanning the surrounding hills, the distant ridges, searching for any sign of the shooter. Nothing. No puff of smoke. No figure silhouetted against the sky. No sound of a departing horse. Whoever it was, they were gone as quickly and silently as they had appeared. Or they were still watching, hidden, unseen. Slowly, cautiously, Clara backed away from the hoodoo, her legs trembling, the rifle feeling suddenly inadequate. She retrieved the spent .45, 70 cartridge, turning it over in her shaking fingers. Was this the caliber of the rifle that had just saved her, or did it belong to the Watchers? Confusion warred with a reluctant, deeply unsettling sense of gratitude. If it was Rourke, why intervene? Why save her, only to vanish without a word? What game was he playing? His warning, "Be careful who you trust," seemed like a mockery now. Could she trust the man who saved her life, but whose motives remained utterly opaque, whose allegiances were unknown? Or perhaps it wasn't Rourke at all. Perhaps it was one of the Watchers, one of the men using this spot, who had intervened for reasons of their own. Maybe they needed her alive. For now? Maybe her death here, by accident, would complicate their plans. The thought was even more chilling. Being saved by an enemy was perhaps worse than facing the danger directly. She made her way back to Willow on unsteady legs, her mind reeling. The encounter at the Hoodoos had yielded Answer's confirmation of Watchers, the location of their post, but it had thrown up even more terrifying questions. The intervention, the shot that saved her, felt like a paradox, an act of violence used to prevent violence, a moment of grace delivered from an unknown, possibly hostile, source, an outlaw's gentle hand. Mounting Willow, she didn't linger. She rode back towards the ranch, not pushing the mare hard, but moving with a steady purpose, casting frequent glances over her shoulder. The landscape felt watchful, alive with unseen eyes. The sun beat down, but she felt cold, chilled by the near miss and the profound uncertainty of her situation. Back at the cabin, the familiar sight of smoke curling from the chimney, the sound of Jed chopping wood near the barn, offered a thin veneer of normalcy over the raw fear and confusion churning inside her. She unsaddled Willow, her movements automatic, her thoughts miles away, replaying the crack of the rock, the shattering impact of the bullet, the unnerving silence that followed. She held the heavy cartridge in her hand, its brass casing still warm from the sun, or perhaps from her own grasp. It felt like a token, a message, as potent and disturbing as the dried Indian paintbrush left on her table. A message that forces were moving around her, forces capable of both deadly precision and inexplicable actions, forces tied to the canyon, to her father's secret, and now, inextricably, to her own survival. The weight of the promise felt heavier than ever, but now it was mingled with a new sharp awareness. She was not just a guardian of a secret. She was a pawn in a game she didn't understand, saved by a hand that could belong to either friend or foe. Trust was impossible. Vigilance, her only shield. The broken moon had witnessed a lone rider by the creek. The harsh sun had witnessed a life saved by an unseen hand. The shadows were not just gathering, they were playing games, and the stakes were rising with every passing hour. Chapter 8. Echoes of a Stolen Claim. The invisible marksman's intervention at the hoodoos lingered like the afterimage of a lightning strike, leaving Clara profoundly unsettled. Gratitude warred constantly with suspicion. Each time she closed her eyes, she saw the boulder exploding, heard the sharp crack of the unseen rifle. Was it Rourke, playing some complex game of his own, intervening for reasons yet unknown? Or was it one of the watchers, ensuring she stayed alive, perhaps as leverage, or because her accidental death would complicate their shadowy agenda? The uncertainty was a corrosive acid eating away at her nerves. The point? 4.5. 70 cartridge sat on the rough shelf beside her father's Bible, a heavy brass question mark in the quiet cabin. She tried to push the incident aside, focusing on the ranch, on the tangible demands of survival. But the world felt tilted, unreliable. The familiar landscape seemed to hold its breath, concealing unseen observers. The wind whispered warnings she couldn't ignore. Even Jed, usually a stoic anchor, seemed affected by the growing tension. His cough worsened, deep, racking spasms that left him breathless and pale. He moved slower, his already weathered face growing gaunt, his eyes holding deeper worry he tried unsuccessfully to conceal. Clara found herself watching him with growing concern, fetching him water, urging him to rest more, keenly aware of his fragility in the face of the escalating unseen threat. His loyalty was unwavering, but his strength was finite. The thought of facing this alone, truly alone, was a cold dread she pushed away with fierce determination. The discovery of the observation post at the hoodoos, coupled with the near-fatal rockfall and the inexplicable rescue, solidified Clara's resolve. Hiding, waiting, reacting, it wasn't enough. She needed to understand why. Why the broken spur? Why Devil's Canyon? What was the nature of her father's secret? The secret symbolized by that jagged mark and embodied in the strange, heavy rock hidden in his chest. She needed context, history. Her father had rarely spoken of the early days, of how he came to claim this specific piece of land. He'd arrived in the territory like many others, seeking independence, a place to build a life away from the crowded East and its painful memories, the loss of Clara's mother during childbirth, a loss that had shadowed his life and hers. He'd worked odd jobs, saved painstakingly, and eventually filed his claim on the broken spur. Drawn, he'd always said, by the reliable water source and the decent grazing land. But was that the whole story? Had something else drawn him here, to this particular stretch of land bordering the shunned canyon? Remembering the dusty, neglected corner of the sheriff's office in Redemption Creek, Clara recalled seeing a battered wooden filing cabinet, likely containing old territorial records, claim filings, perhaps even dusty reports on missing persons like the unfortunate Hemlock. Brody was unlikely to be helpful, might even deliberately obstruct her, but the records themselves, they might hold clues. Official documents, brittle and faded, might speak truths that rumor and fear obscured. It was a long shot, a risk drawing attention to herself again in town, potentially alerting Croft or others to her inquiries. But the need for answers outweighed the caution. She waited another day, tending to Jed as best she could, ensuring he had enough firewood cut and water drawn to manage while she was gone. His breathing seemed shallower, his usual gruffness replaced by a weary resignation that tore at Clara's heart. Leaving him felt like a betrayal, but staying felt like waiting passively for disaster to strike. "Just need a few things from Henderson's," she told him, forcing a casual tone, "and maybe see if Brody's heard anything more." Jed looked at her, his pale eyes sharp, despite the illness clouding them. He knew it was more than that. He saw the determination hardening her features, the restless energy she couldn't conceal. "You be careful, Clara," he rasped, a hand pressed to his chest as a cough threatened. "Town's full of snakes. Don't go turning over rocks unless you're ready for what crawls out." "I'll be careful, Jed," she promised, adjusting the saddlebags on Willow. "You rest easy. Keep the shotgun close." The ride to Redemption Creek felt different this time. Less fear, more focused intent. She still scanned the horizon, still kept her hand near her Colt, but her mind was occupied with strategy. How to get access to the records without raising Brody's suspicions. How to navigate the watchful eyes of the town. Redemption. Creek baked under the midday sun. The dust thick and stagnant, the air heavy with the smells of stale beer, horse manure, and simmering tension. Fewer people were on the street than usual, as if the oppressive heat had driven everyone indoors or away altogether. The Golden Spur Saloon, however, seemed busy, judging by the raucous laughter and loud voices spilling out whenever the bat-wing doors swung open. She saw no sign of the rough-looking men from her previous visit, nor of Cole Rourke. Tethering Willow, outside Henderson's Mercantile, a genuine need for more coffee, providing a convenient excuse for her presence, she took a deep breath and walked down the sun-baked boardwalk towards the sheriff's office. The door stood slightly ajar, offering a sliver of the cluttered interior. Hesitating only a moment, she pushed it open and stepped inside. Sheriff Brody was slumped behind his desk, boots propped up, hat tilted low over his eyes, apparently asleep. The office was even dustier than before, flies buzzing relentlessly against the grimy window pane. The battered filing cabinet stood against the far wall, looking forgotten and insignificant perfect. Clara cleared her throat softly. Brody didn't stir. She tried again, louder. "Sheriff?" He snorted, shifted slightly, but didn't wake. An empty whiskey bottle lay on the floor beside his chair, explaining his deep slumber. It was a stroke of luck she hadn't anticipated. Brody drunk and asleep was far preferable to Brody awake and obstructive. Moving quickly, silently, she crossed the small room to the filing cabinet. The drawers were unlabeled, crammed haphazardly with folders, loose papers, and dust bunnies. Where to even begin? She needed records from 20, maybe 25 years ago, when her father first filed his claim. Starting with the bottom drawer, labeled crudely claims deeds, she began carefully sifting through the brittle, yellowed documents. The paper felt dry and fragile beneath her fingertips. The ink faded in places, land descriptions, surveys filled with archaic measurements, and references to landmarks long gone. Names of settlers she'd never heard of. Their dreams and disputes captured in bureaucratic script. It was slow, tedious work, her ears strained, listening for any sound from the street, any sign of Brody stirring. The air in the office was thick and close, smelling of stale whiskey and desperation. She found records for Croft's initial claim, a vast tract south of hers. She found filings for smaller ranches, some successful, some marked abandoned. Then finally, she found it. Thomas Thorne, claim filing. Section 12, Township 4 North, Range 15 East. Her father's familiar, bold signature stood out at the bottom. The date was 23 years ago. Relief washed over her. But as she scanned the accompanying survey map, a frown creased her brow. Something was wrong. The boundaries depicted seemed slightly off, larger than the current broken spur. The eastern edge, in particular, extended further than she remembered, encompassing the rise with the sandstone hoodoos and reaching almost to the mouth of Devil's Canyon itself. Had her father relinquished part of his original claim later? Or was this map inaccurate? Tucked behind her father's filing was another folder, thinner, tied with faded red ribbon. The label simply read, Hemlock, J. Inquiry. Her breath caught. Jedediah Hemlock, the prospector who vanished into the canyon decades ago. Curiosity overcoming caution, she carefully untied the ribbon. Inside were only a few documents. A missing person report, filed by a worried associate in a town further east, describing Hemlock as an experienced but secretive prospector, obsessed with rumors of unusual mineral deposits, not necessarily gold, in the Bear Paw foothills. There was a brief, inconclusive report from a previous sheriff detailing a cursory search near the canyon mouth weeks after Hemlock's disappearance, finding only his spooked horse. And then a single, folded piece of paper seemingly added later. It was a sworn affidavit, dated nearly 20 years ago, signed by a man named Elias Vance. Clara didn't recognize the name. Vance attested that he had been prospecting with Hemlock shortly before his disappearance. He claimed Hemlock had found something significant within the canyon, something heavy and dark, with veins like captured lightning, that he believed was incredibly valuable, though its nature was unclear. Vance stated Hemlock had become paranoid, convinced others were watching him trying to steal his discovery. Hemlock had apparently made a crude map and hinted at filing a claim, but Vance hadn't seen the map or the exact location. The affidavit ended abruptly, stating Vance was leaving the territory, fearing for his own safety after Hemlock vanished. Clara stared at the affidavit, her blood running cold, heavy and dark, with veins like captured lightning. It was an uncanny description of the rock hidden in her father's chest. Had Hemlock found the same thing her father later possessed? Was that the secret of Devil's Canyon? Not gold, but this strange, potent mineral? And the claim, had Hemlock filed, or attempted to file a claim on the canyon or the land surrounding it before her father. A stolen claim. Could her father, desperate for a new start, have somehow usurped Hemlock's discovery, his claim, after the prospector conveniently disappeared? The idea felt like a betrayal, a sacrilege against the memory of the stoic, honorable man she thought she knew. Yet, the expanded boundaries on his initial survey map, encompassing the area near the canyon, the secrecy, the strange rock. A floorboard creaked near the doorway. Clara jumped, shoving the Hemlock file back into the drawer and hastily closing it, her heart pounding. She spun around. Cole Rourke stood framed in the doorway, his expression unreadable in the dim light filtering in from the street. He looked directly at her. Then his gaze flickered towards the sleeping sheriff, then back to her, one eyebrow slightly raised. He hadn't made a sound entering. How long had he been standing there? Had he seen her at the filing cabinet? "Looking for assistance, Miss Thorne?" he asked, his voice low and even, devoid of accusation yet carrying an unnerving weight. The sheriff seems indisposed. Clara struggled to regain her composure, forcing her racing heart to slow. "Just leaving a message," she stammered, hating the way her voice trembled slightly. "Seems I have to come back later." Rourke didn't move from the doorway, effectively blocking her exit. His slate-gray eyes seemed to see right through her flimsy excuse. He took a step inside, letting the door swing shut behind him, plunging the office into deeper gloom. The air suddenly felt charged, confined. "Files hold more truth than drunken sheriffs sometimes," he observed, quietly, his gaze drifting pointedly towards the filing cabinet. "But old papers can be dangerous things. They carry echoes, sometimes of things people wanted buried." He knew. He must have seen her. Or perhaps he simply understood the desperate lengths people went to when trapped, seeking answers in dusty archives. Was he warning her? Threatening her? "I don't know what you mean," Clara said, lifting her chin, trying to bluff her way through. He took another step closer. He wasn't overtly menacing, yet his presence felt powerful, predatory in its stillness. She could smell the faint scent of trail dust, leather, and something uniquely him, clean and sharp like desert rain. "I mean, men disappear. Claims get jumped. Lines on maps get redrawn. Happens all the time out here, especially when something valuable is found where it shouldn't be." He paused, his eyes locking with hers. Something heavy and dark, perhaps. Clara froze. He knew about the rock. He knew about Hemlock's discovery. How? Had he read the affidavit too? Or was his knowledge sourced elsewhere? Deeper, more intrinsic to the mystery. "Who are you, Rourke?" she whispered, the question torn from her. He smiled then, a slow, humorless curve of his lips that didn't reach his eyes. "Just a man asking questions, same as you." He gestured towards the door. "But maybe ask yourself, why did your father claim land right up against the place everyone else feared? And why did a certain prospector vanish right before that claim was filed?" The questions hung in the air, heavy and poisonous, echoing the doubts already festering in her own mind. Had her father been capable of such ruthlessness, stealing a claim, perhaps even benefiting from or contributing to a man's disappearance? The honorable image she held of him fractured, threatened by the implications. Before she could respond, before she could demand answers, the sound of heavy footsteps approached on the boardwalk outside. Rourke's expression shifted instantly, becoming guarded, neutral. He stepped back towards the desk, putting space between them just as the door swung open again. Silas Croft filled the doorway, flanked by two hard-faced men, the same pair Clara had seen lounging outside the saloon on her previous visit. Croft, stout and florid-faced, his expensive town coat stretched tight across his belly, surveyed the scene with narrowed, calculating eyes. The sleeping sheriff, the tense woman, the quiet stranger. His gaze lingered on Rourke with open suspicion before settling on Clara, a predatory gleam entering his eyes. "Well, well, Miss Thorne," Croft drawled, his voice thick with false pleasantries that barely masked the underlying contempt. "Finding our esteemed sheriff unavailable, perhaps I can be of assistance." His eyes swept the room again, missing nothing. Or perhaps Mr. Rourke, here was offering his services. The question was loaded, aimed at both of them, fishing for information, testing allegiances. The air crackled with unspoken hostility. Clara found herself trapped between the blatant avarice of Croft, the unknown agenda of Rourke, and the damning echoes of a past that refused to stay buried. The secrets of the stolen claim were no longer just whispers in dusty files. They were alive, breathing threats in the stifling confines of the sheriff's office. Chapter 9. Steel in her spine. The air in the small, dusty sheriff's office thickened, becoming heavy and difficult to breathe. The silence stretched, punctuated only by Sheriff Brody's oblivious snoring and the incessant buzzing of flies against the grimy window pane. Clara stood frozen, caught in the cross-currents of blatant hostility from Silas Croft and the unnerving, assessing gaze of Cole Rourke. Croft's two men flanked him, silent and watchful, their presence adding a layer of physical threat to their employer's oily condescension. Croft's question, "Perhaps Mr. Rourke here was offering his services," hung in the air, dripping with insinuation. He clearly recognized Rourke as an unknown quantity, a potential complication, and sought to categorize him, perhaps even drive a wedge between him and Clara. Rourke, however, remained impassive. He didn't react to Croft's barb, his slate-gray eyes giving away nothing as they rested briefly on the larger man before flicking back to Clara. He seemed content to let her navigate this immediate confrontation, an observer in a drama he might have helped precipitate, but wouldn't yet fully join. His stillness was unnerving, a pocket of calm intensity in the charged atmosphere. Clara felt a tremor run through her, a frisson of fear mixed with a rising surge of anger. Fear of Croft's power, his known ruthlessness, fear of the unknown depths represented by Rourke. But beneath the fear, something else hardened within her, a stubborn refusal to be intimidated, to be treated as a helpless pawn in their games. This was her life, her land, her father's legacy, however complicated and shadowed it now seemed. She wouldn't crumble under pressure. Not here. Not now. She straightened her shoulders, meeting Croft's condescending gaze directly. "Mr. Croft," she said, her voice surprisingly steady, betraying none of the turmoil raging inside. "I came to speak to the sheriff on official business regarding my property, as he is unavailable." She gestured towards the sleeping lawman with deliberate coolness. "I was just leaving." She kept her tone level, businesslike, refusing to acknowledge his insinuation about Rourke or betray any sign of the panic Croft clearly expected. She subtly asserted her right to be there, her right to deal with the law, however ineffective it might be. Croft chuckled, a low, unpleasant sound. "Official business? Trouble at the Broken Spur, Miss Thorne?" "Surprising. Always thought your father ran a tight ship." The mention of her father was deliberate, a casual twist of the knife, perhaps testing her reaction, probing for weakness related to his recent death, or perhaps hinting at knowledge of older troubles. Anything a concerned neighbor might help with? Water access issues, perhaps? Stray cattle? Sometimes these things can be resolved amicably between understanding parties. His smile was predatory, his eyes gleaming with avarice. He saw her as vulnerable, isolated, an obstacle to his long-held desire for her land and its precious water. He likely assumed her presence here stemmed from simple harassment, the kind he routinely employed, unaware of the deeper, more complex threat circling her. The memory of Rourke's words, "Why did your father claim land right up against a place everyone else feared? And why did a certain prospector vanish right before that claim was filed?" echoed in her mind, a sickening counterpoint to Croft's greedy maneuvering. Was Croft aware of the canyon's true secret? Did his desire for the broken spur go beyond simple water rights? Or was he merely an opportunist, circling like a vulture, sensing weakness but mistaking its source? "My business with the sheriff is private, Mr. Croft," Clara replied firmly, cutting off his false solicitude. "And the broken spur manages its own affairs quite well. We require no assistance, amicable or otherwise." She allowed a hint of ice to enter her voice. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I have supplies waiting and a long ride home before dark." She made a move towards the door, intending to step around Croft and his men. One of the men, the burly one with the hostile stare she remembered from outside the saloon, shifted slightly, subtly blocking her path. It was a small movement, easily deniable, but the message was clear. Clara stopped, her hand instinctively hovering near the Colt at her hip. The air crackled. Croft's smile widened, sensing her reaction, enjoying her discomfort. "No need to rush off, Miss Thorne," he said smoothly. "It's not often we have the pleasure of your company in town. Perhaps you could enlighten us. Have you seen any other strangers lurking about your property? Aside from Mr. Rourke here, of course." His gaze flicked towards Rourke again. Challenging, suspicious. Seems the territory's attracting some unusual characters lately. He was fishing, trying to gauge what she knew, who she might have seen, perhaps trying to connect Rourke to the other shadowy figures. He was also subtly reminding her of her isolation, that she was surrounded, watched. Before Clara could formulate a response, Rourke spoke, his voice quiet, but cutting through the tension like a honed blade. "Seems Miss Thorne has stated her business is concluded, Croft." He hadn't moved from his position near the desk, yet his intervention shifted the focus instantly. He wasn't defending Clara, not exactly, but rather challenging Croft's right to detain her, subtly asserting his own presence in the equation. "Unless you have official business with the sheriff yourself?" He glanced pointedly at the snoring lawman. "Doesn't seem like a productive time for it." Croft's face tightened, flushing slightly. He clearly bristled at Rourke's calm intervention, at being addressed so directly by this unknown man who showed no deference. "And who might you be, friend?" Croft demanded, turning more fully towards Rourke, his voice hardening. "To be speaking on the lady's behalf or interfering in town matters?" Rourke met his gaze evenly. "Just a man passing through. But I dislike seeing ladies inconvenienced, especially when the sheriff is napping." He paused, letting the silence stretch for a beat. "And I believe the man beside you is blocking Miss Thorne's way." The burly man tensed, his hand inching towards the gun holstered at his side. The other man shifted his weight, equally alert. Croft's eyes narrowed, assessing Rourke with renewed intensity. He was clearly weighing the situation, the unknown capabilities of this stranger, versus the potential trouble of an open confrontation in the sheriff's office, even a drunken sheriff. Clara seized the moment of hesitation Rourke had created. "Thank you, Mr. Rourke," she said, her voice clear and firm, deliberately aligning herself, however temporarily, with the stranger who seemed the lesser of two evils, or at least the more unpredictable one. "As I said, I'm leaving." She stepped forward again directly towards the man blocking her path, her gaze locked on his, projecting a confidence she didn't fully feel. She didn't draw her weapon, but her hand remained close, her posture conveying readiness. For a tense second, the man hesitated, glancing towards Croft for direction. Croft, after a moment's calculation, gave a barely perceptible nod. The man grudgingly stepped aside, allowing Clara to pass. She walked past Croft without a backward glance, though she felt his eyes burning into her back. She pulled the door open and stepped out onto the sun-drenched boardwalk, taking a deep, steadying breath of the hot, dusty air. Freedom, however temporary, felt intoxicating after the claustrophobic tension of the office. She didn't dare look back immediately. She walked quickly, purposefully, towards Henderson's Mercantile, acutely aware of the possibility of eyes watching her from the sheriff's window. Had Rourke bought her an exit or simply complicated things further? His motives remained infuriatingly opaque. He'd revealed knowledge that implicated her father, yet intervened against Croft. Was he manipulating her, protecting his own interests? Or was there some shred of decency beneath that guarded exterior? Trust was a luxury she couldn't afford, yet his actions had undeniably aided her escape. She collected her coffee from a still nervous Henderson, paid quickly, and untied Willow's reins. Only then did she allow herself a quick glance back towards the sheriff's office. The door was closed. Croft and his men were nowhere in sight. Nor was Rourke. It was as if the confrontation had evaporated in the heat, leaving only a lingering residue of fear and uncertainty. The ride back to the Broken Spur was charged with adrenaline and conflicting emotions. Relief at escaping Croft's immediate orbit warred with the chilling implications of what she'd learned, what Rourke had revealed. The possibility that her father, the man she revered, might have built his dream on a stolen claim, on the disappearance of another man, felt like a physical blow. It tainted everything, the land, her memories, her very identity. Could it be true? Or was Rourke deliberately planting seeds of doubt, trying to destabilize her for his own purposes? Yet the evidence, the expanded map, Hemlock's disappearance, the affidavit describing the unique rock, her father's secrecy about the canyon aligned with a sickening logic. It explained the depth of his quiet determination, his sometimes fierce possessiveness of the land bordering the canyon. It explained the symbol, perhaps Hemlock's mark for his discovery, later adopted or used by her father. It explained why others, perhaps connected to Hemlock or his lost discovery, might now be circling, seeking what they believed was rightfully theirs. The men marked by the symbol, were they Hemlock's associates or rivals who had disposed of him and now sought his prize? And Rourke, where did he fit? His knowledge was specific, intimate. Was he related to Hemlock, to Vance, the man who wrote the affidavit? Or was he, like the others, simply drawn by the scent of the valuable, mysterious mineral? His warning, "Be careful who you trust," seemed almost laughably ironic, coming from a man whose own trustworthiness was profoundly questionable. Yet, he had intervened. He had saved her at the Hoodoos, if her instinct was correct. He was a walking contradiction, a dangerous enigma. The familiar shapes of the broken spur rose into view, the cabin and barn stark against the vast landscape. Seeing the ranch didn't bring the usual sense of relief. Instead, it felt like looking at the scene of a crime, the foundation of her life built upon a potentially rotten secret. The weight of it settled in her bones, heavier than fatigue, heavier than fear. Jed was sitting on the porch step, watching for her, the shotgun resting across his knees. He looked frail in the harsh afternoon light, his breathing shallow, but his eyes were alert, questioning. "Trouble?" he rasped, his voice thin. Clara swung down from Willow, forcing weariness from her limbs. Croft was in town, pushing. She decided against mentioning Rourke's presence in the sheriff's office, or the devastating information gleaned from the files. Jed didn't need that burden, not now. Brody was drunk asleep. Jed nodded slowly, unsurprised. Croft smells weakness like a coyote smells blood. Think he knows more than he lets on? I don't know, Clara admitted, unsaddling Willow with practiced movements. But he's watching, waiting. She thought of the boot prints at the hoodoos, the spent cartridge. They all are. Later, inside the cabin, the silence felt profound. Jed had eaten little and retreated to his bunkhouse early, his cough echoing faintly in the stillness. Clara sat at the table, the lamp casting a pool of golden light, illuminating the grain of the wood where the Indian paintbrush had lain. She hadn't looked in her father's chest since the encounter in town. Now, steeling herself, she retrieved the hide map and the dark, heavy rock. She spread the map out, tracing the lines her father had drawn, her finger hovering over the jagged symbol marking the canyon's heart. Then she picked up the rock, feeling its density, its strange coolness, heavy and dark, with veins like captured lightning. Hemlock's discovery, her father's secret, the source of the shadows gathering around her. Looking at these objects now, the anger and fear hadn't vanished, but they were tempered by something else, a cold, hard clarity. Whatever sins her father might have committed, whatever compromises he might have made, this was her reality now. This land, this secret, this fight, they were hers. Croft wanted her weak and scared. The shadowy figures in the canyon wanted her gone or controlled. Rourke wanted something, but what she couldn't fathom. They all underestimated her. They saw a woman alone, grieving, vulnerable. They didn't see the core of resilience forged by years on this unforgiving frontier, the legacy of stubbornness inherited from the very man whose secrets now threatened to destroy her. They didn't see the steel hardening in her spine. She wouldn't run, she wouldn't break. She would face the truth about her father, however painful. She would protect Jed. She would defend the broken spur, not just as land, but as the last bastion against the darkness encroaching from Devil's Canyon. And she would uncover the full truth behind the symbol, the rock, and the men who hunted it. Trust might be impossible, allies non-existent, but her resolve was absolute. Let the shadows gather. She would meet them head on. The fight had just begun, and she was ready. Chapter 10, a letter marked with soot and sorrow. The steel in Clara's spine was less a sudden hardening and more a slow, painstaking forging in the fires of fear, doubt, and a relentless grinding responsibility. Each day dawned with the same tense vigilance. Each night brought uneasy dreams and the suffocating weight of unanswered questions. The confrontation in Brody's office had stripped away any lingering illusions of support or normalcy. She was isolated, flanked by the overt greed of Croft and the opaque, dangerous presence of Cole Rourke. all while guarding a secret that felt increasingly volatile, a legacy from her father that might be built on foundations of sand and sorrow. Her father, the image of him, once a source of uncomplicated strength and pride, now flickered, distorted by the possibilities Rourke had so cruelly illuminated. Had he stolen Hemlock's claim? Had his silence surrounding the prospector's disappearance been complicity? The questions gnawed at her, undermining the very ground she fought to defend. Yet, intertwined with the suspicion was a fierce loyalty, a desperate need to believe in the honorable man who had raised her, who had poured his sweat and hopes into this unforgiving land. She had to know the truth, not just to navigate the present danger, but to reconcile the past, to understand the man whose shadow loomed so large over her life and choices. Jed's condition cast another long shadow. His cough had settled deep in his chest, a constant rattling companion that stole his breath and strength. He still insisted on doing his share, his pride warring with his failing body. But Clara saw the gray pallor of his skin, the way his hands trembled after even light exertion, the deepening lines of pain around his eyes. She found herself taking on more of the heavy work, rising earlier, working later, trying to shield him without wounding his pride. The fear for him was a constant, cold counterpoint to the fear for herself. If she lost Jed, the isolation would be absolute, the ranch untenable. His presence, however frail, was a bulwark against the encroaching darkness. Driven by the gnawing need for answers, Clara renewed her search through her father's meager possessions. The chest had yielded the map and the rock, the ledgers the indentation of the symbol, but intuition told her there might be more. Something hidden, not with official papers, but with personal effects. She went through the small wooden wardrobe where his few sets of clothes still hung, smelling faintly of wood smoke, leather, and him. She ran her hands over the seams of his heavy winter coat, checked the pockets of his work trousers, finding only lint, a stray horseshoe nail, the comforting familiarity of worn fabric. She searched the bunkhouse while Jed rested inside the main cabin, seeking warmth near the stove. Jed's space was even sparser than hers, a narrow cot, a small table, pegs on the wall for his clothes. Nothing of her father's there. She checked the barn, sifting through dusty toolboxes, running her hands along shelves cluttered with old harnesses and spare parts. Nothing. Frustration mounted. Had he destroyed everything personal, anything that hinted at the secrets he carried? Or was she simply looking in the wrong places, blinded by her assumptions about where a man like her father might hide something important? She thought of his habits, his routines, the evenings spent by the fire in the main cabin, reading his Bible, oiling his rifle, staring into the flames with that distant look in his eyes. The fireplace, built of sturdy river stones, it dominated one wall of the cabin, the heart of the small dwelling, radiating warmth against the bitter Montana winters. It was the place he'd always seemed most grounded, most himself. She'd swept the hearth countless times, stacked wood beside it, watched embers glow and fade within its smoky depths. Now, she looked at it with new eyes. Kneeling on the rough-planked floor, she ran her hands over the stones of the hearth. Most were firmly set in mortar, solid and immovable. But one, slightly to the side, lower down and partially obscured by the wood box she kept filled, seemed different. It wasn't loose exactly, but the mortar around it looked slightly newer, less grimy than the rest, as if it had been disturbed or repaired more recently than the initial construction. Her heart began to beat faster. Using the tip of her hunting knife, she carefully scraped at the mortar line. It crumbled more easily than the surrounding joints. Wedging the knife blade into the crack, she gently pried. The stone resisted for a moment, then shifted inwards with a faint grating sound. Holding her breath, she worked her fingers into the gap and pulled. The stone came free, heavy and cool in her hands, revealing a small, dark cavity behind it, barely large enough to hold a fist. And inside, nestled in the darkness, was a small bundle wrapped in oilcloth. Her hands trembled as she reached into the cavity and drew it out. It was surprisingly light. Setting the stone carefully aside, she carried the bundle to the table, the lamplight falling on its dull, protective covering. It was tied securely with rough twine. With fumbling fingers, she untied the knots. Inside the oilcloth was a single letter, folded multiple times. The paper was thick, yellowed with age, but surprisingly well preserved by the oilcloth and the dry cavity. What immediately struck her, however, were the markings on the outside fold. Dark smudges like fingerprints made of soot marred the surface, and near one edge, a faint, irregular stain, brownish red, that looked disturbingly like old blood. Soot and sorrow, or perhaps soot and something far worse. Taking a deep, shuddering breath, Clara carefully unfolded the letter. The script was her father's, unmistakable in its strong, slightly cramped style, yet somehow less certain than his usual bold hand, as if written under great duress or exhaustion. There was no salutation, no date, only the words plunging directly into the heart of the matter. "If this is found," it began. The ink slightly faded but legible. "Then the worst has happened, and the silence I kept has failed. I pray whoever reads this, especially if it is you, Clara, understands the weight of choices made in desperation, under skies as vast and empty as a man's soul can become." Clara's eyes blurred with tears. He had written it for her. He had known, somehow foreseen, that this burden might fall to her. She gripped the edge of the table, forcing herself to read on. "I came to this territory seeking refuge, not fortune. Seeking land where the past couldn't reach me. I found this valley, this creek. It felt clean, untouched, but the land holds memories older than any map. I wasn't the first. Hemlock was here, a prospector, sharp-eyed and close-mouthed. He found something in the canyon the old maps don't show. Not gold, something else. A rock, dark as night, heavy as sin, shot through with veins that pulsed with a strange light when struck just so. He showed me a piece, wild-eyed with discovery, convinced it was the key to power, to wealth beyond measure. He'd marked the source on a map, using a symbol he said came to him in a dream, a circle split by lightning. He wasn't alone in his knowledge. Others watched him. Hard men marked by the same symbol Hemlock used, though they wore it like a brand of ownership, not discovery. They shadowed him, closing in. I saw them. Hemlock knew they were coming for his find. For him. One night near the canyon mouth, there was trouble, an explosion, deep within the rocks. Not dynamite, something else, unnatural. I rode towards the sound, found the aftermath. Hemlock was dead, not by the blast, but by a bullet. His camp scattered. His map, the larger samples of the rock gone. The men with the symbol, they were there like ghosts in the smoke and dust. They didn't see me. I found only a small piece of the rock Hemlock had shown me earlier, overlooked in their haste and a fragment of his map clutched in his dead hand. And I made a choice. This wasn't about stealing a claim, Clara. It was about silence. Those men, the ones who bear the symbol, they serve something old, something tied to that rock, something that thrives on secrecy and fear. They killed Hemlock not just for the rock, but to bury the knowledge of it. I saw their faces. I knew they would kill anyone who knew, anyone who might talk. Filing the claim, pushing the boundaries on the survey towards the canyon, it was a shield, a way to control access, to seem like just another greedy rancher fighting over land, a mundane explanation to cover a deeper fear, a way to keep people out of the canyon, away from the rock's source, away from them. I buried Hemlock deep, hoping the land would keep its secrets. I hid the rock fragment, the map piece. I tried to build a normal life on top of that silence, But the rock, it has a pull, a weight. And they never forget. They watch. They wait. The symbol is their mark, their network. They seek not just the source in the canyon, but any fragments, any knowledge. They believe the rock holds power, and they will kill to possess it all. The soot on this letter is from the fire after the explosion that night. The blood, it's Hemlock's, a reminder of the cost of silence, the cost of this secret. Rourke, if that name surfaces when, trust your instincts, but trust no one fully. Some trails run deeper than blood. Protect the ranch, Clara. Not just the land, but what it shields. Don't let them have the rock. Don't let them awaken what sleeps in the canyon. Forgive me for the silence. It was the only protection I knew how to give. Your father, Thomas. The letter fell from Clara's numb fingers, landing softly on the table. She stared at it, the words swimming before her eyes, echoing in the profound silence of the cabin. Relief warred with horror. Her father hadn't been a claim jumper, hadn't murdered Hemlock. He had been a witness caught in the aftermath, acting out of fear, fear of the men with the symbol, fear of the rock itself. He had claimed the land, not out of greed, but as a desperate, flawed attempt to contain a danger he didn't fully understand, to impose silence on a deadly secret. The relief was immense, freeing her from the sickening suspicion that had tainted his memory. But it was immediately followed by a deeper, colder fear. The threat wasn't just about land or minerals. It was about something older, darker, represented by a shadowy organization marked by the symbol, ruthless enough to kill, powerful enough to instill such lasting fear in a man like her father. They were the true enemy. The rock wasn't just valuable. It was dangerous, perhaps inherently so, connected to the explosion, sought by killers. And Rourke, her father had mentioned him, or at least the name. Trust your instincts, but trust no one fully. Some trails run deeper than blood. What did that mean? Was Rourke connected to this organization, or was he hunting them? Was his knowledge of the rock, of Hemlock, tied to some older feud, some deeper history? Her instincts about him were chaotic danger, competence, a flicker of grudging respect after the incident at the Hoodoos, profound suspicion. Her father's cryptic warning only deepened the enigma. She felt a sudden, overwhelming wave of grief, not just for her father's death, but for the life he had lived, burdened by this terrible secret, by the constant fear, the crushing weight of silence. The stern, reserved man she knew had been carrying a hidden war within him. The soot and blood on the letter were testament to the trauma he'd witnessed, the choice he'd made that night that shaped the rest of his life, and now hers. Sorrow washed over her, raw and profound. A sudden violent coughing fit erupted from the bunkhouse, wrenching Clara back to the present. Jed. She hurried outside, her own grief momentarily forgotten in her concern for him. He was doubled over near the bunkhouse door, gasping for breath, his face pale and beaded with sweat, despite the cool evening air. She rushed to his side, supporting him. Jed, easy now, breathe slow. He clung to her arm, his body trembling, each ragged inhale a struggle. The fit subsided slowly, leaving him utterly depleted, leaning heavily against her. Getting worse, he rasped, his voice barely a whisper. This damn dust. Looking at his frail form, his labored breathing, Clara knew he needed more than she could provide here. He needed a doctor, proper care, rest away from the harsh conditions of the ranch, but Redemption Creek offered little medical expertise, and the journey itself might be too much for him. And leaving the ranch now, even for a day, felt impossibly dangerous with the knowledge from her father's letter burning in her mind. They were watching, leaving the ranch undefended, leaving the secret vulnerable. She helped Jed back inside his bunkhouse, settling him onto his cot, covering him with blankets. His eyes, usually so sharp, were clouded with pain and exhaustion. He drifted into an uneasy sleep, his breathing shallow and strained. Clara stood watching him for a long moment, torn. Her father's letter had given her answers, but it had also raised the stakes exponentially. The threat was organized, deadly, and focused on the secret she now guarded. Jed was gravely ill. Rourke remained an unpredictable variable. Croft was still circling. She felt the walls closing in, the weight of her father's plea, protect the ranch. Don't let them have the rock. Don't let them awaken what sleeps in the canyon pressing down on her. She returned to the main cabin, the letter still lying on the table, marked with the soot and sorrow of her father's hidden life. The knowledge it contained was a weapon, perhaps, but also a terrible burden. The choice was no longer just about survival. It was about confronting a legacy of fear and violence, protecting the living, and deciding whether to heed her father's plea for silence or risk everything by seeking help, by trusting someone in a world where trust seemed the most dangerous gamble of all. The night stretched before her, vast and silent, holding the promise of dawn, but filled with the immediate threat of the shadows her father had tried and failed to keep at bay. Chapter 11. The Glow in Devil's Canyon. The discovery of her father's letter shifted the very ground beneath Clara's feet. The weight of the secret, now understood in its terrifying context, pressed down with suffocating force. Her father wasn't a villain, but a man trapped by circumstance, haunted by what he'd witnessed, making desperate choices to shield himself and eventually her. The shadowy organization, marked by the jagged symbol, they, as her father called them, were the true predators, killers guarding knowledge of the strange, potent rock found in Devil's Canyon. The rock wasn't just valuable, it was tied to power, danger, perhaps even the unnatural explosion her father described. The canyon wasn't just cursed ground, it was contested territory, the heart of a hidden war. This new knowledge cast every previous event in a sharper, colder light. The cut fence, the watchers at the hoodoos, the Indian paintbrush left on her table. These weren't random acts of intimidation by Croft, but calculated moves by them, testing her, probing for the secret they believed she'd inherited. Rourke's intimate knowledge, his cryptic warnings, his presence near the canyon, his role became even more critical, yet more opaque. Was he one of them, a dissenter, an independent player hunting the same prize? Her father's warning about him echoed. Trust your instincts, but trust no one fully. Her instincts screamed caution, yet the memory of the exploding rock at the hoodoos, the undeniable fact that someone had saved her life, complicated everything. Compounding the external threat, was the crushing worry over Jed. His condition deteriorated daily. The deep, rattling cough rarely subsided, leaving him weak and breathless. His appetite failed, and his already lean frame grew gaunter. His skin stretched tight over bony shoulders. He spent most of his time huddled in his bunk, drifting in and out of a feverish, uneasy sleep. Clara did what she could, brewing strong coffee, which he barely touched. Making thin broth he struggled to swallow, ensuring he stayed warm. She knew, with a certainty that ached in her bones, that he needed help she couldn't provide. The nearest doctor, such as he was, resided in a settlement 2 hard days' ride beyond Redemption Creek. Getting Jed there seemed impossible. Leaving the ranch, leaving the hidden rock and her father's secrets vulnerable felt equally impossible. She was trapped in an agonizing vice of responsibility. The ranch itself suffered from the divided attention. Fences went unchecked, cattle strayed further than usual, chores piled up. Clara worked from before dawn until well after dusk, fueled by coffee, dwindling sleep, and sheer stubborn will. Fatigue settled deep in her muscles, her movements becoming heavy, automatic. Yet her mind raced constantly, sifting through the implications of her father's letter, trying to anticipate the next move from the shadows, wrestling with the impossible choices before her. One evening, as she sat by Jed's bedside, wiping his fevered brow with a cool cloth, he stirred, his eyes fluttering open. They were clouded with fever, but held a flicker of their old sharpness. "Clara," he rasped, his voice thin as paper. "You gotta watch out." "I am, Jed," she soothed, trying to keep the worry from her voice. "Just rest now." "No, listen." He struggled for breath. "Them lights in the canyon. Saw 'em again last night. Faint, but there." He coughed, a weak, painful sound. "Ain't natural. Something bad, stirring." His words sent a chill through Clara, colder than the night air seeping through the bunkhouse walls. Lights in Devil's Canyon. Jed had mentioned them dismissively weeks ago. Her father's letter spoke of an unnatural explosion, of the strange rock pulsing with light when struck. Were they active in the canyon again, searching for the main source, doing something with the rock they possessed? Jed drifted back into restless sleep, leaving Clara alone with his ominous words and her mounting dread. The canyon, forbidden and feared, loomed large in her thoughts. Her father had warned her away, tried to shield her, but now, inaction felt like complicity, like allowing the darkness he fought against to fester unchallenged. She needed to know what was happening out there, not just for her own survival, but for Jed, for the promise she carried, for the slim hope of understanding the forces arrayed against her. The decision formed slowly, solidifying through a long night spent watching Jed's shallow breathing and listening to the wind sighing around the cabin like a mournful spirit. She couldn't abandon Jed, couldn't risk the long ride for a doctor, but she couldn't stay penned in by fear either. She would go to the canyon, not into its heart. Her father's warning and her own instincts screamed against that. But she would go close enough to observe, to see these lights for herself, to try and understand what drew them there now. It was a gamble, a terrible risk, leaving Jed alone even for a few hours, venturing towards the known center of the danger. But staying put felt like waiting for the axe to fall. Before dawn, while the sky was still a bruised purple and the stars held their ground against the approaching light, Clara made her preparations. She checked on Jed. He was sleeping, his fever seemingly stable for the moment. She left fresh water and broth within his reach, banked the fire in the main cabin stove, and wrote a short note checking east boundary. Back soon. Stay warm. Clara. Placing it where he would see it if he woke fully. It felt inadequate, a flimsy lie against the potential dangers of her errand. She saddled Willow quietly, her movements swift and economical in the pre-dawn chill. She packed minimally: water, a little jerky, extra cartridges for the Colt and the rifle. The hide map and her father's letter remained hidden in the cabin, too risky to carry them where they might be found. The heavy, dark rock stayed buried in the chest, its secret weight anchoring her mission. She rode east, not following the direct path towards the canyon mouth, but angling toward the higher ridges that formed its northern rim. Her father's map, though hidden, was etched in her memory. She recalled the areas he'd marked, the vantage points, the treacherous slopes. Her goal was to find a place where she could overlook the canyon's depths without being easily seen, a place where she might glimpse these unnatural lights Jed had spoken of. The air was cold, sharp with the scent of pine and damp earth from the higher elevations. Willow climbed steadily, her footing sure on the increasingly rocky terrain. As the sun finally broke over the distant plains, painting the sky in strokes of fierce orange and delicate rose, Clara reached a high, windswept ridge. Below her, Devil's Canyon yawned open, a vast, shadowed chasm cutting deep into the earth. It was an awe-inspiring and terrifying sight. Jagged cliffs plunged into darkness, rock formations twisted into grotesque shapes, the air itself seeming heavier, colder, emanating from the depths. Even from this distance, the place felt fundamentally unwelcoming, steeped in the bad luck and dark history Jed had described. She understood her father's reluctance, his fear. This wasn't just land. It was a wound. She found a spot sheltered by a cluster of stunted, wind-battered pines, offering a commanding view down into the canyon's main passage while keeping her largely concealed from below. Tying Willow securely out of sight, Clara settled down to watch, pulling her worn shawl tighter against the biting wind that whipped across the ridge. The rifle rested across her lap, its cold weight a small comfort. Hours passed. The sun climbed higher, burning off the morning chill, but the canyon depths remained stubbornly shadowed. Clara scanned the vast expanse meticulously, searching for any sign of movement, any wisp of smoke, any reflection of light. Nothing. Only the circling hawks overhead, the wind sighing through the pines, and the immense oppressive silence of the canyon itself. Doubt began to creep in. Had Jed's fevered mind imagined the lights? Was she risking everything, leaving him alone? For nothing. She ate some jerky, drank some water, forcing herself to stay alert, fighting the fatigue that pulled at her eyelids. She thought of her father's letter, the description of the rock, the explosion. What power did it hold? What did they intend to do with it? Don't let them awaken what sleeps in the canyon. Her father's words resonated with chilling force as she gazed into the shadowed depths. What slept there? Something connected to the rock? Something ancient, dangerous, better left undisturbed. As the afternoon wore on, the sun began its slow descent towards the western horizon. Long shadows stretched across the plains below, gradually creeping up the canyon walls, reclaiming the landscape. The air grew colder again. Clara knew she should leave, get back to Jed before full darkness fell. Yet something held her there, a stubborn refusal to leave without answers, a gut feeling that the night might reveal what the day concealed. And then, as true dusk began to settle, deepening the shadows in the canyon, from indigo to impenetrable black, she saw it. Faint at first, almost imperceptible. A flicker, deep within the canyon, far below her vantage point, nestled amongst a cluster of jagged rocks near what looked like an old mine entrance, one her father had marked on his map with a simple X. A light bloomed. It wasn't the warm, steady glow of a campfire or a lantern. This light was different. It pulsed rhythmically with a soft, eerie luminescence. The color was wrong, too. Not yellow or orange, but a strange, cold blue-green, like moonlight trapped in ice or the phosphorescence of decay. It cast flickering, distorted shadows on the surrounding rock faces, making the familiar shapes seem alien and menacing. Clara's breath caught in her throat. This was what Jed had seen. This was the unnatural light. It seemed to emanate directly from the rock itself, or perhaps from some process involving it. She watched, mesmerized and terrified, as the light pulsed, waxing and waning with that slow, hypnotic rhythm. It seemed to draw the shadows towards it, concentrating the darkness around its cold, ethereal glow. She could just make out figures moving near the light-dark shapes, indistinct at this distance, but clearly human. 3, maybe 4 of them. They seemed to be working, moving around the source of the light, their actions purposeful. What were they doing? Mining? Experimenting? Performing some ritual her father had only hinted at? The sight confirmed her worst fears. They were active, here, now, harnessing the power of the rock, awakening whatever lay dormant in this cursed place. Her father's frantic plea echoed with new urgency. She had to stop them somehow, but how? She was one woman, alone, armed with only conventional weapons, against a force that dealt in unnatural light and shadowed power. Suddenly, the light flared, brightening considerably, the pulsing quickening. The figures near it scrambled back, a low, guttural sound, barely audible even at her distance, but vibrating through the rock beneath her, seemed to rise from the canyon depths. It wasn't animal, wasn't human. It was a sound of immense pressure, of something ancient and powerful stirring from a long slumber. The air grew heavy, charged with static electricity that made the hairs on her arms stand on end. The wind died abruptly, leaving an unnerving, expectant silence, broken only by that deep, resonant hum. Panic seized Clara. This was wrong, dangerously wrong. Whatever they were doing, it was escalating, reaching some critical point. She had seen enough, more than enough. She needed to get away, get back to Jed, back to the relative safety of the cabin. Try to formulate a plan. Scrambling back from the ledge, she untied Willow, her hands shaking so badly she could barely work the knot. The mare sensed her fear, tossing her head, her eyes wide and rolling, nostrils flared, sniffing the strangely charged air. "Ease, girl," Clara whispered, trying to soothe the horse, trying to soothe herself. "We're leaving now." She swung into the saddle, casting one last terrified look back towards the canyon. The blue-green light still pulsed, brighter now, casting an unholy glow against the darkening sky. The low hum intensified, seeming to vibrate in her very bones. It felt like the land itself was groaning in protest, or perhaps in anticipation. Urging Willow carefully down the treacherous slope, away from the haunted ridge, Clara didn't dare look back again. She rode through the deepening darkness, guided by instinct and the faint starlight, pushing the mare as fast as she dared on the uneven ground. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat. Every night sound amplified her fear. The image of the pulsing light, the sound of that deep hum, were burned into her mind. She had glimpsed the heart of the secret her father died protecting, and it was far more terrifying than she could ever have imagined. The glow in Devil's Canyon wasn't just light. It was a beacon of encroaching darkness, and it felt like time was rapidly running out. Chapter 12. Two paths diverged in dust. The ride back from the ridge overlooking Devil's Canyon was a frantic flight through encroaching darkness, fueled by adrenaline and stark terror. The eerie, pulsing blue-green light, the low, resonant hum that vibrated through the very rock, the indistinct figures moving purposefully within that unholy glow. The images were seared into Clara's mind. Whatever they were doing down there, it felt fundamentally wrong, a violation of natural order, an awakening of something ancient and dangerous, just as her father's letter had warned. His desperate plea, "Don't let them awaken what sleeps in the canyon," now felt less like a warning and more like a prophecy unfolding before her eyes. Willow, usually calm and steady, shared Clara's fear. The mare moved with nervous energy, her ears constantly swiveling, her breath coming in short, anxious snorts, reacting to the strangely charged atmosphere that seemed to linger even miles away from the canyon rim. Clara kept a tight rein, navigating the treacherous, rocky slopes by memory and the faint starlight, pushing the horse as fast as she dared without risking a fall. Every shadow seemed to writhe with unseen menace. Every gust of wind whispered threats. She felt exposed, vulnerable, convinced that unseen eyes followed her flight, that the forces unleashed in the canyon could reach out even here. Reaching the familiar, flatter ground of the broken spur pastures brought only a marginal sense of relief. The vast, open plains under the star-strewn sky offered no real cover, no true sanctuary. The knowledge of what she'd witnessed tainted the familiar landscape, overlaying it with a layer of imminent dread. The cabin, when its dark silhouette finally emerged against the slightly less black horizon, seemed terribly small and fragile, a flimsy bulwark against the encroaching power she had glimpsed. Fear for Jed propelled her forward. Had he woken? Was he worse? Had anyone come near the cabin while she was gone? Dismounting near the barn, her muscles screaming with fatigue and tension, she didn't bother unsaddling Willow immediately. She rushed towards the main cabin first, her hand on her coat, heart pounding. The door was still barred from the inside as she'd left it. Fumbling with the latch in the darkness, she pushed it open. A low fire still glowed in the hearth, casting flickering shadows. The note she'd left for Jed lay undisturbed on the table. She hurried to the bunkhouse, her boots loud on the packed earth. Peering inside, her breath caught. Jed lay still on the cot, his breathing shallow, but seemingly no worse than when she'd left. Relief washed over her, so potent it left her weak-kneed. He hadn't woken. He was safe for now. Returning to the main cabin, Clara finally allowed the adrenaline to ebb, replaced by bone-deep exhaustion and the chilling weight of what she had seen. She barred the door, checked the window latches again, added a log to the fire, the familiar actions automatic, providing little comfort. The cabin felt different now, less like a refuge and more like a besieged outpost. She sank onto the chair by the table, burying her face in her hands, trying to process the implications. The pulsing light, the resonant hum, it wasn't natural. It confirmed her father's hints of something beyond simple minerals, something with inherent power, perhaps explaining the unnatural explosion he'd witnessed the night Hemlock died. They weren't just mining. They were activating, harnessing, perhaps worshiping this power. And the timing. Why now? Had her own recent probing, her trips to town, her discovery of the map and rock somehow alerted them, accelerated their plans? Was she indirectly responsible for awakening whatever slept in the canyon's depths? The thought was horrifying. Sleep was out of the question. Her mind raced, trapped in a loop of fear, responsibility, and impossible choices. She couldn't fight them alone. They were organized, ruthless, and seemingly possessed knowledge or power beyond ordinary understanding. Brody was useless. Croft was a vulture circling for his own gain. Jed was dying. The isolation felt absolute, crushing. And then, inevitably, her thoughts turned to Rourke. Cole Rourke, the enigma, the man who knew too much, who appeared and vanished like smoke, who saved her life with deadly precision, who warned her against trusting anyone even as his own motives remained shrouded in shadow. Her father's letter hinted at a deeper connection, a trail running deeper than blood. What did it mean? Was Rourke's family tied to Hemlock, to Vance, to the shadowy organization itself? Her instincts screamed caution, yet desperation gnawed at her. Rourke was competent, dangerous, and undeniably knowledgeable about the forces at play. He moved with a purpose that suggested he wasn't merely drifting. He had intervened against Croft, perhaps saved her life. Was it possible? Was it conceivable that he might be an ally, or at least that his goals might temporarily align with hers, stopping whatever they were doing in the canyon? It was a terrifying gamble. Approaching him, revealing anything, even her own fear, let alone the existence of the rock fragment or her father's letter, could be fatal if her instincts were wrong. He could be leading her into a trap, using her to get closer to the secret himself. Yet, what other choice did she have? Waiting passively felt like accepting defeat, abandoning Jed, betraying her father's desperate last plea. As the first hints of dawn began to pale the eastern sky, Clara made a decision born of desperation and a sliver of calculated hope. She couldn't stay here, paralyzed by fear and indecision, while Jed faded and the power in the canyon grew. She had to act. She had to find Rourke. She checked on Jed again. He stirred slightly, his fevered eyes opening briefly, focusing on her face with difficulty. "Clara," he whispered, his voice weak. "I'm here, Jed," she said softly, smoothing his hair back from his damp forehead. "Rest now, I'll be back." He seemed to accept this, his eyes closing again, though his breathing remained shallow and troubled. Leaving him felt like tearing something vital from herself, but the image of the pulsing light, the deep hum, drove her forward. She quickly saddled Willow, transferring the rifle to its scabbard. She hesitated, then retrieved her father's letter from its hiding place. Folding it carefully, she tucked it deep inside her shirt, a dangerous move. But she might need its proof, its context, if she found Rourke, and decided to risk trusting him even fractionally. The rock stayed hidden. Its existence was too perilous to reveal unless absolutely necessary. Where would Rourke be? He seemed to operate outside Redemption Creek, moving through the territory like a ghost. But he had business with Brody. He knew the town. Perhaps he used it as an occasional base, or perhaps someone there knew how to find him. Henderson, despite his fear, might have seen him. Or maybe even one of the saloon girls, often repositories of information overlooked by men focused on whiskey and cards. She rode towards Redemption Creek under a sky slowly brightening from bruised purple to fiery orange. The land felt brittle, expectant, as if the events in the canyon had subtly altered the fabric of reality. She pushed Willow harder than usual, driven by a desperate urgency. Time felt compressed, slipping away. Reaching the outskirts of town, she slowed, scanning the familiar dusty street. Early morning activity was just beginning. Henderson sweeping his boardwalk, smoke rising from the blacksmith's forge. A few early risers heading towards the saloon. Likely for hair of the dog, she saw no sign of Rourke, nor of Croft or his men. Her first stop was the Mercantile. Henderson looked even more nervous than usual, his eyes darting constantly towards the street. "Morning, Mr. Henderson," Clara said, keeping her voice calm. "Just needed more lamp oil." A flimsy excuse, but necessary. "Miss Clara," he stammered, nearly dropping the oil can he was retrieving. "Yes, ma'am, right away." As he measured the oil, Clara leaned closer. "Mr. Henderson," she said quietly, "that man I saw in the sheriff's office the other day, Rourke, have you seen him around again?" Henderson paled, glancing nervously over his shoulder as if expecting Rourke himself to materialize. "Him?" he whispered, his voice trembling. "Keeps to himself mostly, comes in for supplies now and then, pays cash, asks no questions, answers fewer." He lowered his voice further. "Some say he's a bounty hunter, others something else. Folks give him a wide berth. Stays sometimes out at the old Tanner place west of town. Abandoned now, but has a solid cabin, water. The old Tanner place, it was isolated off the main trails, a place a man seeking solitude or secrecy might choose. It was a lead, a direction. "Thank you, Mr. Henderson," Clara said, paying for the oil she didn't really need. His fear was palpable, but he'd given her what she sought. Leaving the Mercantile, she hesitated. Should she go directly to the Tanner place, confront Rourke on his own ground, or was there another path? As she stood by Willow, considering her options, the saloon door swung open and a figure emerged, blinking in the sudden sunlight. It wasn't Rourke. It was Silas Croft. He saw her immediately, a slow, unpleasant smile spreading across his florid face. He sauntered towards her, his thumbs hooked in his expensive vest. "Miss Thorne," he drawled, his eyes lingering on her dusty clothes, her tired face. "Out and about early again. Still haven't resolved your business with our sleeping sheriff?" Clara stiffened, bracing herself. "My business is my own, Mr. Croft." "Indeed," he said smoothly. "But trouble has a way of spreading, doesn't it? Like sickness." He paused, letting the implication hang, perhaps a veiled reference to Jed's worsening condition, knowledge gleaned from town gossip or his own watchers. "Perhaps it's time you considered alternatives. A sensible offer for the Broken Spur, for instance. Enough to relocate somewhere healthier, easier." He was pressing his advantage, sensing her vulnerability, likely unaware of the true scale of the danger, but eager to profit from her perceived weakness. His offer, wrapped in false concern, felt like suffocation. Selling the ranch, abandoning her father's legacy, the secret he died protecting it, was unthinkable. "The Broken Spur is not for sale, Mr. Croft," Clara stated flatly, her voice devoid of emotion. "Not now, not ever." Croft's eyes hardened, the facade of politeness dropping away. "Stubbornness is a poor substitute for sense, Miss Thorne. This territory, it chews up stubborn women, especially those who stand alone against forces they don't understand." Was he referring only to his own power? Or did he sense the deeper currents, the shadows gathering from the canyon? Did he know about them? "Perhaps," Clara replied coolly, but I understand enough to know I won't be intimidated. She turned towards Willow, ready to mount, to ride away from this pointless confrontation towards the uncertain encounter awaiting her at the Tanner place. A word of advice, Croft called after her, his voice sharp. Don't go trusting strangers, especially not quiet ones with watchful eyes and guns tied low. Men like that, they rarely bring anything but grief. His warning, echoing Rourke's own words, struck Clara with jarring force. Was he warning her specifically about Rourke? Did Croft see him as a rival, a threat to his own plans? Or was it simply generic advice, a way to sow further distrust, keep her isolated? She mounted Willow without acknowledging him further, turning the mare west, away from Croft, away from the town's stifling atmosphere, towards the old Tanner place. Two paths diverged before her. One led towards Croft's blunt, rapacious greed, a known evil, but perhaps predictable. The other led towards Rourke, towards the enigma, the potential ally or devastating betrayer, the man who held keys to the secrets plaguing her, but whose own heart remained locked. She had chosen the path towards Rourke, towards the unknown, driven by desperation and the chilling memory of the unholy glow in Devil's Canyon. It was a path fraught with peril, a gamble against impossible odds. As Redemption Creek dwindled behind her, swallowed by the dust and the vast indifference of the plains, Clara clutched the folded letter inside her shirt, its faint scent of soot and sorrow a grim reminder of the stakes. She was riding towards a confrontation, not just with Rourke, but with the truth, with trust, and ultimately with her own fate. Chapter 13, Thunder on the Horizon. The ride west towards the old Tanner place was a journey across a landscape that felt increasingly hostile and alien. The sky, which had promised a clear dawn, began to curdle, streaks of gray and bruised purple smudging the brilliant blue. The air grew heavy, humid, charged with an electrical tension that mirrored the frantic energy thrumming beneath Clara's skin. Dust devils danced with unusual fervor across the plains, whirling columns reaching towards the lowering sky like grasping fingers. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath, the usual sighing through the sagebrush replaced by an unnerving stillness that felt like the pause before violence. Clara pushed Willow steadily, her eyes scanning the horizon not just for threats, but for the turnoff Henderson had vaguely described. Every distant rider was a potential enemy, every unusual rock formation a possible ambush point. Croft's parting words echoed in her mind, a venomous counterpoint to Rourke's own warnings. Don't go trusting strangers, especially not quiet ones with watchful eyes. Was Croft simply trying to isolate her further, or did he possess specific knowledge about Rourke? Knowledge that painted the quiet stranger in even darker shades. The Tanner place, when she finally spotted the faint, overgrown track leading towards it, was situated in a shallow basin, offering some protection from the wind and prying eyes. A cluster of weary cottonwoods marked a nearby spring, their leaves rustling nervously in the intermittent, uneasy breeze. The cabin itself was small, built of sturdy, weathered logs, chinked with mud that had crumbled in places. Smoke curled thinly from a stone chimney, indicating occupancy. A small, dilapidated corral stood nearby, empty save for Rourke's dark horse, the same one she'd seen by the creek. It stood patiently, hip-shot, occasionally flicking its tail, seemingly unperturbed by the thickening atmosphere. There was no sign of Rourke himself. Clara pulled Willow to a halt well back from the cabin. Near the cover of the cottonwoods, her heart pounding a heavy rhythm against her ribs, this felt incredibly reckless. Riding onto the property of a man like Rourke, uninvited, seeking, what? Help? Answers? Alliance? He could shoot her on sight for trespassing, ask questions later, or worse, he could feign welcome, draw her in, only to reveal himself as part of the very threat she sought protection from. Yet the image of the pulsing blue-green light in the canyon, the memory of Jed's labored breathing, pushed her forward. She dismounted, tethering Willow loosely to a low branch where the mare could reach the sparse grass. Taking a deep breath, she drew the colt peacemaker, checking the load by habit before slipping it back into the holster, ensuring it sat loose and ready. She wouldn't approach with a weapon drawn that invited conflict, but she wouldn't approach unprepared either. The rifle remained in its scabbard on Willow. Carrying it seemed too overtly aggressive. She walked towards the cabin, her boots crunching softly on the dry, gravelly soil. The silence was absolute, save for the nervous rustle of the cottonwood leaves and the distant, almost subliminal rumble that might have been thunder, or perhaps just the echo of the deep hum from the canyon lingering in her ears. The cabin door was closed. No windows faced this direction. It felt like approaching a fortress, small and unassuming, but potentially deadly. "Mr. Rourke?" she called out, her voice sounding thin and uncertain in the heavy air. "It's Clara Thorne." Silence answered her. Had Henderson been wrong? Was Rourke not here? Or was he inside watching her through some unseen peephole, deciding her fate? "Rourke?" she called again, louder this time, hating the tremor of desperation that crept into her voice. "I need to talk to you. It's important." The door creaked open, not wide, but enough for Rourke to appear in the gap. He filled the space, lean and watchful, his expression utterly unreadable. He held no weapon, but his hand rested casually near the gun belt slung low on his hips. His slate-gray eyes, narrowed against the uncertain light, pinned her where she stood. "Miss Thorne," he acknowledged, his voice low and even, betraying no surprise, no welcome, no hostility, just a flat, neutral observation. "Didn't expect company." "I know this is unexpected," Clara began, forcing herself to meet his gaze directly. "Uninvited, but I didn't know where else to turn." He didn't respond, didn't move, simply waited, his silence a wall she had to breach. The air felt thick enough to taste, charged like the moments before a lightning strike. Far off, a genuine rumble of thunder echoed across the plains, closer this time. "The other night," she started again, plunging ahead, choosing her words carefully, deciding to test the waters with what he likely already knew or suspected. "By the creek, you warned me about shadows gathering, about trust." A flicker of something, acknowledgement, impatience, crossed his face, gone as quickly as it appeared. "Advice is cheap out here." "Maybe," she conceded, "but the shadows, they're not just gathering anymore, Rourke. They're moving in Devil's Canyon." She saw his eyes sharpen, almost imperceptibly. He knew exactly what she meant. "Last night, I saw lights, strange lights, and I heard something, felt something. It wasn't natural." She watched his face intently, searching for any reaction, any confirmation. He remained impassive, yet she sensed a subtle shift in his stillness, a heightened awareness. "The canyon draws fools and bad luck," he stated, his voice still flat. "Best stay clear." It was the same dismissive advice Brody had offered, yet coming from Rourke, it felt different. Less like evasion, more like a genuine, perhaps cynical, warning based on knowledge, not ignorance. "Staying clear isn't an option anymore," Clara said, her voice gaining strength, fueled by desperation. My ranch hand, Jedediah, he's sick. Getting worse. I think it's connected somehow. The air, the feeling coming from that place. It was a guess, a desperate hope to find leverage, some appeal to shared humanity if he possessed any. Rourke's expression didn't soften, but a different kind of light entered his eyes. Calculation, perhaps. He studied her for a long moment, his gaze sweeping over her tired face, her dusty clothes, the tension coiled in her stance. Sickness comes with the territory. Old men fade. His dismissal, though perhaps pragmatic, stung. Anger flared, momentarily eclipsing her fear. This isn't just fading, Rourke. He saw the lights too. It's the canyon. It's whatever they're doing in there. The word they slipped out, echoing her father's letter, a risk, a test. Rourke's eyes narrowed fractionally. He registered the word, the specific pronoun. He knew she wasn't talking about random prospectors or craftsmen. They, he repeated softly, the single word loaded with unspoken questions. Who exactly are they, Miss Thorne? Here it was, the precipice. How much did she dare reveal? Could she trust him with her father's story, with the secret of the rock? She thought of the letter, tucked inside her shirt, its presence a burning weight against her skin. She thought of Jed, gasping for breath. She thought of the pulsing, unholy light. Taking another deep breath, she made the leap. The men my father wrote about, she said, her voice low but steady. The men who killed Jedediah Hemlock years ago. The men who bear a symbol, a circle split by lightning. The men who want the rock. Silence. Thick, absolute silence, broken only by the rising wind whistling past the corners of the cabin and another closer rumble of thunder. Rourke's face became an unreadable mask, his eyes chips of slate reflecting the stormy sky. He didn't react with surprise, didn't deny it. He simply absorbed the information, his stillness intensifying until it felt like coiled energy. Your father, he said finally, his voice dangerously soft, wrote about this? Clara nodded, her throat tight. He left a letter, hidden, explaining what he saw the night Hemlock died, why he claimed the land, why he kept silent. He knew them. He feared them. Rourke's gaze bored into her, searching, assessing. And this letter? Clara hesitated only a moment. The gamble was already made. Slowly, deliberately, she reached inside her shirt and drew out the folded, yellowed paper, marked with its faint, ghostly stains of soot and blood. She didn't offer it to him, just held it where he could see it. Proof. He stared at the letter in her hand, his expression unreadable but intensely focused. He didn't move to take it. It felt like the world held its breath. He mentions you, Clara added quietly, watching his face. Or the name, Rourke. He said, some trails run deeper than blood. At that, a definite reaction, a flicker of something dark and complex crossed his face. Pain, anger, memory. It was there and gone in an instant, replaced by the careful mask. But she had seen it. The name, the phrase meant something significant to him. He finally broke the silence, his voice rougher now, laced with an emotion she couldn't identify. Thomas Thorne. He saw more than he ever let on. It wasn't a question. It was a statement burdened with history. He saw Hemlock murdered, Clara pressed. He saw them. He knew about the rock. Rourke finally moved, stepping back slightly, gesturing almost imperceptibly for her to enter the cabin. It wasn't an invitation, more a necessity. This conversation couldn't continue on the doorstep, exposed to the elements and potentially prying eyes. Clara hesitated for only a second, then stepped over the threshold into the dim interior. The cabin was Spartan, brutally functional. A narrow bunk, a rough table and single chair, shelves sparsely stocked with supplies, a cold fireplace opposite the one currently smoking. Everything was clean, orderly, betraying a disciplined, solitary existence. A rifle leaned against the wall near the door, within easy reach. The air inside smelled faintly of coffee, gun oil, and the same clean, sharp scent she associated with Rourke himself. He closed the door behind her, shutting out the turbulent gray light, plunging the cabin into deeper shadow, lit only by the thin smoke curling from the chimney vent and the ambient light filtering through the few small dirty windows. The sense of confinement, of being trapped with this dangerous, unpredictable man was intense. "The rock your father mentioned," Rourke said, turning to face her, his back to the closed door. "The piece Hemlock showed him. The piece he found after—" He paused. "Where is it?" His voice was quiet, but the demand was absolute. This was the crux of it. Knowledge of the rock was power, leverage, danger. Clara met his gaze, her own resolve hardening. She had come seeking help, or at least understanding, but she wouldn't simply hand over the one tangible piece of the secret her father had died protecting. "It's safe." "Nowhere is safe when they are involved," Rourke countered, his voice dropping lower. "They hunt fragments like wolves hunt sheep. That rock, it's a beacon. They can sense it, sense those who hold it. Your father's silence wouldn't have lasted forever. They were likely closing in on him before the fever took him." The thought sent a fresh wave of cold dread through Clara. Had her father's death not been entirely natural? Had the stress, the fear, hastened his end? Or had they somehow played a role? "Why do they want it so badly?" Clara asked, the question torn from the heart of her fear. "What is it?" Rourke turned away, pacing the small space restlessly, like a caged wolf. He ran a hand through his dark hair, a gesture of frustration or agitation that seemed out of character with his usual stillness. "Some call it Heartstone, a lightning rock. Names don't matter. It's old, older than the mountains. It holds energy, power, the kind men kill for, the kind that can twist minds, tear holes in reality." He gestured vaguely, struggling for words. "The explosion your father saw? That was them experimenting, trying to control it, amplify it. They failed, spectacularly, but they keep trying." He stopped pacing, turning back to her, his eyes burning with a fierce intensity she hadn't seen before. "The light you saw last night, they're trying again. Something bigger this time. They're using the source vein in the canyon, amplifying it somehow. The hum you felt, that's the power building. If they succeed, or if they fail badly enough, it won't just be the canyon that pays the price. It could unravel everything for miles around. Sickness, madness, physical destruction. The rock is unstable, unpredictable when provoked." His words painted a picture far more terrifying than simple greed or human conflict. This was elemental, potentially catastrophic. Jed's sickness, dear. Was it the first sign? "Who are they?" Clara pressed. "Why do they serve this, rock?" Rourke looked away again, his jaw tightening. "An old cult. Shadow society, guardians or exploiters, depending on your view. They believe they're destined to control the Heartstone's power, reshape the world. They've existed for centuries, passing down knowledge, ruthlessly eliminating threats. The symbol is their mark of allegiance." He paused, his voice lowering. "My family has history with them, a long, bloody history, mostly on the receiving end. The admission hung in the air, heavy with implications. Some trails run deeper than blood. Her father's words clicked into place. Rourke wasn't one of them. He was hunting them, or perhaps running from them. His presence here wasn't accidental. It was purposeful, driven by a history intertwined with the very organization that threatened Clara. So, you're fighting them? Clara asked, hope flickering amidst the fear. I'm involved, he corrected evasively. It's complicated. He looked back at her, his expression grim. And you, Miss Thorne, thanks to your father's legacy, are standing right in the middle of it. That rock fragment you're hiding makes you a target, a valuable one. The sky outside darkened dramatically. A brilliant fork of lightning split the clouds, followed almost instantly by a deafening crash of thunder that shook the small cabin. The storm had arrived. Rain began to lash against the roof, drumming violently against the logs. In the sudden gloom, illuminated only by the brief flashes of lightning, Rourke's face looked harsh, unforgiving. They know you have something. They've been watching you, testing you. The incident at the Hoodoos. He hesitated, then admitted flatly, that was me. Couldn't let them take you out accidentally. Not yet. Pragmatic, just as she'd suspected. No altruism, just calculation. Yet he had saved her. What do they want? Clara asked, her voice barely a whisper above the roar of the storm. They want the fragment your father hid, Rourke stated. They believe it's a key, different from the main source, perhaps able to stabilize or control the power they're trying to unleash in the canyon, and they want you silenced or controlled, another loose end tied up. He stepped closer, the intensity back in his eyes. The activity in the canyon, it means they're close to whatever they're planning. Hours, maybe a day at most. We don't have time for caution. We? Clara echoed, seizing on the word. Rourke met her gaze, the storm raging outside mirroring the conflict within the cabin. They are a threat to you, to your man Jed, to this whole territory if they succeed or fail badly enough. My reasons are my own, but our enemies, for now, are the same. He wasn't offering friendship or even trust. He was stating a fact, proposing an alliance of pure necessity. You have a peace they want. I have knowledge of how they operate. Separately, we're vulnerable. Together, maybe we have a chance to disrupt whatever they're planning. Another crash of thunder rattled the cabin. The choice hung between them, stark and unavoidable. Trust the enigmatic stranger with a hidden past and unknown motives, or face the growing power in the canyon, the ruthless cult, and Jed's impending death entirely alone. Two paths had diverged in the dust of Redemption Creek. She had followed the one that led here, to this isolated cabin, to this dangerous man. As thunder cracked the sky and the world seemed poised on the brink of catastrophe. The choice now was whether to walk this treacherous path beside him or turn back into a solitude that increasingly felt like a death sentence. Chapter 14, A Reckoning at the Saloon Doors. The storm raged outside the small cabin, mirroring the tempest in Clara's soul. Rain lashed against the roof and walls in violent sheets, driven by a wind that howled like a banshee through the cottonwoods. Lightning flashed almost continuously, momentarily bleaching the dim interior, followed by thunder that cannonaded directly overhead, shaking the very logs beneath their feet. Trapped in this claustrophobic space with Cole Rourke, the air thick with unspoken history and imminent danger, Clara felt the world shrinking, focusing down to the stark choice, he presented. Separately, we're vulnerable. Together, maybe we have a chance. An alliance, not of trust, not of friendship, but of desperate necessity. He offered knowledge, competence, a shared enemy. He possessed insights into the shadowy cult, into them that her father's letter only hinted at. He had admitted his family's bloody history with the organization, suggesting a deep personal motivation that went beyond mere opportunism. He had saved her life, albeit for calculated reasons. Yet the core of him remained an enigma, wrapped in layers of secrecy and quiet danger. Trusting him felt like stepping off a cliff into darkness. But the alternative, facing the escalating power in the canyon, the ruthlessness of them alone, with Jed fading, felt like certain doom. She looked at him, really looked at him, in the intermittent flashes of lightning. His face was hard, weathered, carved by experiences she couldn't begin to imagine. But his eyes, those intense slate gray eyes, held something beyond calculation now. A weariness, perhaps? A grim determination born of long struggle? Or was she projecting her own desperate hope onto that unreadable canvas? Why? She asked, the question quiet but intense above the storm's roar. Why risk helping me? What's your stake in this, Rourke? Beyond history? He turned towards the small, grimy window, peering out into the lashing rain as if searching for answers himself. Let's just say, he began, his voice low, almost lost in a crash of thunder, that the guardians of the Heartstone took something from my family, something irreplaceable, and they built their power on lies and stolen lives. He paused, his jaw tightening almost imperceptibly, disrupting their plans, stopping them from fully unleashing whatever hell they're brewing in that canyon. It's not just about the past. It's about preventing them from doing to others what they did to mine. He turned back to her, his gaze direct, uncompromising. And right now you and that rock fragment your father guarded are standing squarely in their path, keeping you alive, keeping that fragment out of their hands. It serves my purpose. It wasn't a declaration of altruism, but it held the ring of truth, a truth rooted in vengeance, or perhaps a twisted sense of justice. He needed her, or rather the situation surrounding her, as much as she needed him. A fragile, dangerous symmetry. All right, Rourke, Clara said, the decision settling within her, heavy and irrevocable. All right. We work together for now. She set one condition, her voice firm. But my ranch hand, Jedediah, he's gravely ill. I won't abandon him. Whatever we do, his safety comes first. Rourke nodded slowly, accepting the condition without argument. There's an old woman lives up in the foothills north of here, calls herself Willow Woman, knows herbs, remedies, more use than any sawbones in this territory, especially for ailments, brought on by proximity to the canyon's influence. Getting him there might be his best chance. Hope, sharp and unexpected, pierced through Clara's fear. A healer? Someone who understood the canyon's effects? How far? Can we move him? Half a day's ride, maybe less if the storm breaks, Rourke assessed. Trail's rough, but sheltered most of the way. We'd need a travois. It's a risk moving him in his condition. But leaving him at the ranch while they are active, that's a bigger risk. Your cabin won't hold them if they decide to come for the rock directly. He was right. The cabin felt less like sanctuary now, and more like a target. Moving Jed, getting him help, seemed suddenly, terrifyingly necessary. But it meant leaving the ranch empty, potentially allowing them or even Croft uncontested access. The rock, Clara began, the dilemma clear in her voice, stayed hidden. Rourke finished her thought. Or, it comes with us, hidden well. It's safer near you, paradoxically. They might sense its general location, but pinpointing it while it's moving near others, harder. And if we have it, it's leverage they can't easily claim. Clara considered this. Carrying the rock felt like carrying a lit fuse, but leaving it felt like abandoning the key to the entire conflict. With us, she decided, but hidden. Only you and I know. Rourke nodded again. A silent pact forged between them in the heart of the storm. First, we need to get back to your ranch, see to Jed build the travois. Then we move him fast and quiet towards Willow Woman. After he's safe, then we deal with the canyon. How? Clara asked bluntly. How do two people stop an organization, a cult, from unleashing whatever that power is? We don't stop them entirely. Not yet, Rourke admitted grimly. We disrupt them. We buy time. We hit their weak points. They need certain conditions, certain equipment, perhaps specific personnel for whatever ritual or process they're attempting. If we can interfere with that, maybe cause enough chaos, we might force them to pause, retreat. It's not a solution, but it might be enough for now. He looked towards the door, listening as the thunder began to rumble further away, the heaviest part of the storm passing. We ride as soon as this breaks. The remaining hour before the storm subsided enough to travel was spent in tense silence. Rourke checked his weapons with economical practice movements, his focus absolute. Clara found herself watching him, noting the efficiency, the lack of wasted motion, the air of lethal competence that clung to him. He was a weapon himself, honed by conflict and loss. Could she truly rely on him? The question lingered, unanswered, a background hum beneath the receding thunder. When the rain finally eased to a steady drizzle and the sky began to lighten uncertainly in the west, they prepared to leave. Rourke secured his meager possessions quickly. As Clara went to retrieve Willow, she saw him approach his own dark horse, murmuring something low, stroking its neck. The horse responded with a soft nicker, a brief moment of connection that humanized the solitary, guarded man in an unexpected way. The ride back to the broken spur was faster, Rourke setting a relentless pace, navigating the rain-slicked terrain with an expertise that spoke of long familiarity with harsh conditions. He seemed to know shortcuts, game trails that bypassed muddy sections, his internal compass unerring despite the gray overcast sky. They spoke little, the urgency of their mission pressing down, the shared knowledge of the danger creating a strange, unspoken intimacy. Approaching the ranch, anxiety tightened Clara's chest again. Had Jed worsened? Had anyone approached the cabin during the storm? Everything looked quiet, almost unnaturally still in the damp gray light. Smoke still curled from the cabin chimney, a hopeful sign. Rourke pulled up short, holding up a hand, his eyes scanning the area with intense scrutiny. Wait, he murmured. Clara followed his gaze. Near the corral, partially obscured by the rain-soaked fence rails, were fresh horse tracks cutting deep into the muddy ground. More than one horse, and they weren't Jed's old mare or Willow's prints. Someone had been here, recently, during the storm, or just after it passed. Drawing his own rifle from its scabbard, Rourke dismounted smoothly. Stay here. Cover me, he ordered quietly, his voice flat, all business. Clara slid her own rifle out, nodding, her heart pounding. She watched as Rourke moved towards the cabin in a low crouch, using the barn and corral for cover, his movements fluid, silent as a predator despite the mud. He reached the main cabin, pressing himself against the wall beside the door. listening intently. After a long moment, he gave her a quick, almost imperceptible hand signal, all clear, for now, before cautiously pushing the door open and slipping inside. Clara waited, every nerve screaming, the rifle heavy in her hand, scanning the empty landscape, the silent buildings. Minutes stretched into an eternity. Then Rourke reappeared in the doorway, gesturing for her to come. Keeping her rifle ready, Clara urged Willow forward, dismounting near the door. Inside, the cabin was empty, the fire burning low. The note she'd left for Jed was gone. A quick check of the bunkhouse revealed it empty, too. Jed's cot cold, his few belongings undisturbed. But on the floor near the bunkhouse door lay a single tarnished brass button, the kind commonly found on range coats or vests not Jed's. He's gone, Rourke stated grimly, examining the button. Tracks show at least 3 riders. They came during the storm's peak. Took him. Clara felt the blood drain from her face. Jed. Taken. By whom? Croft? Or them? Why take a sick old man unless they suspected he knew something? Or unless they intended to use him as leverage against her? Where would they take him? She whispered, the words catching in her throat. Rourke looked at the tracks leading away from the ranch, heading not east towards the canyon, nor south towards Croft's territory, but directly towards Redemption Creek. Town, he said, his voice tight. Croft, this feels like his kind of move. Crude leverage. He likely assumes Jed is your only support. Figures taking him puts more pressure on you to sell. He frowned, considering. Or maybe he suspects something more is going on, trying to force your hand, learn what you know. The thought of Jed, sick and weak, in Croft's ruthless hands, sent a wave of fury and despair through Clara. Croft wouldn't hesitate to mistreat him, neglect him, anything to break her resolve. We have to get him back, Clara stated, the steel returning to her voice, overriding the fear. Rourke looked at her, then at the tracks leading towards town. Going after him now, directly into town, it's what Croft expects. He'll be waiting ready. It's a trap. I don't care, Clara insisted, her eyes flashing. He's sick, Rourke. He won't survive long if Croft... She couldn't finish the sentence. I know, Rourke said, his voice surprisingly gentle, though his eyes remained hard. But charging in blind gets him killed faster. We need leverage. We need a distraction. He glanced towards the darkening eastern sky, towards the unseen canyon. And they might just provide one. Clara looked at him, confused. What do you mean? The activity in the canyon, it's escalating, Rourke explained quickly. Whatever they're planning, it's imminent. That kind of power surge, it won't go unnoticed. Strange lights, tremors, atmospheric disturbances, it'll spook the town, distract Croft, draw attention away from us. It's a long shot, but if we time it right. He looked back towards town. Croft likely has Jed held somewhere obvious, maybe the back room of the saloon or holed up in the livery, somewhere he can control access. The saloon, Clara guessed immediately, it's his unofficial headquarters. Rourke nodded. All right. New plan, we ride for town, but we don't go charging in. We watch, we wait for the opportune moment. Maybe the canyon provides our distraction. Maybe we have to create our own. But we get Jed back. He met her gaze, his own resolve hardening. Ready? Clara nodded, shoving her grief and fear down, focusing on the immediate task, getting Jed back. She retrieved the hidden rock fragment from the chest, wrapping it securely and tucking it deep within her saddlebag, safer with her, than left here now. Rourke quickly fashioned a makeshift bandage for his horse's minor scrape from the hurried ride. Within minutes, they were mounted again. leaving the violated sanctuary of the broken spur behind, riding hard towards Redemption Creek under the turbulent, bruised sky. They reached the outskirts of town as dusk bled into true night. Dismounting some distance away, they tethered the horses in a hidden coulee and approached on foot, moving through the muddy alleyways and shadows like ghosts. The town felt tense, edgy. Fewer lights burned in windows than usual. People hurried along the boardwalks, heads down, casting nervous glances towards the eastern horizon, where the sky seemed unnaturally dark, pulsing with a faint, almost subliminal flicker that wasn't lightning. The air hummed with a low-grade tension, the precursor to the events Rourke predicted. The Golden Spur Saloon, however, blazed with light and noise, an island of forced gaiety in the uneasy darkness. Lamplight spilled from the windows, illuminating the muddy street outside. Loud voices, laughter, and the tinny strains of the piano music drifted out. Crofter's men, the two hard-faced guards from the sheriff's office, stood sentinel outside the batwing doors, their rifles held loosely but ready, their eyes scanning the street. "He's in there," Clara whispered, certainty hardening her voice. "Jed's inside." Rourke nodded grimly, studying the scene. Two guards outside, likely more inside keeping an eye on Croft, and Jed going through the front is suicide. He scanned the building. There's a back room, usually used for storage or high-stakes card games. Probably has a barred window, maybe a back door leading to the alley. "How do we get past the guards? Create a distraction?" Clara asked, her hand instinctively going to her coat. "Maybe," Rourke murmured, his eyes fixed on the saloon doors. "Or maybe we just walk in." Clara stared at him, incredulous. "Walk in! They'll shoot us on sight." "Not if we walk in with the man they answer to," Rourke replied, a grim, almost feral light entering his eyes. He looked at Clara. "Croft thinks he's pulling the strings. He thinks he has you cornered. He underestimates your resolve. And he definitely underestimates me." He drew his own Colt Peacemaker, checking it with lethal efficiency. "Stay here. Wait for my signal. When things get loud, find the back room. Get Jed. I'll handle the welcome committee." Before Clara could protest, before she could argue the insanity of his plan, Rourke stepped out of the shadows, walking calmly, deliberately, towards the front entrance of the Golden Spur Saloon. He moved with that unnerving stillness, that coiled readiness, his duster coat unable to conceal the gun belt tied low on his hip. The two guards tensed as he approached, rifles coming up slightly. "Hold it right there, mister," one of them barked. Rourke stopped a few paces from them, his hands held loosely at his sides, away from his weapon. "Evening, boys," he said, his voice calm, almost casual. "Looking for your boss. Got a message for him." "Croft ain't seeing nobody," the other guard growled, stepping forward menacingly. "Turn around and ride out." Rourke didn't move. "I don't think so. This message, it's urgent. Concerns his, recent acquisition." He let the words hang, ambiguous yet pointed. The guards exchanged uneasy glances. They clearly had orders, but Rourke's calm demeanor, his reputation perhaps preceding him, gave them pause. While they hesitated, Rourke's eyes flickered almost imperceptibly past them, towards the batwing doors. Suddenly, the doors burst open. Silas Croft stood framed in the lamplight, his face flushed with whiskey and irritation. "What in tarnation is going on out here?" he bellowed. "Can't a man have a drink in peace?" He saw Rourke, and his expression darkened further. "You again? I thought I told you." "Evening, Croft," Rourke interrupted smoothly. "Just delivering a message. Seems Miss Thorne isn't as easily intimidated as you thought. And she has friends who take exception to kidnapping sick old men. Croft's eyes widened slightly, then narrowed with fury. Kidnapping? That old man came willingly for protection. He blustered, glancing at his guards. Now get out of here, Rourke, before I have my boys escort you out. I don't think your boys are up to it, Rourke replied softly. And then, faster than Clara's eye could follow, his hand moved. Not towards his gun. He lunged forward, grabbing the front of Croft's expensive vest, hauling the larger man bodily out onto the boardwalk, using him as a shield. Tell your dogs to heel, Croft, Rourke snarled, pressing the muzzle of his Colt suddenly against Croft's temple. The guards froze, stunned by the speed and audacity of the move. Patrons inside the saloon fell silent, faces peering out through the doors and windows. Now, Rourke said, his voice dangerously low, speaking to Croft but loud enough for the guards to hear. We're going inside. You're going to tell your men to stand down, and then you're going to release Jedediah Harper. Understand? Croft, purple-faced and sputtering, trapped in Rourke's iron grip with cold steel pressed against his head, could only manage a choked nod. This was Clara's signal. As Rourke backed into the saloon, using Croft as cover, forcing the stunned guards to lower their rifles, Clara darted from the shadows, slipping along the side of the building towards the back alley, towards the hope of finding Jed. The reckoning at the saloon doors had begun. Orchestrated by the enigmatic stranger she had gambled everything to trust. Whether it ended in rescue or disaster remained terrifyingly uncertain. Chapter 15. Shelter in a storm of silence. Chaos erupted inside the Golden Spur Saloon the moment Rourke backed through the bat-wing doors using Silas Croft as a human shield. Shouts, overturned chairs, the frantic scramble of patrons trying to get clear. The sounds washed over Clara as she raced down the muddy side alley, her heart pounding in sync with the receding thunder. Rourke's audacious move had thrown the saloon into turmoil, creating the very distraction he'd anticipated, the diversion she desperately needed. Now it was up to her to find Jed amidst the bedlam. The back alley was narrow, rank with the smell of stale beer, refuse, and mud. Rainwater pooled in deep ruts, reflecting the flickering lamplight spilling from the saloon's rear windows. Clara hugged the rough wooden wall, her Colt drawn now, its weight a grim reassurance in her trembling hand. Rourke had guessed Jed would be held in a back room. Most saloons had them small, windowless spaces for storage, private games, or illicit dealings. She scanned the rear of the building. 2 windows both dark and high up, a sturdy back door, likely barred from the inside, and further down, near a stack of empty barrels, another, smaller door, perhaps leading to a cellar or a woodshed attached to the main building. Which one? A muffled shout from inside, followed by the crash of breaking glass, spurred her into action. No time for indecision. The main back door seemed the most likely access point to any interior room. Pressing herself flat against the wall beside it, she listened intently. She could hear muffled shouts, the general uproar from the main saloon filtering through, but no specific sounds from immediately behind the door. Was Jed even in there? Was he alone? Guarded? She tried the latch, locked, as expected. Solid wood, reinforced with iron bands. Kicking it in was impossible, shooting the lock too loud, too risky. She glanced at the nearby window. Too high to reach easily, and likely barred. Then her eyes fell on the stack of barrels. An idea sparked. If she could roll one over, use it as a step. Moving quickly, she wrestled one of the heavy, empty beer barrels away from the stack, grunting with the effort. It rolled unevenly in the mud, threatening to tip. Positioning it beneath the window, she climbed onto its unstable surface, reaching up. Just as she'd suspected, thick iron bars were set into the window frame on the inside. No way through there. Frustration gnawed at her. Time was slipping away. Rourke was creating chaos inside, but he couldn't hold Croft hostage indefinitely. Someone Croft's men, maybe even drunken patrons looking for misplaced heroism, would eventually challenge him. Then a sound from behind the main back door. A low groan. Feeble but distinctly human. "Jed, he was in there!" Hope surged, sharp and fierce. "Jed?" she whispered urgently, pressing her face close to the door, ignoring the grime. "Jed, can you hear me? It's Clara!" Another groan. Weaker this time, followed by a hacking cough that tore at Clara's heart. He was alive, but barely. Was he alone? She rattled the door latch again, pointlessly. "Jed, is anyone else in there?" Silence, then a faint, raspy whisper, barely audible through the thick wood. "Alone, door, barred." Alone, and the door barred from the inside. Hope warred with despair. He was too weak to lift the heavy bar himself. She was trapped outside. He was trapped inside. Think, Clara, think. There had to be another way. The smaller door? She scrambled down from the barrel, splashing through the mud towards the other door near the woodpile. This one looked less sturdy, made of rough-hewn planks, possibly leading to a storage shed or pantry connected to the back room. She tried the latch. It, too, was locked, but it felt less substantial than the main back door. Could she break it down? She slammed her shoulder against it. The wood groaned but held firm. Again. Pain shot through her shoulder, but the wood splintered slightly near the latch. Encouraged, she drew back and kicked hard just beside the lock mechanism. Wood splintered, cracked, and with another furious kick, the door burst inwards with a satisfying crunch. She stumbled into pitch darkness, the smell of damp earth, sawdust, and stale whiskey assaulting her senses. It was a small storage space cluttered with sacks, crates, and firewood. Ahead, another door, presumably leading into the room where Jed was held. This door looked simpler, likely an interior door, connecting the storage area to the back room. Taking a precious second to let her eyes adjust, she moved forward. Colt held ready. She reached the interior door, listened intently. Only Jed's ragged breathing from the other side. Gently, she tried the latch. It turned, unlocked. Pushing the door open slowly, she peered inside. The room was small, dimly lit by a single guttering lantern hanging from a low beam, casting long dancing shadows. Crates and barrels were stacked against the walls. In the center of the room, slumped on a pile of dirty burlap sacks, was Jed. His eyes were closed, his face pale and gaunt in the flickering light, his breathing shallow and labored. He looked terribly frail, smaller than she'd ever seen him. Relief at finding him alive warred with sharp fear at his condition. "Jed," she whispered, rushing to his side, kneeling in the grime beside him. She touched his forehead. It was burning hot. "Jed, it's me. We're getting you out." His eyelids fluttered open, his gaze unfocused, clouded with fever and pain. "Clara," he breathed, his voice barely audible. "Croft, his men, grab me." He coughed again, a weak, rattling sound. "Said you'd come." "Shh, save your strength," Clara urged, her heart aching at his fragility. "Rourke's keeping them busy out front. We need to move, now." She tried to help him sit up, but even that small movement seemed to cost him immense effort. He groaned, his body trembling. Moving him like this, getting him back to the horses, let alone undertaking the journey to Willow Woman. It seemed impossible. He was far worse than she'd realized. Suddenly, a commotion from the front of the saloon grew louder shouts, a heavy thud, followed by a gunshot. Then another. Rourke! The confrontation was escalating. Their time was running out. Panic tightened its icy grip around Clara's chest. How could she possibly get Jed out of here? He could barely sit up, let alone walk through the alley and ride. They were trapped. As if summoned by her despair, the storage room door behind her creaked open further. Clara spun around, raising her colt, heart leaping into her throat. Cole Rourke stood framed in the doorway, silhouetted against the faint light from the alley. His face was grim, a trickle of blood running from a cut above his eyebrow. His duster smudged with dirt, but he stood steady, his own coat still held loosely at his side. "Trouble?" he asked quietly, his eyes taking in Jed's condition, the impossible situation, in a single, swift glance. "He can't walk, Rourke," Clara said, desperation roughening her voice. "He's too weak. We can't move him like this." Rourke stepped fully into the room, closing the door behind him. Another gunshot echoed from the main saloon, followed by a roar of anger. Croft's voice. "We don't have much time," Rourke stated flatly. "Croft's putting up more of a fight than expected. His men are pinned down for now, but the whole town will be buzzing soon." He knelt beside Jed, his movements surprisingly gentle, as he briefly assessed the old man's breathing, felt his pulse. He looked up at Clara, his expression grim. "He's bad. Fever's high. Moving him now is dangerous. But leaving him here," he didn't need to finish the sentence. Clara looked around the small, grimy room, her mind racing. They couldn't stay here. They couldn't get Jed out through the alley in his condition. They were cornered, unless... Her eyes fell on the stacked crates and barrels, on the rough stone foundation visible beneath the planked floor in one corner. "Is there a cellar?" she asked Rourke suddenly. "Underneath this room?" Rourke frowned, glancing around, his eyes sharp and assessing. He kicked aside a loose floorboard near the foundation. Darkness yawned beneath. A damp, earthy smell rose up. "Looks like it. Old root cellar, maybe. Common in these buildings." "Can we get him down there?" Clara urged. "Hide him? Just until things quiet down, until we can figure out how to move him properly?" Rourke considered it for a moment, then nodded curtly. "It's our best chance. Safer than the alley. Safer than trying to move him now." He looked at Jed. "Can you manage, old man? Just a little further?" Jed groaned, his eyes fluttering open again, vaguely understanding. He gave a weak, almost imperceptible nod. Working together, carefully, gently, they managed to lift Jed's frail body. He was alarmingly light. Rourke took most of the weight, his lean strength surprising. They eased him down through the opening in the floor, onto the damp earth below. The cellar was shallow, barely tall enough to crouch in, smelling strongly of mold and decay. Clara jumped down after him, Rourke lowering the lantern so she could see. She settled Jed as comfortably as possible against the cold stone foundation, covering him with the burlap sacks he'd been lying on, hoping they offered some meager warmth. His breathing seemed even shallower in the damp, cold air. "Stay with him," Rourke ordered quietly, handing her the lantern. "Keep him warm if you can. I need to discourage pursuit. Create a reason for Croft to think we got away clean. Took Jed with us." "What are you going to do?" Clara asked, apprehension tightening her voice. A grim, humorless smile touched Rourke's lips. Cause a little more chaos. Make it look like a rescue and an escape. He glanced back towards the door, leading to the storage shed. Bar this cellar, opening from the inside if you can find something heavy. Don't open it for anyone but me. Understand? Clara nodded, clutching the lantern, its flickering light casting huge dancing shadows on the damp cellar walls. Rourke gave one last look at Jed, then climbed quickly out of the cellar, pulling the loose floorboard back into place, leaving Clara and Jed enveloped in near total darkness, broken only by the feeble glow of the single lantern. Alone in the cold, damp silence, broken only by Jed's ragged breathing and the muffled sounds of the continuing chaos filtering down from the saloon above, Clara felt a profound sense of isolation, yet also a strange sort of calm. They were hidden for now. Jed was out of Croft's immediate grasp. Rourke, whatever his ultimate motives, was actively fighting on their behalf, risking himself to protect their escape, however illusory it might be. She found a heavy broken crate fragment and managed to wedge it against the underside of the floorboard covering the opening, hoping it would provide some resistance if anyone discovered the loose board. Then she huddled close to Jed, trying to share her own body heat, murmuring soothing words she wasn't sure he could hear. The lantern cast a small pool of light, pushing back the oppressive darkness but doing little to warm the chilling dampness that seeped into their bones. Time stretched, measured in Jed's strained breaths and the distant, gradually subsiding sounds from the saloon. A few more scattered shouts, a final gunshot further away now. Then an uneasy quiet fell, broken only by the steady drumming of the rain, which had eased slightly, but not stopped. How long would they have to stay here? How would Rourke find them again? What chaos had he unleashed? And what would happen when the sun rose on Redemption Creek, revealing the aftermath of the night's violence? Clara huddled closer to Jed, the lantern flame sputtering, casting long shadows that seemed to writhe like living things. They had found a shelter, of sorts, but it was a shelter forged in violence, hidden within a storm of silence, its safety terrifyingly fragile, dependent on the actions of a dangerous stranger and the unpredictable currents of fate. Chapter 16. The Bite of Barbed Wire. The silence in the root cellar beneath the Golden Spur Saloon was a heavy, cloying thing, far more unnerving than the chaos that had preceded it. The damp earth pressed in, smelling of mold, decay, and something vaguely metallic, like old blood long soaked into the soil. The single lantern cast a feeble, flickering circle of light, pushing back the absolute darkness but doing little to warm the chilling air or Clara's frayed nerves. Every drip of water seeping through the foundation stones, every rustle from unseen cellar dwellers, every strained breath Jed drew beside her, sounded unnaturally loud in the profound quiet. Time lost meaning. Clara huddled close to Jed, trying to shield his frail body from the dampness with her own warmth and the rough burlap sacks. His breathing remained shallow, punctuated by occasional, weak coughs that seemed to tear through his depleted frame. His skin felt clammy and hot to the touch. The fever still held him firmly in its grip. She whispered soothing words, nonsense mostly, hoping the sound of her voice offered some small comfort in his delirium. Mostly she listened for sounds from above, listened for Rourke's return, listened for any indication that their hiding place had been discovered. The muffled noises from the saloon had died down completely. The initial uproar following Rourke's confrontation with Croft had subsided into an uneasy quiet, broken only by the steady drumming of the rain on the alley mud above. What had happened? Had Rourke escaped cleanly? Had he, as he'd grimly suggested, created a diversion? Made it look like they'd rescued Jed and fled? Or had he been captured? Killed? The uncertainty was agonizing. Their survival, Jed's life, rested entirely on the actions of a man she barely knew, a man whose past was steeped in violence and whose motives remained shadowed. She thought of Rourke's face in the dim light of the back room, the grim determination, the surprising gentleness as he assessed Jed, the calculated risk in his eyes. He was a complex, dangerous man, forged in fires she could only imagine. He fought them for reasons of his own, a history of blood and loss fueling his actions. Could such a man be trusted? Perhaps not in the conventional sense, but his interests for the moment aligned with hers. He needed the Heartstone fragment kept out of their hands, needed their plans disrupted. Protecting Clara, protecting Jed, served that purpose. It was a cold comfort, but in the damp darkness of the cellar, it was the only comfort she had. Hours crept by. The lantern flame sputtered lower, threatening to extinguish, consuming the last of its oil. Panic flickered in Clara's chest. Plunged into absolute darkness, the fear would be unbearable. She adjusted the wick, trimming it slightly with her fingernail, coaxing a few more minutes of weak light from the dying flame. Jed stirred beside her, murmuring something incoherent, his brow furrowed in a fever dream. She smoothed his hair, her touch gentle, her heart aching with helplessness. He needed Willow Woman. He needed warmth, medicine, care they couldn't provide in this wretched hole. Just as the lantern flame seemed ready to give its last gasp, she heard it. A faint scratching sound from directly above near the loose floorboard. Clara froze, her hand instinctively tightening on the Colt peacemaker she still held. Was it Rourke or someone else? Croft's men, searching methodically. "Rourke," she whispered, her voice barely audible above Jed's ragged breathing. The scratching stopped. A moment of tense silence, then a low voice, unmistakably Rourke's, came from above. "Clara, you all right down there?" Relief washed over her, so potent it almost buckled her knees. "Yes, Jed, he's weak, but holding on. The lantern's almost out." "All right. Stand back from the opening." She heard the crate fragment she'd wedged against the board being pushed aside, then the floorboard itself was lifted. Rourke's silhouette appeared, framed against the faint pre-dawn light filtering down from the storage room above. He dropped lightly into the cellar beside her. "Took longer than expected," he said tersely, his eyes quickly assessing Jed's condition in the dying lamplight. "Had to make sure our escape looked convincing and encourage Croft to look for us somewhere else." Clara didn't ask for details. The grim set of his jaw, the fresh smudge of dirt on his cheek, hinted at further violence, expertly applied. "Is it safe now?" "For the moment. Most of Croft's men are scattered, nursing wounds or chasing shadows west out of town, thanks to some misleading tracks I laid. Croft is likely holed up, furious but temporarily neutralized. The townsfolk are spooked. Seems the atmospheric effects from the canyon are getting noticeable. Strange lights reported east. Animals acting up gave folks something else to talk about besides saloon brawls." He produced a small new lantern from under his duster, lighting it quickly. Its steady glow pushed back the encroaching darkness. "But we can't stay here. Sun's coming up soon. Someone's bound to check this back room eventually." He looked at Jed again, his expression grim. "We need to move him. Now. Willow Woman's place is our only real option. Clara nodded, though her heart sank. Looking at Jed's pale, still form, the thought of moving him seemed impossible. How, Rourke? He can't even sit up? Rourke surveyed the cramped cellar, then looked back up towards the opening. We'll have to lift him, carefully. Get him out to the horses, the travois. It'll be rough on him, but stay in here. He shook his head. There's a full water trough in the alley. Soak some of those sacks. The evaporation might help cool his fever a little on the journey. It was a desperate plan, fraught with risk, but inaction was worse. Working together again in the cramped space, they gently lifted Jed. He groaned weakly, but remained mostly unresponsive. Rourke, taking the brunt of the weight, climbed carefully out of the cellar, Clara bracing Jed's legs from below. Once Rourke had him partially out, Clara scrambled up and together they eased Jed fully into the storage room, laying him carefully on a cleaner pile of sacks near the outer door. While Rourke went to soak the sacks and check the alley, Clara knelt beside Jed again, bathing his face with cool water from her canteen. His eyes fluttered open, briefly focusing on her. A flicker of recognition, of trust, crossed his fevered features. Clara, he whispered, his fingers weakly clutching hers. It's all right, Jed, she murmured, forcing a reassuring smile. We're getting you help, just hold on. Rourke returned quickly, the damp sack slung over his shoulder. Alley's clear for now. Horses are waiting where we left them, but we need to move fast. They wrapped Jed as securely as possible in the damp sacks, then Rourke lifted the old man into his arms in a surprisingly gentle fireman's carry. Clara grabbed the lantern, took one last look around the grimy room that had served as both prison and sanctuary, and followed Rourke out into the pre-dawn gloom of the alley. The air outside felt cool and clean after the cellar's stagnant dampness, though it still carried the metallic tang of the recent storm and the underlying tension emanating from the east. Dawn was breaking, painting the undersides of the clouds in bruised shades of pink and gray. They moved quickly, silently, through the deserted alleyways, Rourke carrying Jed's frail weight, with steady, determined steps, Clara scanning their surroundings, Colt at the ready. Reaching the horses in the hidden coulee felt like a small victory. Rourke gently laid Jed down while Clara retrieved the hidden rock fragment from her saddlebag, ensuring it was still secure. Then, using ropes and two sturdy poles Rourke seemed to produce from nowhere, likely liberated during his diversion, they quickly constructed a makeshift travois behind Rourke's sturdy dark horse. Lining it with saddle blankets and the damp sacks, they carefully secured Jed onto the platform. He looked terribly vulnerable, jostled by the movement, his eyes closed, his breathing worryingly shallow. Let's ride, Rourke said tersely, swinging into his saddle. Clara mounted Willow, her own exhaustion momentarily forgotten in the desperate urgency of the moment. They set off, heading north into the broken foothills, away from Redemption Creek, away from the broken spur, towards the hope represented by the mysterious Willow Woman. Rourke kept the pace steady but swift, mindful of the precious cargo bumping along behind his horse on the travois. The motion was unavoidable, and Clara watched Jed with anxious eyes, praying the rough journey wouldn't prove too much for him. The land grew rougher, climbing into pinon juniper country, the trail becoming narrow and winding. The clouds remained thick overhead, obscuring the sun, casting the landscape in a flat gray light. The air felt heavy, expectant. The faint hum Clara had felt near the canyon seemed subtly present here too, less intense but a constant low vibration, just beneath the threshold of normal sound. It prickled her skin, made Willow nervous. They rode in silence for hours, focused on the trail, on Jed's condition, on the unseen threats that might still linger. Clara's thoughts churned. They had Jed. They had the rock fragment. They had a destination, but Croft was still a threat, furious and likely plotting revenge. And the organization her father feared, they were still active in the canyon, their power growing. This escape felt less like a victory and more like a temporary reprieve, a desperate maneuver in a much larger, deadlier game. As they rounded a sharp bend, shielded by a rocky outcrop, Rourke suddenly pulled his horse to an abrupt halt, signaling silence. Clara reined Willow in beside him, her hand immediately going to her rifle. Ahead, strung crudely across the narrow trail, blocking their path, was a length of barbed wire. New wire, gleaming dully in the gray light, stretched taut between two sturdy juniper trees, its sharp barbs glinting menacingly. It hadn't been there earlier. It was a deliberate obstruction. An ambush? Rourke dismounted silently, motioning for Clara to stay put and watch Jed. He drew his Colt, moving forward cautiously, scanning the rocks and trees lining the trail, his eyes missing nothing. Clara scanned the opposite side, her rifle ready, heart pounding. The silence felt deadly, amplified by the surrounding wilderness. Who had set this trap? Croft's men, somehow anticipating their route? Or them proving Rourke's warning that the rock acted as a beacon? Rourke reached the wire, examining it quickly. He pointed towards the ground just beyond it. Clara could see faint tracks in a patch of damp earth, partially obscured by pine needles. Boot prints. Recent. Suddenly, a rifle shot cracked from the rocks above and to their right. The bullet kicked up dirt just inches from Rourke's feet. He reacted instantly, diving for cover behind a waist-high boulder, returning fire with his Colt towards the unseen shooter's position. Another shot answered him, whining off the rock near his head. Clara swung her rifle towards the source of the shots, firing towards the muzzle flash hidden amongst the pinon pines on the slope above. She saw movement, a figure ducking back behind cover. There was at least one shooter, possibly more, positioned strategically above the trail, pinning them down. They were caught, exposed on the trail, with Jed helpless on the travois, unable to retreat easily, facing hidden marksmen who held the high ground. The bite of the barbed wire wasn't just the physical barrier. It was the sharp, sudden realization that their desperate flight had led them directly into another deadly confrontation. Shelter was illusory. The storm of violence had found them again. Chapter 17. What the Heart Must Bury. Gunfire echoed sharp and violent, shattering the uneasy quiet of the gray foothills. Bullets whined off rock, kicked up spurts of dirt, forcing Clara to press herself low behind a screen of dense juniper bushes, her cheek pressed against the cool stock of her rifle. Rourke was pinned down behind a boulder just ahead, exchanging shots with the unseen marksman hidden on the rocky slope above the barbed wire barrier. Jed, terrifyingly exposed on the travois, just behind Rourke's horse, remained frighteningly still, either unconscious or too weak to react to the sudden onslaught. Panic threatened to claw its way up Clara's throat, cold and sharp. They were trapped, outmaneuvered. The barbed wire blocked any forward escape on the narrow trail, and retreating backwards with the travois under fire seemed equally impossible. Whoever had set this ambush had chosen their spot well, using the terrain to create a perfect kill box. Was it Croft's men? seeking revenge for the humiliation at the saloon. Their tactics felt cruder, usually favoring blunt force over strategic ambush. Or was it them? Had the rock fragment acted as a beacon, leading the cultists directly to them? The precision, the calculated placement of the wire, felt more aligned with the shadowy organization her father feared. The group, Rourke, hinted possessed long-standing, deadly competence. And see anything? Rourke yelled over the crack of his coat, his voice tight with tension as he ducked back behind the boulder after firing another shot. Movement! High, near those pines! Clara yelled back, firing her own rifle towards the spot where she'd seen the figure duck. The shot was answered by another bullet that splintered the trunk of the juniper inches from her head. At least 2 shooters, maybe more, well concealed. Rourke risked a quick glance around his boulder. Can't stay here. They've got us boxed in. Need to break through that wire. Break through? It looked like heavy gauge wire strung taut. Cutting it under fire seemed suicidal. How? Clara shouted back, chambering another round into her rifle. Cover me. Draw their fire, Rourke ordered. He reloaded his Colt with swift, economical movements, then took a deep breath. Before Clara could fully process his intention, he exploded from behind the boulder, not towards the wire, but scrambling up the steep, rocky slope directly towards the shooter's presumed position. It was an incredibly dangerous move, charging uphill into enemy fire. But it was also unexpected, audacious. Clara reacted instinctively, laying down covering fire, aiming high towards the pines, trying to keep the ambushers' heads down, giving Rourke those precious seconds. She saw muzzle flashes wink back at her from the rocks above, bullets thudding into the earth around her cover. Rourke moved with incredible speed and agility, using the sparse cover of rocks and stunted trees, zigzagging up the slope like a mountain goat. He fired his Colt as he climbed, deliberately drawing their attention. One of the shooters focused on him, bullets kicking up dust around his scrambling form. Clara used the opportunity, aiming carefully at the second muzzle flash she'd spotted further along the ridge, squeezing the trigger. A cry of pain echoed down the slope, followed by silence from that position. One down, or just wounded? Rourke reached a narrow ledge just below the main cluster of pines where the remaining shooter seemed positioned. He pressed himself flat against the rock face, momentarily out of the line of fire, catching his breath. Clara kept firing intermittently towards the pines, trying to prevent the ambusher from getting a clear shot at Rourke's exposed position. Then Rourke moved again. Not further up, but sideways along the ledge, disappearing behind a rocky outcrop. Silence fell, heavy and suspenseful, broken only by the frantic pounding of Clara's heart and the nervous shifting of the horses below. Where had he gone? What was he doing? Suddenly, a figure burst from the pines above, stumbling, firing wildly down the slope, not towards Rourke's last known position, but towards the trail, towards Clara and the horses. He must think Rourke was still pinned down. Clara reacted instantly, bringing her rifle up, finding the target, squeezing the trigger. The man jolted, spun around, and collapsed, tumbling partway down the slope before lodging against a thicket of brush. Silence returned, absolute and chilling this time. Clara waited, scanning the slope, rifle ready, every sense straining. Had that been the last one? Where was Rourke? After what felt like an eternity, Rourke emerged cautiously from behind the outcrop, gun still ready, scanning the area above. He moved towards the spot where the first shooter had been, then disappeared briefly behind the pines. He reappeared moments later, giving Clara a quick, sharp wave, all clear. Slowly, cautiously. Clara lowered her rifle, her muscles trembling from adrenaline and tension. She took several deep, shuddering breaths, the coppery taste of fear still coating her tongue. Rourke scrambled back down the slope, moving quickly but carefully, his face grim. "Two of them," he reported tersely as he reached the trail, holstering his coat. He didn't look triumphant, only weary, dressed rough. No markings I recognized immediately. Could be Crofts' hired guns, could be freelancers, could be scouts for them. He looked at the bodies sprawled on the slope, then back at the trail. Either way, they knew we were coming this way, or they were waiting for anyone using this trail. He turned his attention to the barbed wire. Drawing a heavy pair of wire cutters from his saddlebag, another piece of equipment he seemed to conveniently possess. He made quick work of the barrier, snipping the taut strands in several places until a wide gap was opened. Clara rushed to Jed's side. The gunfire, the shouting, hadn't roused him. He remained worryingly still, his breathing perhaps even shallower than before. The jolting stopped. The proximity to the gunfire, it couldn't have helped his condition. Panic surged again. "Rourke! Rourke was already beside her, checking Jed's pulse again. "Still there," he said, his voice low, "but fading. We wasted too much time here. We need to get to Willow Woman. Fast." Remounting quickly, they urged the horses through the gap in the wire, Rourke's dark horse carefully pulling the travois over the rough ground. They pushed onward, the pace now bordering on reckless, driven by the desperate need to reach help, before Jed slipped away completely. The gray, overcast sky seemed to press down, mirroring the weight in Clara's heart. They rode for another hour through the winding foothills, the terrain gradually softening as they descended slightly towards a more sheltered valley Rourke seemed familiar with. He pointed ahead towards a thin plume of smoke rising from a hidden hollow, barely visible against the gray backdrop. "Willow Woman's cabin," he said, "just ahead." Relief, sharp and almost painful, washed through Clara. They had made it. Help was near. As they drew closer, she saw a small, neat cabin nestled amongst aspens and pines, smoke curling invitingly from the chimney. A small, well-tended herb garden, strangely vibrant despite the harsh surroundings, grew near the door. There was an air of peace about the place, a stark contrast to the violence and tension they had just escaped. An old woman emerged from the cabin as they approached. She was small, wizened, her face a road map of deep wrinkles, her dark eyes sharp and intelligent, holding a surprising vitality. Her long gray hair was braided neatly, interwoven with strips of colored cloth. She wore simple buckskin clothes adorned with intricate beadwork. She showed no surprise at their sudden appearance, simply watched them approach with a calm, assessing gaze. This had to be Willow Woman. Rourke dismounted, approaching her respectfully. "Willow Woman," he said, his voice losing some of its usual hardness. "We need your help. My friend, he's gravely ill. Fever, weakness, exposure to bad air from the east." He gestured towards Jed on the travois. Willow Woman's sharp eyes took in Jed's condition, then flickered towards Rourke, then settled on Clara with unnerving intensity. She seemed to see more than just a worried young woman. Her gaze felt ancient, perceptive, reading the fear and the secrets Clara carried. "Bad air blows strong from the cursed canyon these days," the old woman stated, her voice surprisingly firm, melodic despite her age. "Brings sickness of the body and the spirit. Bring him inside, quickly." Together, they carefully carried Jed into the small cabin. It was warm, clean, smelling strongly of wood smoke, drying herbs, and something else, a clean, earthy fragrance that felt calming. Bunches of herbs hung drying from the rafters. Shelves were lined with clay pots and bundles of roots, and intricate woven blankets covered the floor and a narrow sleeping platform. Willow Woman immediately set to work, her movements efficient and practiced. She examined Jed gently, listening to his breathing, feeling his pulse, her brow furrowed in concentration. She brewed a pungent tea from herbs simmering over the fire, carefully coaxing a few sips between Jed's pale lips. She applied cool compresses to his forehead, murmuring soft words in a language Clara didn't recognize, perhaps her native tongue, perhaps something older still. Clara watched, hovering uselessly, her heart torn between hope and fear. Willow Woman worked with a quiet confidence, her ancient knowledge a tangible force in the small cabin. Rourke stood near the doorway, watchful, respectful, allowing the healer space. After what felt like an eternity, Willow Woman straightened up, looking first at Rourke, then at Clara. "The canyon sickness runs deep in him," she said gravely. "His spirit flickers low, like your dying lantern in the cellar." Clara started. How could she know about the lantern? Had Rourke told her? Or did her perception run deeper? He has breathed too much of the dust raised by those who trouble the stones. His body fights, but the poison weakens his hold on this world. "Can you help him?" Clara pleaded, her voice trembling. Willow Woman looked at Jed again, then met Clara's desperate gaze. "The body needs herbs, warmth, rest. I can give him those, but the spirit, it must choose to fight, and something holds him back. A weight, sorrow." She paused, her dark eyes seeming to pierce right through Clara. "And you, daughter, you carry sorrow too. Heavy burdens, secrets buried deep. They poison the air around you, weaken those you try to protect." Clara felt exposed, stripped bare by the old woman's perceptive gaze. She thought of her father's letter, the secret of the rock, the stolen claim that wasn't stolen but felt like it, the violence, the fear. It was a poison clouding everything. "The heart must bury what it cannot carry, daughter," Willow Woman said softly but firmly, "or the weight will crush you and those you love. Some secrets fester when hidden. Some sorrows must be grieved, released, before healing can begin." Her words struck Clara with the force of a physical blow. She had been so focused on the external threats, on fighting Croft, on understanding Rourke, on guarding the rock, that she hadn't truly dealt with the internal wound, the fractured image of her father, the weight of his choices, the grief for the man she thought she knew, and a burdened stranger revealed in the letter. She had buried the sorrow, pushed it down beneath layers of fear and grim determination because acknowledging it felt too overwhelming, too weakening. But Willow Woman was right. The poison wasn't just in the canyon's air, it was inside her too. The unresolved grief, the buried secrets, they were a weight, hindering her, perhaps even hindering Jed's ability to fight. While Willow Woman continued to tend to Jed, applying poultices and murmuring chants, Clara stepped outside the cabin needing air, space. The rain had stopped, though the sky remained heavy, gray. The air smelled clean, washed, yet the underlying tension remained. Rourke stood near the horses, checking their legs after the hard ride. He looked up as she approached, his expression questioning. Clara didn't speak immediately. She walked towards the edge of the small clearing, looking out towards the vast, indifferent landscape. Willow Woman's words echoed in her mind. The heart must bury what it cannot carry. Some sorrows must be grieved. She thought of her father's face, stern but kind in her memory. She thought of his hidden struggles, the fear he must have lived with daily. She thought of the choice he made that night by the canyon, a choice born of fear and a desperate desire for refuge, a choice that had ultimately led her here, to this moment. The complexity of it, the sorrow of it, washed over her, not as weakness, but as a deep, aching truth. Maybe burying didn't mean forgetting or hiding. Maybe it meant acknowledging the truth, the pain, the loss, and then letting it rest, accepting the flawed, burdened man her father was, alongside the strong, honorable man she remembered. Grieving the loss not just of his life, but of the simpler image she had held. Tears welled hot and stinging, blurring the gray landscape. For the first time since finding the letter, since the chaos began, Clara allowed herself to feel the full weight of her grief, her confusion, her fear. She didn't sob loudly, just stood silently, tears tracing paths down her dusty cheeks, letting the pain wash through her, acknowledging the wound instead of just armoring herself against it. Rourke approached quietly, stopping a respectful distance away. He didn't speak, didn't offer platitudes. He simply stood there, a silent, watchful presence against the vast, brooding sky. His stillness, usually unnerving, felt different now, less like judgment, more like witness, a shared understanding of loss, perhaps, bridging the gap between them more effectively than any words could. After a long time, the tears subsided, leaving behind a sense of fragile calm, a quiet clarity. The sorrow wasn't gone, but it felt different now, acknowledged, integrated, less like a festering wound and more like a scar, a part of her history. She took a deep breath, the clean, damp air filling her lungs. She knew what she had to do, not just for Jed, not just for the ranch, but for herself, for her father's memory. She had to face the darkness emanating from the canyon, not just reactively, but proactively. She had to understand the Heartstone, understand them, and find a way to stop them, not just disrupt them. And maybe, just maybe, understanding the past, acknowledging the sorrow, was the first step towards finding the strength to do it. She turned back towards the cabin, towards the sleeping form of Jed, towards the uncertain alliance with Rourke, her heart heavy, but her spine, once again, forged in the quiet acceptance of what must be buried and what must be faced. Chapter 18. The Secret Keeper's Last Breath. The small cabin nestled in the foothills became a pocket of strained silence, an eye within the storm of both the receding weather and the encroaching human darkness. Outside, the rain had softened to a persistent drizzle, washing the dust from the pines and aspens, leaving the air smelling sharp and clean, yet heavy with unspoken tension. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of wood smoke, drying herbs, and the undeniable aroma of sickness, the metallic tang of fever, the faint mustiness of labored breath. Clara sat on a low stool near the sleeping platform where Jed lay, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. The emotional release she'd experienced outside, the quiet acknowledgement of her grief and her father's complicated legacy, had left her feeling strangely hollowed out, yet also clearer, calmer. The storm within had subsided, mirroring the one outside, leaving behind a landscape scoured clean, ready for whatever came next. But watching Jed's frail form, listening to the rasp of his breathing, threatened to shatter that fragile peace. He looked so diminished, so utterly vulnerable, a stark contrast to the sturdy, taciturn man who had been a constant presence in her life for as long as she could remember. Willow Woman moved quietly about the cabin, her presence both grounding and subtly otherworldly. She added herbs to the simmering pot over the fire, checked the poultices she'd applied to Jed's chest, her wrinkled face serene, yet deeply focused. There was a timeless quality to her movements, a connection to rhythms Clara didn't understand, rhythms of healing, of life and death that felt ancient and enduring. She offered Clara a mug of potent bitter tea, not unlike the one she'd given Jed. "Drink," she commanded softly. "Strength is needed for watching and for letting go." Clara accepted the mug, the warmth seeping into her chilled hands. Letting go, the words resonated with the insight the old healer had offered earlier. Letting go of the idealized image of her father. Letting go of the crushing weight of secrets best brought to light. Perhaps even letting go of Jed? The thought was a sharp physical pain, a betrayal she couldn't yet contemplate. Rourke occupied the space near the door, a silent sentinel. He had cleaned the cut above his eyebrow, the raw scrape a stark reminder of the violence they'd faced, the violence likely still hunting them. He had ventured out briefly to check on the horses and scout the immediate surroundings, reporting back in low tones that there was no sign of pursuit. Not yet, but that the feeling in the air, the low hum, the sense of charged expectancy emanating from the east was undeniably stronger. The canyon was stirring. Time was short. Now he leaned against the doorframe, ostensibly resting, yet every line of his body spoke of coiled readiness, his gaze distant but alert, fixed on the world outside the small cabin window. He seemed content to let the two women tend to the dying man, occupying his own solitary space, burdened by his own histories. Jed stirred on the platform, moaning softly, his head thrashing slightly against the pillow Clara had fashioned from a folded blanket. His eyes fluttered open, unfocused, clouded with fever. Willow Woman was instantly beside him, murmuring her soft, incomprehensible words, wiping his brow with a damp cloth. "Easy now, grandfather," she crooned. "The fever spirit fights hard, but your own spirit must fight harder. Release the stones you carry. They weigh you down." Jed seemed to quiet slightly under her ministrations, his gaze drifting, eventually settling on Clara, hovering near the foot of the platform. Recognition flickered, faint but definite. "Clara?" His voice was a dry whisper, rough as sandstone. "I'm here, Jed," she said, moving closer, kneeling beside the platform. She took his thin, dry hand in hers. It felt alarmingly frail, the bones sharp beneath the skin. "I'm right here." His fingers tightened slightly, a surprising flicker of strength. His eyes seemed to clear for a moment, the fever haze receding, replaced by a look of profound weariness and something else, urgency. "Listened, always listened," he murmured, his gaze drifting towards the cabin roof as if seeing through it to the past. "Your pa, Thomas, carried mountains." Clara's breath caught. Rourke shifted slightly by the door, his attention sharpening, though he made no move closer, respecting the intimacy of the moment. "He told you things, Jed?" Clara prompted gently, careful not to push, not to overwhelm his fragile lucidity. "About the canyon? About Hemlock?" Jed's eyes closed briefly, a pained expression flickering across his face. "Saw him, Hemlock, before." His words came slowly, punctuated by shallow breaths. "Met him on the trail weeks before he vanished. Wild eyes, talking crazy about rocks that hummed, glowed." He coughed, a dry, rattling sound. "Showed me my nothing. Said he trusted no one, said dark men watched him." This matched her father's account, confirming Hemlock's paranoia. his awareness of the threat. And the night he died, Clara asked, holding her breath, did my father tell you what happened? Did you see anything? Jed's gaze shifted, finding her face again. There was a deep sorrow in his eyes, a burden held for decades. Thomas found him, like he wrote. He paused, gathering strength. But I was out checking snares near the east boundary. Heard, the blast. Different, wrong sound, like the mountain groaned. His description mirrored her father's words about an unnatural explosion. Saw, smoke, rode closer, kept hidden. His breathing grew more labored. Willow Woman held the cup of herbal brew to his lips again, and he managed a weak sip. Saw riders. Jed continued, his voice barely a whisper now. Dark clothes, fast horses leaving the canyon mouth, moving like shadows. 2, maybe 3. Didn't see their faces clear, but felt cold, wrongness. He swallowed hard. Saw your pa later, coming back from that way, face like stone, like he'd seen hell itself. Never saw him look that way before or since. So Jed had seen the riders, too, the shadowy figures her father described as them. He hadn't seen the murder itself, hadn't seen her father at the scene, but he had witnessed enough to corroborate the core of Thomas's hidden testimony. He had carried that knowledge, that suspicion, silently for over 20 years. He never spoke of it, Clara asked softly. Jed shook his head weakly, the movement barely perceptible. Thomas kept things locked tight, carried his burdens alone, just warned me off the canyon, said some secret, best stay buried, for your sake mostly. His gaze held hers. Heard him some that time, late at night, talking low by the fire, not to me, to her, your ma, asking forgiveness for the silence, for the fear he brought near you. Tears pricked Clara's eyes again. Her father talking to the memory of her mother, tormented by the secret he carried, the danger he couldn't escape. The image was profoundly painful, yet it solidified the truth of his letter, the depth of his hidden struggle. Jed, Clara said, leaning closer, needing to ask the question that still haunted her. The claim, did he ever say, did you ever think he took something that wasn't his from Hemlock? Jed's eyes flashed with a surprising spark of their old fire. Thomas Thorne, he rasped, indignant despite his weakness. No, not like that. He claimed the land after, to contain it, keep folks out, keep them out. He weren't no thief. He was scared of what he saw, scared for you. His grip tightened on her hand again. The rock, he showed me once, years later, said it was poison, a weight, said it called to dark things, told me if anything happened to him, told me to... He struggled for breath, his voice fading. Told you what, Jed? Clara urged gently. What did he tell you to do? His eyes searched her face, filled with a desperate urgency. I told me, hide it deeper or destroy it. If they got too close, said better destroyed than in their hands. Better the world don't know. His voice trailed off into a racking cough that shook his entire body. Willow Woman was there instantly, supporting his head, offering sips of water, murmuring soothingly. Rourke took a step away from the door, his expression unreadable but intense, clearly absorbing Jed's words. Destroy the rock? The idea was startling. Her father, after guarding it for so long, had considered its destruction preferable to it falling into their hands. It spoke volumes about the danger he perceived, the catastrophic potential Rourke had hinted at. The coughing fit subsided, leaving Jed utterly spent, his breathing alarmingly shallow. his eyes closed, a lips tinged with blue. Willow Woman shook her head sadly, placing a gentle hand on his chest. His spirit prepares for journey, she whispered, her voice filled with compassion. His words were his last stones to cast off. Clara clutched Jed's hand, tears streaming silently down her face now. No, not yet. He couldn't leave her, not now. He was her last link to her father, to the ranch, to the life she had known before the shadows descended. Jed, she choked out his name. Jed, stay with me, please. His eyelids fluttered, a ghost of a movement. His lips moved, forming words too faint to hear. Clara leaned closer, pressing her ear near his mouth, desperate to catch his final thoughts. Ben, he breathed, the name barely audible. Clara froze. Ben? Why would he speak Ben's name now? Ben, who had ridden away years ago, chasing his own restless dreams, leaving her heart shattered. What connection could Ben possibly have to this? Letter? Jed whispered again, the sound faint as falling ash. Gave Ben letter for you, if... His breath hitched. A long, shuddering sigh escaped his lips, and then stillness. Absolute, profound stillness. His hand went limp in hers. The shallow rise and fall of his chest ceased. The silence in the cabin became immense, broken only by the soft crackle of the fire and Clara's own ragged sob. Jedediah Harper, the steadfast, taciturn ranch hand who had been with her father from the beginning, the man who had quietly watched over her entire life, the keeper of unspoken secrets and unwavering loyalty, was gone. Clara knelt there, holding his lifeless hand, the tears flowing freely now, a storm of grief breaking within her. She wept for Jed, for his quiet strength, his steadfast presence, the years of silent burden he had carried. She wept for her father, for his hidden pain, his flawed protection. She wept for herself, for the profound loneliness that now enveloped her, for the terrifying path that stretched ahead. Willow Woman placed a comforting hand on Clara's shoulder, letting her grieve, her own eyes filled with ancient sadness. Rourke remained by the door, his back partially turned, granting her a measure of privacy, yet his rigid posture spoke of shared loss, or perhaps just the grim acknowledgement of mortality in this harsh land. After a long time, the initial storm of grief subsided, leaving behind a deep, aching emptiness. Clara gently released Jed's hand, closing his eyes with trembling fingers. His face in death looked peaceful, the lines of pain and weariness smoothed away, leaving only a profound stillness. But his last words echoed in the emptiness. Ben, letter. Gave Ben letter for you. If what? If something happened to Jed or to her father? A letter from her father entrusted to Ben years ago. Why hadn't Ben given it to her? Where was he now? Had he simply forgotten, lost it, or disregarded it as unimportant? Or had something prevented him from delivering it? It was another layer of mystery, another tangled thread in the already complex tapestry of secrets and betrayals. Ben, the man she had loved, the man whose departure had left a gaping wound, was somehow connected to her father's hidden life, entrusted with a message meant for her. What had that letter contained? More warnings, instructions, explanations? Could it hold a key to understanding the rock? Them, even Rourke? Clara slowly rose to her feet, feeling drained yet strangely focused. Jed's death, his final revelation, hadn't broken her. It had solidified something within her. Grief was a sharp edge, but beneath it lay the bedrock of resolve. Jed, the secret keeper, had breathed his last, passing the final fragments of his knowledge, his burden, to her. Now she was the sole inheritor of her father's dangerous legacy. She looked at Rourke, meeting his quiet gaze across the small cabin. He saw the shift in her, the grief mingling with determination. He gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod, acknowledging the moment, the loss, the weight she now carried alone. "Willow woman," Clara said, her voice thick but steady. "Thank you for easing his passage." The old woman nodded, her eyes filled with compassion. "His spirit is free of its burden now, but the storm he fled still gathers." She looked towards the east, her expression troubled. The stones below groan, the air tastes of lightning yet to strike. Great sorrow or great change is coming to the canyon. Her words were a stark reminder. Jed was gone, but the threat remained, more potent than ever. The secret keeper had breathed his last, but the secrets themselves were dangerously alive, pulsing with unnatural energy, drawing violence towards them. Clara took a deep breath, the scent of wood smoke and herbs mingling with the lingering chill of death. She had buried her dead, both literally and figuratively. Now she had to face the living storm. Chapter 19. A Choice Forged in Fire. The weight of Jed's passing settled heavily in the small cabin, a tangible presence in the quiet aftermath. The scent of Willow Woman's herbs mingled with the profound silence left by his final breath, creating an atmosphere thick with sorrow and unspoken urgency. Clara felt adrift, the last familiar anchor in her turbulent world suddenly gone. Jed, with his quiet loyalty and unspoken knowledge, had been more than just a ranch hand. He was the living link to her past, to her father, to the life she had known before the shadows fell. Now that link was severed, leaving her truly alone with the dangerous legacy she'd inherited. Yet, amidst the grief, a new, sharper clarity emerged. Jed's final words, the mention of Ben, the undelivered letter, opened a new, bewildering front in her internal war. But his confirmation of her father's story, his validation of the threat posed by them and the canyon, solidified her resolve. There was no turning back, no hiding from the truth or the danger. Willow Woman's ominous warning, the stones below groan, the air tastes of lightning yet to strike. Great sorrow or great change is coming to the canyon, resonated with the terrifying light and hum Clara herself had witnessed. The culmination Rourke predicted was imminent. Rourke stood by the window, gazing out towards the east, his profile stark against the gray, uncertain light filtering through the small pane. He had been a silent witness to Jed's passing, his usual impassivity tinged with something that might have been respect or perhaps just the grim recognition of another casualty in the long, bloody conflict his family history was tied to. He turned as Clara finally rose, his slate-gray eyes meeting hers, acknowledging the shift, the finality. He deserved better, Rourke said quietly, the words simple but carrying unexpected weight. It was the closest he'd come to expressing empathy. Clara nodded, unable to speak past the lump in her throat. She busied herself, helping Willow Woman tidy the small cabin, needing the distraction of mundane tasks. They worked in silence for a while, the shared, quiet activity a ritual of closure. Willow Woman moved with graceful efficiency, her ancient wisdom a calming presence in the face of death and impending danger. Later, as Clara stood numbly by the cold hearth, Willow Woman approached her, placing a comforting hand on her arm. "Sorrow carves canyons in the heart, daughter," she said softly, "but water finds its way even through the deepest stone. Your path is difficult, shadowed, but the spirit holds strength the fist cannot measure. She pressed a small, tightly woven pouch into Clara's hand. It smelled pungent, earthy. Hers for clarity, for courage. Keep it close. Clara clutched the small pouch, drawing comfort from the old woman's quiet strength. Thank you, Willow Woman, for everything. Jedediah's spirit is free, the healer replied. Now tend to the living storm. Rourke, she called, turning towards the door where he still stood watchful. The path you walk is stained with old blood. Do not let vengeance blind you to the needs of the present. She carries a heavy burden, lightened only by shared resolve, not shadowed purpose. Rourke met the old woman's sharp gaze, holding it for a long moment. He gave a curt, almost imperceptible nod, acknowledging her words without comment. Whatever complex motives drove him, Willow Woman seemed to see through them, offering both warning and perhaps a measure of hope. It was time to leave. Lingering here served no purpose, only delayed the inevitable confrontation. Jed's body would be tended by Willow Woman according to her traditions, a kindness Clara accepted with immense gratitude, knowing she couldn't give him the proper burial he deserved back at the ranch, not yet. Stepping out into the cool, damp air felt like stepping into a different world. The immediate crisis of Jed's care was over, replaced by the looming threat from the east. The sky remained overcast, heavy, pressing down on the landscape. The strange low hum seemed more palpable now. A constant vibration felt more than heard, tightening the nerves. Rourke, Clara said, her voice steady now, infused with the cold clarity grief had paradoxically provided. My father's letter. It said he told Jed to destroy the rock fragment if they got too close. He thought it better destroyed than in their hands. Rourke turned to face her, his expression thoughtful. Destroying it easier said than done. The Heartstone isn't ordinary rock. It resists mundane force. Breaking it might even release its energy uncontrollably. Risky. Perhaps why your father only considered it a last resort. But if they capture it, Clara pressed, you said they think it's a key, something to stabilize or control the power in the canyon. They believe it is, Rourke corrected. Their knowledge is fragmented based on ancient texts, trial and error, mostly error, like the explosion your father witnessed. Capturing the fragment might accelerate their plans, give them false confidence, or it might do nothing, or it might backfire spectacularly. He ran a hand through his hair, a rare sign of visible uncertainty. The rock is unpredictable. That's its only constant. So what do we do? Clara asked, the weight of the decision pressing down. We have the fragment. It's a target. It might be a key. Leaving it hidden seems impossible now. Destroying it might be catastrophic. Using it as bait? Rourke finished her thought, his eyes narrowing. Risky. Draws them directly to us, puts us in the heart of the fire. We're already in the fire, Rourke, Clara stated flatly. Hiding, running it hasn't worked. Jed is dead because we were reacting, always one step behind. Maybe it's time to stop running. Maybe we use what we have. It was a terrifying thought, deliberately drawing the attention of the cultists, inviting confrontation. But Willow Woman's words about buried secrets festering, her father's fear of the rock falling into their hands, it pushed Clara towards a bolder, more desperate strategy. Rourke studied her, his gaze intense. He saw the shift, the grief forged into something harder, more dangerous. Bait, he repeated slowly, considering the implications. Force a confrontation away from the canyon itself? Draw their key players out? Interfere with their ritual by removing focus? He began pacing restlessly, the strategist within him taking over. Where? Needs to be defensible, offer escape routes, needs to be somewhere that might plausibly hold something they are looking for to make the lure convincing. Clara's mind raced. A defensible location. Plausible lure. Her gaze drifted southwest, towards the familiar territory of home. The broken spur, she breathed. My father's cabin. Rourke stopped pacing, looking at her sharply. Your ranch? Too vulnerable, too open. Not the cabin itself, Clara clarified, an idea forming, desperate but potentially viable. The old mine shaft west of the main buildings. My father explored it briefly when he first claimed the land, looking for water. Found nothing but unstable rock and abandoned tools. He boarded it up, warned me away, said it was unsafe. She paused, remembering something else. It's marked on his map, not with the symbol, but with a query, a question mark. Rourke frowned. An old mine shaft, unstable, what makes you think? Because they might not know it's empty, Clara interrupted, the plan solidifying. They know my father held the fragment, guarded this land. They might assume he hid other things, perhaps even more fragments near his homestead. An abandoned mine shaft, boarded up while warned against. It's exactly the kind of place someone might hide something valuable. It makes the lure plausible. And she took a breath. It's defensible, Rourke. Narrow entrance, solid rock. Better than being caught in the open, and there might be another way out. Old-timers sometimes dug escape tunnels. Rourke considered her words, his head tilted slightly, running through the tactical possibilities. A mine shaft, narrow entrance limits attackers, offers cover, potential escape route. He looked at her, a new respect dawning in his eyes, acknowledging the sharp strategic thinking beneath her grief. It's risky as hell, Clara, trapping ourselves underground if things go wrong. Staying out here, waiting for them to find us or waiting for the canyon to explode feels riskier, Clara countered firmly. We lure them there, to the mine. We make our stand. We use the fragment as bait, maybe even. She hesitated, the idea audacious, terrifying. Maybe we find a way to use its instability against them. Rourke stared at her for a long moment, the wind whipping strands of hair across her determined face. He saw not just a grieving daughter, but a fighter, forged in the harsh realities of the frontier, willing to gamble everything. He saw, perhaps, a reflection of the same desperate resolve that drove him. All right, Thorne, he said finally, the decision made. To the mine. We lay our trap. He looked towards the east, towards the brooding sky over Devil's Canyon. But we need to move fast. That hum is getting stronger. Whatever climax they're building towards is coming soon. We need to be ready before they reach it. They quickly prepared the horses. Clara retrieved the heartstone fragment from her saddlebag, the small, heavy rock, feeling strangely potent in her hand now, no longer just a secret, but a weapon, a lure, a terrible responsibility. She wrapped it carefully again and secured it deep within an inner pocket of her canvas trousers. Before mounting, Rourke turned to her, his expression serious. This is a one-way gamble, Clara. If we go to that mine, we commit. There's no guarantee my disruption there will be enough. They are ruthless, and they might be stronger than I anticipate, especially near the canyon, drawing on its energy. I know, Clara replied, her voice steady despite the tremor deep inside. But my father tried silence, and it cost him everything. Jed died because we were running. I won't run anymore. She met Rourke's gaze directly. I'm ready. He held her gaze for another moment, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. Not trust, perhaps not even alliance in the truest sense, but a shared understanding of the stakes, a mutual commitment to face the fire head on. He nodded curtly. Let's ride. They swung into their saddles, turning their horses southwest, away from the temporary sanctuary of Willow Woman's cabin, away from the immediate sorrow of Jed's passing, towards the looming confrontation at the broken spur. The gray sky pressed down, the air thick with unspoken energy, the low hum a constant reminder of the power stirring in the east. They rode not as fugitives anymore, but as hunters laying a trap, carrying a dangerous bait, heading towards a choice forged in the crucible of grief, desperation, and the first flickering embers of defiant hope. The final act was beginning, under a sky that tasted like thunder. Chapter 20. Gathering the Scattered Pieces. The ride southwest towards the broken spur was a silent passage through a landscape holding its breath. The heavy gray sky clung low, muting the colors of the foothills, casting the familiar landmark in an unfamiliar, somber light. The air remained thick, charged with that almost subliminal hum emanating from the east, a constant reminder of the unnatural forces stirring in Devil's Canyon and the rapidly dwindling time before the impending climax Rourke had predicted. Grief for Jed was a raw ache beneath Clara's ribs, a hollow space where his steadfast presence used to be. But overriding the sorrow was a cold, sharp focus, the clarity that came from choosing a path, however dangerous. They weren't running anymore. They were heading towards a confrontation, towards the abandoned mine shaft that would become their deliberately chosen battleground. Rourke rode slightly ahead, his eyes constantly scanning the terrain, missing nothing. His movements were economical, his posture alert, radiating a quiet intensity that spoke of years spent navigating dangerous ground. Clara watched him, the enigma of his past, his motives, still largely intact. Yet, a fragile thread of reliance had formed between them, woven from shared danger, mutual desperation, and the grim understanding of their common enemy. He was still a stranger, steeped in shadows, but he was the only ally she had against the encroaching darkness, and his knowledge, his competence were undeniable. He hadn't flinched from her plan, hadn't questioned her resolve. He had simply assessed the risks and committed. Clara's own mind raced, sorting through the scattered pieces of information, trying to assemble a coherent picture from the fragments her father's letter. Jed's dying words and Rourke's guarded admissions had provided. The Heartstone ancient, powerful, dangerous. The guardians, the cult marked by the jagged symbol, ruthless protectors or exploiters of the stone's power, responsible for Hemlock's death, hunting fragments, planning some imminent, potentially catastrophic event in the canyon. Her father a witness, not a thief, guarding the secret out of fear, trying to contain the danger. Jed a silent keeper of corroborating knowledge. Rourke driven by a bloody family history with the cult, seeking vengeance or justice, his path now intertwined with hers. And Ben, Jed's last whispered word. Ben, letter, gave Ben letter for you? Where did he fit into this treacherous puzzle? Ben with his restless spirit, his charm, his abrupt departure years ago that had left Clara heartbroken and bewildered. Had her father entrusted him with another message, perhaps one containing more specific instructions, warnings, or even the location of other fragments? Why hadn't Ben delivered it? Was his disappearance from her life connected to this hidden conflict? Had they intercepted him? Or had he simply ridden away, carrying her father's secret carelessly, forgetting its importance. The questions added another layer of painful complexity to the situation, a personal betrayal, potentially woven into the larger tapestry of danger. But Ben was gone, unreachable. His part in this, if any, remained another shadow in the periphery. The immediate threat lay east, and in the trap they were setting at the mine. As they drew closer to the familiar boundaries of the broken spur, Clara felt a pang of deep unease. The ranch, her home, now felt like alien territory, potentially watched, compromised. The cabin, the barn, they offered no safety, only vulnerability. The mine shaft, located about a mile west of the main buildings in a rocky, less used part of the pasture, was their only hope for a defensible position. They approached the ranch cautiously, circling wide, avoiding the main trails, using draws and ridges for cover. Rourke dismounted frequently, scouting ahead on foot, checking for tracks, for any sign of watchers. He found nothing fresh near the western boundaries suggesting Croft's men, if they were still searching after the saloon debacle, had concentrated their efforts elsewhere, perhaps misled by Rourke's false trail. And their focus seemed entirely on the canyon for now, the imminent culmination of their plans holding their attention. Or so Rourke hoped. Reaching the vicinity of the mine shaft felt like stepping back in time. It was located in a small, rocky draw, overgrown with greasewood and hardy brush. The entrance, as Clara remembered, was partially collapsed, shored up crudely with rotting timbers, and boarded over with heavy planks her father had nailed in place years ago. A faded danger keep out sign, painted in her father's own hand, still clung precariously to one of the boards. It looked undisturbed, forgotten. "Looks quiet," Rourke observed, scanning the surrounding rocks from cover. "No recent tracks here. Seems your father's warnings worked." "He made sure they did," Clara murmured, remembering his stern insistence that she never go near the place. Had his warnings been solely about the physical danger of the unstable shaft? Or had he sensed something else, some lingering resonance, perhaps connected to the heartstone, that made him want this particular spot undisturbed? Working together, they pried off the weathered boards covering the entrance, the rusty nails groaning in protest. Behind the boards, the mine opening yawned dark and uninviting, smelling of damp earth, stale air, and something vaguely mineralic. Loose rock and debris littered the entrance floor. "Unstable, all right," Rourke muttered, shining his lantern beam into the darkness. The shaft descended steeply, shored up with decaying timbers at irregular intervals. It looked treacherous. "We need to check it first, make sure it's viable, see if there's another way out like you hoped." Leaving Clara to watch the entrance and the horses hidden nearby, Rourke took the lantern and carefully entered the mine. Clara waited, her nerves stretched taut, listening to the faint sounds of his progress, the crunch of boots on loose rock, the occasional scrape against the tunnel walls, the muffled echoes of his movements from deep within the earth. The minutes dragged. What if the shaft collapsed further? What if he encountered bad air, or worse, found evidence that someone else had been using this place recently? Finally, after what felt like an eternity, his lantern beam reappeared, growing brighter as he carefully climbed back out. He was covered in dust and cobwebs, his expression grim but thoughtful. "It's rough," he reported, dusting himself off. "Goes back maybe 60, 70 yards, then ends in a partial collapse. Some old tools down there, a couple of side passages that don't go anywhere significant. Looks like whoever dug it gave up quick." He paused, meeting Clara's anxious gaze. "But there is something else." tucked away behind that rockfall at the end. Looks like a natural fissure, narrow, heading upwards. Can't tell where it leads without climbing it, but there's definitely airflow. Might be your escape route. Or, he added grimly, a back door for unwanted visitors. An escape route. Hope flickered again, but the possibility of it being an unknown entrance was equally concerning. Can we block it? Clara asked. Partially, maybe. With loose rock from the collapse. Won't stop a determined man, but might slow him down, make noise. Rourke looked around the draw, then back at the mine entrance. All right, this is our spot. Defensible from the front. Potential escape route, however risky. Plausible reason for them to investigate if they think Thorne hid something here. He checked the sky again. The gray light was fading fast. Dusk wasn't far off. The low hum from the east felt stronger, a persistent vibration in the air. They're getting close, Clara, to whatever they're planning, which means they might soon turn their attention back to loose ends, like us, like the fragment. They quickly set about preparing their trap. Rourke, with his practical knowledge, focused on reinforcing the entrance slightly, clearing a firing position just inside the opening using loose rocks to create rudimentary cover. He also identified potential weak points in the shoring timbers further down, places where a well-aimed shot or a small, controlled collapse could potentially block the tunnel if retreat became necessary. Clara's role was crucial, setting the bait. Taking the heartstone fragment from her pocket, she felt its strange coolness, its unnatural weight. This small piece of rock held the key to so much violence, so much fear. Following Rourke's suggestion, she didn't place it obviously near the entrance. Instead, she ventured about 20 yards down the dark, unstable tunnel, Rourke's lantern beam guiding her footing. She found a small alcove, partially hidden behind a protruding rock formation, a place where old miners might have stored tools or personal effects. There, she carefully placed the fragment, not burying it, but setting it down where its faint inherent energy, the quality Rourke claimed they could sense, might be detected by sensitive individuals, or perhaps devices, drawing them deeper into the mine, into the trap. Leaving it felt like abandoning a part of herself, a tangible link to her father's burden. Returning to the entrance, the air outside felt heavy, charged. The silence of the draw was profound, yet filled with anticipation. They gathered their supplies, water, ammunition, the small pouch of herbs from Willow Woman, Rourke's, wire cutters, and other tools, staging them just inside the mine entrance for easy access. They brought the horses closer, tethering them securely, but out of the direct line of sight from the trail leading to the draw, hoping they wouldn't betray their presence. As the last light faded from the sky, plunging the landscape into deep twilight, Rourke took a position just inside the mine entrance, rifle ready, blending into the shadows. Clara settled beside him, her own rifle resting on the makeshift rock barrier. They were as ready as they could be. Now, they waited. Waited for the hunters to become the hunted, waited for them to take the bait. The silence stretched, thick and suffocating. Every rustle of wind through the greasewood, every distant coyote call, sounded like an approaching enemy. The low hum from the east seemed to intensify in the darkness, a resonant thrumming that vibrated through the rock beneath them, a pulse counting down the final moments before the unknown climax. Clara thought of Jed, hoping Willow Woman's ministrations were easing his suffering, hoping he wasn't alone in his final passage. She thought of her father, his face grimly determined in her memory. his silent struggle finally given voice. She thought of Ben, a ghost from the past, potentially holding another missing piece of the puzzle, somewhere out in the vast, uncaring world. Scattered pieces of her life, her history, converging here, in this dark, unstable mine shaft, on the edge of catastrophe. Beside her, Rourke was utterly still, a study in focused patience. His presence, once a source of deep unease, now offered a strange, fragile comfort. They were vastly different people, brought together by violence and desperation, their alliance temporary, their futures uncertain. But here now, waiting in the darkness, facing a common enemy, their purposes were aligned. A faint sound drifted on the night air, not the wind, not an animal. The soft crunch of boots on gravel, approaching the draw. More than one set. They were coming. Rourke gave a minute nod, confirming he'd heard it too. He shifted slightly, settling his rifle more firmly against his shoulder. Clara did the same, her heart pounding against her ribs like a trapped bird, her breath catching in her throat. The air crackled with tension. The scattered pieces had been gathered. The trap was set. The fire was coming. Chapter 21. Where Loyalties Burn. The soft crunch of boots on gravel grew louder, closer, echoing unnervingly in the heavy stillness of the twilight. Clara pressed herself tighter against the rough rock wall just inside the mine entrance, her rifle held steady, knuckles white. Beside her, Rourke was a statue carved from shadow, utterly focused, his breathing slow and controlled. The low hum from the east seemed to pulse in time with her frantic heartbeat, a deep resonant thrumming that vibrated up from the earth itself, amplifying the almost unbearable tension. They were here. They had taken the bait. Through the narrow opening of the mine shaft, obscured by the remaining gloom and the overgrown brush outside, Clara could just make out movement. Dark figures, melting into the landscape, approaching the draw with practiced stealth. Not the clumsy movements of Croft's hired thugs, but the quiet, purposeful advance of experienced trackers, hunters who knew their deadly business. How many? Impossible to tell yet. 2, 3, more? The figures paused at the edge of the draw, scanning the area, likely sensing the subtle wrongness of the disturbed boards near the mine entrance, the faint scent of horses nearby, the almost palpable tension hanging in the air. They were cautious, not rushing blindly towards the lure of the heartstone fragment Clara had placed deep within the tunnel. Rourke shifted, almost imperceptibly, beside her, raising a hand slowly, signaling patience. Wait. Let them commit. Let them enter the kill zone. One figure detached itself from the group, moving forward in a low crouch towards the mine entrance, weapon held ready. Even in the dim light, Clara could see the glint of metal, a rifle. As the figure drew closer, the faint light caught the details of rough clothing, a weathered face, obscured by shadow, and the brim of a hat. Could she risk a shot now, take one out before they entered? Rourke seemed to sense her thought, giving the slightest shake of his head. Too risky. A missed shot, a warning cry, and they could scatter, regroup, attack from different angles. Better to let them enter the confined space, where their numbers offered less advantage. The point man reached the entrance, peering into the darkness, rifle probing ahead. He seemed to hesitate, perhaps sensing the ambush, perhaps just wary of the unstable shaft. Then, driven by the lure of the fragment, or perhaps by orders from behind, he took the plunge, stepping cautiously over the debris, disappearing into the black maw of the mine. A moment later, a second figure followed, moving with similar caution. Then a third. Clara counted them, her breath held tight, 3 men inside the tunnel. Were there more outside, providing cover? Waiting. The sound of their boots crunching on the loose rock inside the tunnel seemed deafeningly loud. They moved slowly, cautiously, their senses likely straining against the darkness, wary of pitfalls, wary of ambush. Where was the fragment? Could they sense it? Were they heading towards it? Rourke chose his moment, as the third man moved further down the tunnel, momentarily obscuring the view of the entrance for anyone following. Rourke raised his rifle, not aiming outside, but deep inside the tunnel, towards the decaying shoring timbers near the entrance he had noted earlier. He fired! The roar of the rifle inside the confined space was stunning, deafening. Wood splintered, rock dust filled the air, and with a groaning crash, a section of the upper tunnel supports gave way, loosing a cascade of rock and heavy timbers that partially blocked the entrance behind the 3 intruders. Not a complete seal, but a significant obstruction, kicking up blinding dust, momentarily trapping them deeper inside, separating them from any potential backup outside. Chaos erupted within the tunnel. Shouts of surprise and alarm echoed, muffled by the rockfall and dust. Muzzle flashes bloomed in the darkness as the trapped men fired blindly towards the entrance, bullets ricocheting wildly off the rock walls. "Now, Clara!" Rourke yelled, already firing his own rifle towards the muzzle flashes deep within the dust-choked tunnel. Clara needed no urging. Finding targets in the swirling dust and intermittent flashes was difficult, but she aimed where she saw movement, where the return fire originated, squeezing the trigger, working the rifle action, firing again. The acrid smell of gunpowder filled the air, mingling with the dust and the damp earth scent of the mine. One of the figures inside screamed. A sharp cry cut short. A second stumbled back, firing wildly before collapsing near the tunnel wall. The third, the point man who had entered first, seemed more seasoned. He ceased firing blindly, instead letting the dust settle slightly, trying to pinpoint their location. A tense standoff ensued. Silence descended again, thick with dust and the metallic tang of gunpowder, broken only by the ragged breathing of the wounded man inside and the persistent, low hum from the east, which seemed, if anything, slightly stronger now. "Two left," Rourke murmured beside her, reloading swiftly. "One likely wounded. The point man is smart. He'll be waiting for us to make a move, show ourselves." Clara nodded, wiping sweat and grime from her eyes. Her ears rang from the close quarters gunfire. "What now?" "Flush him out," Rourke decided. He pulled something small and dark from his pocket, a tightly wrapped bundle. With a practiced flick of his wrist, he lit a fuse tucked into the bundle, then tossed it deep into the tunnel, past the rock fall, towards where the point man was likely taking cover. It wasn't dynamite, Clara realized with a jolt. It sputtered, hissed, then erupted not with an explosion, but with thick, choking smoke, billowing rapidly, filling the tunnel beyond the rock fall. Smoke and something else, a pungent, acrid smell that stung the eyes and throat, even from their position near the entrance. Coughing erupted from deep within the tunnel. Whoever the point man was, he couldn't stay hidden in that noxious cloud. As Rourke had predicted, the figure stumbled out from the smoke, gasping, firing blindly towards the entrance again as he tried to scramble back over the rockfall barrier Rourke had created. Rourke didn't hesitate. A single, carefully aimed shot from his rifle echoed in the confined space. The figure jerked, then slumped forward over the rocks, still. Silence. Absolute this time. Rourke cautiously approached the rockfall, peering over, rifle ready. He scanned the smoke-filled tunnel beyond, listening intently, After a long moment, he lowered his rifle slightly. Clear, he stated grimly. 3 down. He looked back at Clara, his eyes hard in the dim light. But there might be more outside. Stay alert. Clara nodded, her own rifle still trained on the darkness outside the mine entrance. The immediate threat inside seemed neutralized, but the victory felt hollow, brutal. 3 men dead. Faceless enemies, yes, servants of the dark cult, but still men. The reality of the violence, the ease with which Rourke dispatched them was chilling. What history had forged such lethal competence? Rourke used his lantern to examine the dead men near the rockfall, checking their clothes, their gear. No symbols visible, he reported, straightening up. Standard range gear, good quality weapons, could be hired guns like I thought, or maybe their lower-level operatives don't always bear the mark. He frowned. We need to check the third one, the point man, see if he carried anything. Identification. Orders. Just as he spoke, a new sound reached them from outside. Not boots on gravel this time, but the unmistakable thud of horses' hooves, approaching fast, more than one, coming directly towards the draw. Company? Rourke snarled, instantly moving back to his firing position near the entrance. And they're riding hard. They heard the gunfire. Clara scrambled back beside him, peering out. 2 riders burst into the draw, reining their horses to a skidding halt near the mine entrance. Even in the poor light, Clara recognized them instantly. Silas Croft, his face contorted with fury, and his remaining hard-faced guard. Thorne! Rourke! Croft bellowed, his voice hoarse with rage. He must have followed Rourke's trail from town, or perhaps been alerted by the retreating ambushers, if any had escaped. He saw the dead bodies near the mine entrance, the evidence of the firefight. What in God's name is going on here? What have you done? He raised his own rifle, aiming it towards the dark mine entrance. Get out of here, Croft, Rourke yelled back from the shadows. This doesn't concern you. Doesn't concern me? Croft roared, his face purpling. Gunfire on land bordering mine, dead men, that old fool Jedediah missing, and you 2 skulking in a mine shaft. It concerns me plenty. What are you hiding in there, Thorne? What's so damn valuable? His eyes, gleaming with avarice and suspicion, darted around the draw, trying to piece together the situation. He likely assumed this was about gold or some other conventional treasure her father had hidden. He didn't understand the true nature of the conflict, the deeper danger. Last warning, Croft, Rourke shouted. Ride out now or you'll regret it. Croft laughed, a harsh barking sound. Threats, Rourke? You think I'm scared of you? I own this territory. You're trespassing, consorting with claim jumper. Nay, he gestured to his guard. Cover me. Let's see what they're so desperate to protect. Croft started to dismount, clearly intending to approach the mine. His guard raised his rifle, ready to provide covering fire. This was madness, a 3-way conflict brewing, Croft, Rourke, and potentially more of them still lurking nearby, drawn by the gunfire or the rock's lure. They couldn't afford a fight with Croft now. Rourke, no! Clara hissed, grabbing his arm. Don't shoot him, we need to. But before she could finish, before Rourke could respond, another element entered the deadly equation. From the east, from the direction of Devil's Canyon, the low hum intensified dramatically, rising in pitch and volume until it was a palpable physical vibration that made the ground tremble beneath their feet. The air crackled with static energy, and a faint, eerie blue-green glow began to suffuse the heavy clouds overhead, reflecting off the wet rocks, casting the entire scene in an unearthly, terrifying light. Everyone froze. Clara, Rourke, Croft, his guard. Even the horses tossed their heads, whinnying nervously, sensing the profound wrongness in the atmosphere. What? What is that? Croft stammered, his bluster evaporating, replaced by wide-eyed fear as he stared at the pulsating glow in the eastern sky. That, Rourke said grimly, his eyes fixed on the unholy light, is what happens when fools meddle with power they don't understand. He looked back towards the mine entrance, then at Clara. They've started the main event. The ground vibrated again, stronger this time. A low groaning sound like tortured rock echoed from the east. The blue-green glow intensified, pulsing faster, casting dancing, distorted shadows across the draw. Croft's guard, overcome by superstitious terror, cried out and fired his rifle wildly towards the glowing sky before spinning his horse around and galloping madly back towards town, abandoning his employer. Croft stood paralyzed, staring at the sky, then back towards the mine, his face a mask of confusion and terror, his greed warred with primal fear. Rourke seized the opportunity. "Get back, Croft!" he yelled, firing a warning shot near the rancher's feet. "Get out of here while you still can. This place is not safe." The warning shot, combined with the escalating phenomena from the canyon, finally broke Croft's paralysis. With a strangled cry, he scrambled back onto his horse and spurred it mercilessly, following his fleeing guard back towards the dubious safety of Redemption Creek. Abandoning his curiosity, his anger, his desire for whatever lay hidden in the mine. Rourke watched them go, his expression grim. "Coward," he muttered, but there was relief in his voice. Dealing with Croft now would have been disastrous, but their own situation remained perilous. The unholy glow from the canyon pulsed brighter, the vibrations intensifying. Loose pebbles skittered down the side of the draw. The air felt thin, difficult to breathe. "What's happening, Rourke?" Clara asked, her voice trembling despite herself. "They're reaching the climax," he replied, his eyes fixed on the east, trying to draw the full power from the Heartstone vein. Or maybe something's gone wrong for them. He glanced back into the mine. Either way, the energy release. It's building. This close, we'll feel the backlash. Just then, a new sound joined the low hum, a high-pitched whistling shriek, emanating from deep within the mine shaft behind them. Not from the dead men, from further in, from the direction of the fissure Rourke had discovered. Rourke spun around, rifle snapping up, peering into the darkness past the rockfall. Clara did the same, her blood running cold. The whistling grew louder, closer, accompanied by a scrabbling sound. Something was coming, not from outside, from within the earth itself, from the escape tunnel. Rourke cursed under his breath. The fissure! It didn't just lead up, it must connect deeper, maybe even towards the canyon's influence. The light from their lantern flickered violently, casting wild shadows. The scrabbling sound grew frantic, closer. Then eyes appeared in the darkness beyond the rockfall. Not human eyes, glowing faintly red, multifaceted, attached to something pale and chitinous that skittered into the edge of the lantern light. It looked like some monstrous insect, disturbed from its subterranean lair by the vibrations, drawn towards the energy of the Heartstone fragment, or perhaps fleeing something worse deeper within the earth. More scrabbling sounds echoed from the fissure. There wasn't just one. Clara stared in horror, frozen for a split second. This was beyond cultists, beyond greed. This was the earth itself reacting, spewing forth horrors awakened by the tampering in Devil's Canyon. Willow Woman's warning, her father's deepest fears, given monstrous form. Rourke reacted instantly, firing his rifle into the darkness towards the skittering thing. It shrieked, a high-pitched sound that grated on the nerves, and retreated momentarily back into the shadows. "We have to get out of here," Rourke yelled, grabbing Clara's arm. "Now, forget the fissure. Out the front while we still can." The choice, forged in fire and necessity just moments ago, was instantly obsolete. Their planned defense, their trap, meaningless against this new subterranean horror unleashed by the events in the canyon. Loyalty, vengeance, strategy, they all burned away in the face of primal fear and the urgent need for survival. They had to escape the mine, escape the draw before the backlash from the canyon struck, and before whatever was crawling up from the depths below overwhelmed them. Chapter 22. The Last Stand at Sundown. Primal fear trumped strategy. The horrifying screech from the darkness of the mine shaft, the glint of those multifaceted glowing red eyes, shattered the fragile illusion of control Clara and Rourke had tried to impose. The carefully laid trap, the calculated confrontation, it all dissolved in the face of something ancient, subterranean, and utterly alien, stirred from its slumber by the escalating power surge from Devil's Canyon. Rourke's urgent command, "Out the front while we still can," needed no reinforcement. Clara scrambled backwards towards the mine entrance, rifle clutched tight, casting terrified glances over her shoulder into the darkness, where the skittering sound seemed to multiply. Rourke was right behind her, firing his Colt blindly back into the tunnel, not aiming to kill whatever emerged, but simply to deter it, to buy them precious seconds. They stumbled out of the mine shaft into the eerie, pulsating twilight, the unnatural blue-green glow from the eastern sky washing over the draw, casting everything in stark, terrifying relief. The ground beneath their feet vibrated continuously now, a deep resonant thrum that seemed to shake the very bones. The air crackled with energy, making the hair on Clara's arm stand on end. It felt like standing on the verge of an earthquake, or worse. "The horses!" Rourke yelled over the din, already sprinting towards where they'd left Willow and his own dark mount, tethered amongst the rocks. Clara followed, her lungs burning, her legs pumping automatically. Behind them, from the mine entrance, the high-pitched shrieking intensified, joined by more scrabbling sounds. She didn't dare look back. They reached the horses just as the first of the creatures emerged from the mine. It scuttled into the eerie light, revealing its full horror. Pale, segmented body, like some monstrous centipede, too many limbs ending in sharp claws, mandibles clicking, those horrible red eyes swiveling, fixing on them instantly. It moved with unnatural speed across the rocky ground, and it wasn't alone. Two more followed it out, smaller but equally grotesque. Rourke fired his rifle from the hip as he untied his horse's reins, the bullet striking the lead creature's carapace, causing it to rear back with an ear-splitting shriek, but seemingly doing little real damage. Clara fumbled with Willow's reins, her fingers numb with fear, the mare tossing her head wildly, terrified by the vibrations, the light, and the monstrous apparition scuttling towards them. "Mount up! Ride west!" Rourke shouted, swinging into his own saddle, firing his Colt again towards the advancing creatures. Clara finally got Willow's reins free, vaulting into the saddle just as the lead creature lunged, its claws scrabbling at the rocks where she'd stood moments before. She spurred Willow hard, the mare leaping forward, scrambling out of the draw, away from the mine, away from the subterranean horrors. Rourke was right beside her, his dark horse galloping flat out, pulling away from the pursuing creatures. They didn't stop, didn't look back. just rode hell for leather across the trembling plains, heading west, away from the mine, away from the pulsating glow that lit the eastern horizon like some unholy dawn. The ground vibrated beneath the horses' pounding hooves. The air hummed, and the shrieking of the creatures gradually faded behind them, though Clara couldn't shake the horrifying image from her mind. What had they awakened? What else lurked beneath the surface, disturbed by the tampering with the heartstone? They rode until the horses were lathered and gasping, until the vibration seemed slightly less intense, until the immediate terror subsided into bone-deep exhaustion and lingering dread. Rourke finally signaled a halt near a shallow creek bed. Miles west of the mine, the ominous glow from the east, still visible but less overwhelming here. They dismounted, letting the heaving horses drink from the meager stream. Clara leaned against Willow, her body trembling uncontrollably now, reaction setting in. The mine, the ambush, Croft, the creatures, it was too much. Rourke came over, offering her his canteen. His face was grim, etched with fatigue and a deep simmering anger. "Drink," he said quietly. "We're clear of them for now. Those things, they don't usually stray far from their deep nests unless seriously disturbed. The energy surge must have driven them up." Clara took a long drink, the cool water barely touching the dryness in her throat. "What were they?" she whispered, horrified. Rourke shook his head. "Old things, deep things, the kind the earth buries for a reason. The heart stone. Its energy attracts them, agitates them. Another lovely side effect of the Guardian's work." His voice was laced with bitter sarcasm. "So, the trap failed," Clara stated flatly, despair washing over her. They had risked everything, lured their enemies only to be driven out by unforeseen horrors. Jed was dead. They were still active in the canyon, their ritual reaching its climax. It felt utterly hopeless. "The trap failed," Rourke agreed. "But maybe—" He looked towards the east again. His eyes narrowed, thoughtful. "Maybe it wasn't a complete loss. We drew out some of their operatives, dealt with them. We confirmed Croft isn't allied with them, just a greedy fool caught in the crossfire. And we confirmed the energy surge is peaking, affecting the land, stirring things best left sleeping." He looked back at Clara. "And we still have the fragment." He tapped the pocket where she'd secured it. "They don't." Clara followed his gaze eastward. The blue-green glow pulsed relentlessly against the darkening sky. Sundown was approaching, painting the western clouds in streaks of blood orange and fiery red, a stark contrast to the unholy luminescence in the east. The final act was playing out, with or without them. "What can we do now, Rourke?" she asked, her voice hollow. "We can't go back to the mine. We can't get near the canyon with that happening. We can't stop them." Rourke was silent for a long moment, watching the pulsating light. When he finally spoke, his voice was low, deliberate. "Maybe we can't stop the climax itself. Maybe it's too late for that, but maybe we can influence the outcome. Redirect the backlash." "Redirect it? How?" "The fragment," Rourke said, tapping his own temple, thinking aloud. "Your father thought it was a key, maybe a stabilizer. They think so too. What if its real power isn't control, but resonance? What if it can act like a lodestone, drawing the unstable energy towards it, away from other targets?" Clara stared at him, trying to grasp the desperate, dangerous implication. "You mean use the fragment to deliberately draw the backlash? Here, to us?" "Not here," Rourke corrected. "Somewhere strategic, somewhere contained. somewhere the energy discharge might do the least harm, or perhaps the most good, depending on your perspective. He looked towards the south, in the direction of Silas Croft's sprawling Bar C Ranch headquarters. Understanding dawned, cold and shocking. Croft's ranch? He's evacuated, Rourke reasoned quickly. Fled back to town in terror. His headquarters, the main house, the barn's likely deserted. It's isolated, miles from town, miles from your place. If the backlash has to hit somewhere, better there than Redemption Creek, or the Broken Spur, or Willow Woman's Valley. He met Clara's gaze, his own holding a flicker of that dark fire she'd glimpsed before. And maybe, just maybe, focusing the energy there might disrupt whatever they are trying to achieve in the canyon. Create a feedback loop, fight fire with fire. And, he added, a grim satisfaction touching his lips, it would solve your Croft problem permanently. It was a terrifying, ruthless plan, deliberately using the Heartstone fragment to potentially unleash catastrophic energy onto Croft's property. Innocent livestock would die, buildings would be destroyed, the land scarred. But it might save countless other lives, disrupt the cult's ritual, offer a sliver of hope against overwhelming odds, and yes, it would eliminate Croft's threat, his constant pressure, his avarice, justice perhaps, delivered by an unholy force. Clara thought of Jed, taken by Croft's men, likely contributing to his death. She thought of Croft's sneering dismissal, his attempt to bully her, his utter disregard for anything but his own greed. She thought of the pulsing light in the east, the threat it represented to everyone, everything. Could she make this choice? Condemn Croft's empty ranch to destruction to potentially save others? Use the dangerous power of the Heartstone? Become like the very people they fought against? Is it possible? She asked Rourke, her voice barely a whisper. Can we really aim it? We can try, Rourke said. The rock resonates. If we take it there, expose it at the right moment as the energy peaks, maybe it will draw the discharge. Maybe it's just enough of a competing resonance point. He looked towards the east again. The pulsing quickened, the glow brightening. Sundown. That feels like the time, the transition point. If they're following some ritualistic pattern, sundown is potent. He looked at her, his expression intense. It's your call, Clara. It's your fragment, your father's legacy. Do we run? Try to hide? Or do we make one last desperate stand, use the devil's fire against itself? The choice hung heavy in the charged air, heavier than the impending storm from the canyon. Run, hide, and likely be consumed eventually. Or stand, fight, risk unleashing destruction on a smaller scale to prevent a greater catastrophe, embracing a morally gray path that felt perilously close to the enemy's own methods. She thought of her father's tormented face in her memory, his plea to keep the rock from their hands, his final suggestion to destroy it if necessary. This wasn't destruction, not exactly. It was redirection, a desperate gamble forged in fire. She looked at Rourke, saw the grim readiness in his eyes, the acceptance of harsh necessities. She thought of Jed's lifeless form, of Willow Woman's wisdom, of the horrors scuttling from the mine. She touched the small pouch of herbs Willow Woman had given her for clarity, for courage. We make the stand, Clara said, her voice low but firm, the decision settling like stone in her gut. We ride for Croft's headquarters now. Rourke nodded once. The grim pact sealed. They mounted their weary horses again, turning them south, towards the Bar C Ranch, towards a final, desperate confrontation as the sun bled crimson across the western horizon. painting the land in apocalyptic hues, a stark counterpoint to the cold, pulsing blue-green dread that emanated from Devil's Canyon. This was their last stand, played out at sundown with the fate of the territory hanging precariously in the balance. Epilogue. Dust settles on the plains. The dust settled slowly, reluctantly, as if unwilling to concede the end of the violence, the silencing of the unnatural energies that had torn through the land. Weeks had passed since the harrowing night at Silas Croft's Bar C headquarters, weeks measured in the slow healing of bruised earth and bruised souls under the vast, indifferent Montana sky. The immediate aftermath had been chaos, a blinding discharge of raw power, drawn by the heartstone fragment Rourke had exposed at the precise moment the canyon's ritual peaked and faltered. The backlash hadn't been an explosion in the conventional sense, but an implosion, a localized vortex of shearing energy that had ripped through Croft's main ranch house and surrounding outbuildings, leaving behind a twisted, smoking ruin, utterly obliterated, yet strangely contained, as if the power had consumed itself after striking its redirected target. The unholy blue-green glow over Devil's Canyon had winked out in that same instant, the oppressive hum vanishing abruptly, leaving behind a silence that felt both profound and profoundly fragile. Whatever they had been attempting, it had failed, disrupted catastrophically by the feedback loop Rourke had gambled on. Whether the failure was permanent, whether the guardians were destroyed or merely scattered, licking their wounds, remained terrifyingly unknown. Clara and Rourke had watched the cataclysm from a safe distance, hidden on a ridge overlooking the Bar Sea. The raw power unleashed, even miles away, had been staggering, terrifying a force that could scour landscapes and unravel reality. Seeing Croft's empire vanish in an instant of contained fury left Clara feeling cold, shaken, yet strangely vindicated. It was a brutal form of justice, delivered by the very forces Croft likely never knew existed. The Heartstone fragment, the small piece of dark, heavy rock that had caused so much fear and bloodshed, had seemingly disintegrated in the energy discharge, consumed by the power it had drawn, its purpose fulfilled, its danger perhaps neutralized, or perhaps not. With the Heartstone, uncertainty was the only certainty. In the chaotic days that followed, Redemption Creek buzzed with fear and wild speculation. The official story, pieced together from the terrified accounts of Croft's fleeing guard and Croft himself, who had reappeared in town days later, utterly broken, incoherent, his hair turned stark white, raving about lights and devils before being shipped back east by concerned relatives, blamed a freak lightning strike of unprecedented power, coupled perhaps with dynamite stored improperly at the ranch. Devil's Canyon became even more taboo, a place whispered about with renewed dread, avoided by all but the most foolhardy. Sheriff Brody, visibly relieved to have Croft's oppressive influence removed and no desire to investigate inexplicable phenomena, readily accepted the lightning story, officially closing the case on Croft's destroyed ranch and the disappearance of the unknown gunman Rourke had dealt with near the mine. The territory breathed a collective, uneasy sigh of relief, content to let sleeping devils lie. Clara returned to the broken spur, the journey back feeling surreal, dreamlike. The ranch stood quiet, untouched by the cataclysm, yet irrevocably changed. The silence felt different now, not the silence of isolation and fear, but the quiet of absence, heavy with the ghost of Jedediah Harper. Walking into the empty cabin, the scent of wood smoke and her father's memory, mingling with the sharp tang of recent grief, felt like stepping into a new, uncertain chapter of her life. Rourke had accompanied her back, his presence a quiet, watchful constant. He helped her secure the ranch, checking boundaries, ensuring the cabin was sound. He spoke little of the events at Croft's ranch, little of the future. His own purpose seemed fulfilled for now. The Guardians were disrupted, their immediate plan thwarted. His family's long history had reached another bloody turning point. But the war, Clara sensed, was far from over for him. They were an ancient order. They would regroup, return. His fight was lifelong. One cool morning, about a week after their return, Rourke stood by his saddled horse near the corral, ready to depart. The air was clean, the sky a piercing blue, the land seemingly washed clean by the recent storms, both natural and unnatural. "You'll be safe here for a while," he said, his gaze sweeping the familiar landscape, lingering perhaps on the distant silhouette of the now quiet canyon. Their focus will be inward now, assessing damage, likely retreating from this area until they understand what went wrong. Croft's gone, the immediate threats are neutralized. Clara stood watching him, a complex mix of gratitude, uncertainty, and a strange, unexpected reluctance to see him go swirling within her. He remained an enigma, a man forged in shadow and violence, yet he had been her unlikely ally, her protector, the catalyst for her own transformation. "Where will you go?" she asked quietly. He shrugged, adjusting his saddlebags, trails to follow, questions to answer, loose ends. His gaze met hers, holding it for a moment longer than necessary. "This isn't over, Clara. Not for me, likely not for you either eventually. They don't forget debts, real or perceived. And this land, it remembers." "I know," she replied softly. She understood. The peace was fragile, the respite likely temporary. The legacy of the Heartstone, the existence of the Guardians, was now part of her reality. "That letter Jed mentioned," Rourke said, his voice lowering slightly. "From your father? To Ben?" Clara nodded, the unresolved mystery, a dull ache amidst the sharper grief. "Jed said Ben was supposed to deliver it years ago. I never received it." Rourke frowned, considering. Ben. Saddle tramp named Ben Thorne passed through Redemption Creek about 3 years back. Asking quiet questions about your father about the ranch. Didn't stay long. Headed north, last I heard. Clara's heart gave a painful jolt. Ben had been back 3 years ago, asking questions? Why hadn't he come to the ranch? Why hadn't he contacted her? And why ask about her father? Had he been trying to deliver the letter then? What had stopped him? More questions, and tangled with old heartbreak. "If I cross his trail," Rourke said, seeing the turmoil in her eyes, "I'll listen." It wasn't a promise to find Ben, just an acknowledgement of another loose thread in the tangled skein. He swung easily into the saddle, his dark horse shifting patiently beneath him. He looked down at Clara, his expression unreadable as always, yet perhaps holding a flicker of something else. Respect? Regret? A shared understanding forged in fire? "Be careful, Thorne," he said, his voice low. Then, with a curt nod, he turned his horse and rode away, not looking back, melting into the vastness of the plains, leaving Clara alone once more under the wide Montana sky. Watching him disappear, Clara felt a profound sense of solitude settle over her, deeper than before, yet different. It wasn't the solitude of fear anymore, but the quiet solitude of self-reliance, of choices made, consequences faced. She had survived. She had fought back, not just for the ranch, but for herself. for the truth of her father's legacy. She had faced darkness, both external and internal, and emerged scarred but standing. In the weeks that followed, Clara threw herself into the demanding work of the ranch, finding solace in the familiar rhythms, the physical labor a balm for her grieving heart and unsettled mind. She repaired the fences, tended the small herd, worked the land her father had bled for, claimed not out of greed, but out of a desperate hope for containment. The knowledge of the Heartstone, the Guardians, the events in the canyon remained a constant hum beneath the surface of her days, a shadow lurking at the edge of her vision. But it no longer paralyzed her. It was part of her story now, part of the land's story. She rode out to the rise where her father was buried, the simple wooden cross stark against the horizon. She didn't speak aloud, but stood there for a long time, the wind whipping strands of hair across her face, acknowledging the flawed, burdened, brave man he had been. She understood his choices now, the weight he carried. The sorrow remained, but acceptance had settled alongside it. She could finally let him rest while carrying his true legacy, not silence, but resilience. She also visited the spot near the creek where Jed had loved to sit and watch the sunset, placing a small pile of smooth river stones there, a silent monument to his quiet loyalty. His absence was a physical ache, a missing piece of the landscape itself. Life on the Broken Spur settled into a new kind of quiet. The immediate threats had subsided. Croft's abandoned bar sea lands to the south lay fallow, slowly being reclaimed by nature, a silent testament to the destructive power that lurked beneath the surface of the world. Redemption. Creek gradually returned to its usual state of weary endurance, the memory of the strange lights and Croft's ruin fading into local legend, embellished with each telling. Clara knew the piece was likely borrowed time. Rourke was right. They wouldn't forget. The Heartstone source remained in the canyon, dormant perhaps, but still potent. And the mystery of Ben, the undelivered letter, lingered, an unresolved chord in the symphony of her past. One cool evening, sitting on the porch steps, watching the sun bleed color across the western sky, a familiar sight now imbued with deeper meaning, Clara felt a sense of quiet purpose settle over her. She was the guardian now, not just of the land, but of the knowledge, the truth her father and Jed had protected. She didn't know what the future held, whether Rourke would return, whether they would reappear, whether Ben's path would ever cross hers again. But she was no longer afraid. She had faced the fire, acknowledged the darkness within and without, gathered the scattered pieces of her life, and found strength not in ignorance or silence, but in truth, however painful. She touched the small pouch of herbs Willow Woman had given her, still tucked safely in her pocket. Courage, resilience. The dust had settled for now. The vast plains stretched out before her, beautiful, dangerous, filled with secrets the land remembered. Clara Thorne.